Chapter 1 The Forsaken Eldest Son. In the Reach at the end of February, the sun was scorching like fire, and even the air was distorted by the scorching heat. This long summer has lasted for 7 years, so long that all memories and vigilance about the cold winter have gradually disappeared from people's hearts. Follow the scenic Rose Avenue all the way south until it intersects with the coastal road, and you will be able to see the most beautiful city in Westeros on a hill by the Monde River, High Court. In the castle made of white marble, exquisite sculptures, unique fountains and blooming flowers can be seen everywhere. Of course, golden roses are definitely among them. They are the owner of this castle, the symbol of House Tyrell. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the melodious bell, 3 figures walked through the winding corridor and entered the night hall. The coat of arms on the chests of the 3 people is not a golden rose, but a walking hunter with a bow. This is the coat of arms of House Tully. The man at the head looked to be in his 40s. With a serious face, a serious expression, a short beard, and a dark green silk dress trimmed with white fur, with a heavy 2-handed giant sword on his waist. This man is the Lord of Hornhill, Lord Randall Tarley, followed by his 2 sons, eldest son Samwell Tarley, second son Dickon Tarley. Both of them inherited their father's dark hair, gray pupils, tall stature and other appearance characteristics, but Samwell was too fat, and the straight and tough facial features of the Tully family did not have the slightest majesty on his fat face. Due to the hot weather, the aristocratic dress on Samwell was almost out of breath. But he didn't dare to unbutton his collar, so he could only suffer. The 3 of them stood still in the center of the night hall, waiting quietly. Time passed little by little, and Dickon seemed a little impatient. He looked at his dazed brother beside him, and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What are you looking at?" Samwell replied casually, "Stone pillar." "What's so interesting about the stone pillars?" "This is not an ordinary stone pillar." The corners of Samwell's mouth turned up slightly, and memories flashed in his eyes. "This is the stone pillar in the Bard's poem." "Bard? Well, bro, did you sneak out for a drink last night?" "Quiet." Earl Randall turned his head and glared at the 2 brothers. Dickon shut his mouth. Samwell also lowered his head, but a trace of loneliness and regret flashed in his eyes. After being in this world for 3 months, his sense of loneliness grew day by day. But after learning that this is the continent of Westeros, and he became the eldest son of the Tarley family, he was in no mood to look at himself. Because although Samwell Tarley is the eldest son of the Earl, he is hated by his own father. As one of the best generals in Westeros, Earl Randall has countless glorious achievements, the most famous of which is that he defeated the founder of the Baratheon dynasty at Ashford during the War of the Reavers. The first, Robert I, let this brave and skilled king taste the taste of the only defeat in his war career. Such a proud and martial lord naturally couldn't tolerate his heir being a cowardly fat man. Although Samwell is not useless, he is actually very smart, knowledgeable, and compassionate. However, in Earl Randall's opinion, the heir of the family must be a brave warrior, not a wise bachelor. Samwell is also very clear that according to the original plot, he will be forced by Earl Randall to go to the Great Wall of Desperation in the near future to become a night watchman who does not marry, have children, or enshrine land, thereby giving up the family inheritance rights. Give it to the younger brother who is more favored by his father. Of course he didn't want to go to that ***** place. When the time passed, Samwell tried to change all this. He began to eat in moderation, exercise hard, and study fencing and horsemanship seriously, hoping to restore his image in his father's heart. Of course, just as his body fat cannot be lost in a short period of time, it is not easy to reverse the deep-rooted image of Earl Landau. And before Samwell could make any progress, his efforts were interrupted by a fall from a horse. Fortunately, Samwell was not riding fast at the time, and he had fat as a buffer. The accident did not kill him, but only made him lie in bed for more than a month. The family's equestrian teacher said it was an accident. Samwell thought that someone might have tampered with his saddle. Obviously, someone doesn't want to see the Tully family's useless eldest son get back on his feet. Samwell didn't know who hit him this time, but he also had a rough guess. Earl Randall disdained to play such insidious tricks. Even if he wants to force his son to give up the right of inheritance, he will directly say so. The younger brother Dickon is just a 13-year-old brat. If he can have such scheming, ruthless methods and superb acting skills at this age, I am afraid that he will have the opportunity to compete for the Iron Throne in the future, instead of being like the one in the play, as obscurity. However, although it is unlikely that the younger brother did it, it should be someone close to the younger brother. Samuel has been a waste for too long. Not only Earl Randall has already given up on him, but many people in the family have long regarded Dickon as the future lord. So, unlike Samuel, who is lonely and helpless, Dickon has too many interests involved, and has already gathered a group of loyal subordinates around him. If Samuel continues to be a waste, he can still live until the day he is forced by his father to become a night watchman, but if he wants to regain his strength and fight for the inheritance of Horn Hill, he will immediately face continuous blows and even assassinations. After experiencing this incident, Samuel finally realized that he had completely lost his chance in this battle for succession rights, and now it was too late to reverse the situation, and he would face great risks. Under such circumstances, giving up is the wisest choice. What's more, with his familiarity with the plot, he already has the biggest bargaining chip in the upcoming Game of Thrones, so why bother to trap himself in Horn Hill? A battlefield that has been completely at a disadvantage, fighting a battle that has no chance. A battle of odds. Of course, even if he gave up, he still had to take the initiative and seize the opportunity to grab reasonable benefits, instead of continuing to put on his original cowardly appearance and foolishly waiting for the day when his father forced him to go to the Great Wall of Desperation. So after recovering from his injury, Samuel took the initiative to find his father and asked him to ask the governor of the Bend, the Duke of Metz, for a development order for himself. When Earl Randall heard the eldest son's request for the first time, he thought he had heard it wrong. He never thought that his cowardly son would have such courage. However, Earl Randall agreed after thinking for a moment. Because, if Samuel goes to open up a new territory, he will voluntarily give up the inheritance right of Horn Hill, which is what Earl Landau has always wanted to see. Of course, he doesn't think that his useless eldest son is really capable of opening up a new territory. But it doesn't matter. Even if this son died during the pioneering process, he would not feel heartbroken, but would be relieved by it. This is the proper destination for a man of the Tully family. Thus, there was this trip to Gayotting by the father and son. Blah blah blah, crisp. Footsteps sounded. Samuel turned his head, and saw a fiery red figure stepping into the night hall. It was a cute girl with brown eyes. Like a forest fawn, a red silk tunic dress highlighted her well-proportioned and tall figure. Her soft brown curly hair was scattered on her smooth shoulders, which made her already fair skin more crystal clear. The facial features have a unique charm that makes people unforgettable at first sight. She is the daughter of the Duke of Mace, the Rose of Highgarden. Marjorie Tyrell. Chapter 2 Canonization. Sorry, Lord Tully, Sam, Dickon, for keeping you waiting. Margaret raised the hem of her skirt and gave a slight salute. The bright smile on her face made the entire night hall seem to be a little brighter. Samuel only took a look, then lowered his head again. The beauty in front of him is not something he can covet. At least he can't right now. The younger brother Dickon stared blankly at the delicate rose in front of him, completely unaware of how rude his behavior was. Earl Randall coughed lightly to wake up his distraught second son, and then asked Marjorie, "I don't know when the Duke will come." Marjorie looked ashamed. "Father is unwell today, so I can't come, I'm really sorry." Earl Randall frowned slightly. "In that case, let's reschedule." Margaret shook her head, took out a scroll from behind her, and said with a smile, "There is no need to reschedule. Father has already signed the development order and entrusted me to hand it over." "But what about canonization? I will also be canonized instead of my father." As soon as this remark was made, the night hall fell silent instantly. Dickon was stupid enough not to react, but Earl Randall and Samuel both understood that the Duke of Mace was deliberately making excuses. Actually, this is not too surprising. After so many years of development and management in the Reach, there are not many unclaimed lands left. If you really want to open up, you can only go to the barren land near the frontier, such as the Crimson Mountains. But there are really poor mountains and rivers, and bandits are rampant. Let alone whether it is worth exploring. The Difficulty of establishing a territory there is not something ordinary people dare to challenge. The reputation of the cowardly eldest son of the Tarley family is no secret in the aristocratic circle of the River Bend. No one would think that Samuel is qualified and capable to open up new territories. The Duke of Metz is obviously unwilling to grant a pioneering order to such a person. If Earl Randall, one of the most important vassals of the Tyrrell family, hadn't come to beg this time, the Duke of Mace would never have let go. But granting the pioneering order also means that Samuel will become a vassal of the Duke of Metz, so it stands to reason that the Duke of Metz should personally confer. Samuel Tarley is a pioneering knight. However, the Duke was obviously very reluctant to accept Samuel as his knight. That's why he deliberately pretended to be sick and didn't show up in person. Instead, he sent his own daughter to confer on Samuel and grant a pioneering order. In fact, Earl Landau could also understand the embarrassment of Duke Mace. If Duke Mace sent his eldest son, the heir of Highgarden, Varys Tyrell, to do this instead of him, Earl Landau would also. He pinches his nose and admits it. But Marjorie, what qualifications does she have to be a knight? Such humiliation, even Earl Landau hated his eldest son, found it difficult to accept. He stared at Marjorie coldly, not hiding his anger. Margaret still had a soft and innocent smile on her delicate face, as if she didn't understand where Earl Randall's anger came from. Just as the atmosphere gradually became stagnant, Samuel, the person involved, suddenly broke the deadlock. In this case, there is Miss Margaret Lau. Facing the humiliation, Samuel was of course angry, but he also understood that the anger of the weak is not worth mentioning. Moreover, he did not forget the biggest purpose of his trip, to get the development order. He didn't want to lose what was really important for the sake of ridiculous dignity. The ups and downs he has experienced in his previous life have taught him to endure when necessary. Margaret heard that. A look of surprise flashed in Samuel's eyes, and then she smiled and said, "Okay, let's get started." Earl Randall glared at his son with a look of hatred, as if to say, "You are willing to accept the canonization of a woman," but Samuel himself agreed, so he couldn't say anything more. Marjorie walked up the steps in the front row of the hall, while Samuel knelt down on one knee in front of the steps. A beam of light shot down from the glazed skylight, just covering the two of them, adding a little sacred atmosphere to the upcoming ceremony. Samuel pulled out the long sword at his waist and raised his hands above his head. Margaret was about to go get it, but Earl Randall suddenly said, "To enshrine the blood of the Tully family, you should use this broken heart." Clang! Earl Randall pulled out the two-handed giant sword from his waist and handed it to Marjorie. This giant sword, Broken Heart, made of Valyrian steel, has been passed down by the Tully family for more than 500 years. It weighs more than 30 pounds. It is difficult for normal people to hold it, let alone swing it to fight. As for the pampered and pampered noble lady, she may not be able to lift this giant sword. Obviously, Earl Randall wanted to make a fool of the Rose of Highgarden and vent his dissatisfaction. Facing Earl Landau's deliberate embarrassment, Marjorie did not back down, but smiled slightly, and stretched out her white and slender hands. Ding! The tip of the sword hit the marble floor, but fortunately, the hilt was firmly held in Marjorie's hand. She took a deep breath and used all her strength to raise the giant sword and place it on Samuel's shoulder. Huh! The giant sword inherited from the Tully family is really extraordinary. No wonder the Earl can use it to cross the battlefield and be invincible. After these words, Earl Landau was embarrassed to say anything more, but just snorted softly, stepped back and stood still. Margaret looked down at the half-kneeling knight in front of her, and was about to read the oath when she suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Sam, are you going to keep using the original family name, or change to a new one?" After becoming the Pioneer Lord, Samuel can indeed change to a new family name to show his separation from the Tully family in Hornhill. Samuel heard the words, but did not answer. Immediately, he still lowered his head, and his body began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Marjorie thought that the other party was uncomfortable being pressed by the giant sword, so she used a little force to help share some of the weight. In fact, Samuel was not trembling from being pressed by the sword at all, but trembling from excitement. Because he actually saw the square characters after 3 months. These words that do not belong to this different world appeared in the lower right corner of his field of vision after the canonization ceremony began, and he had to work hard to read them clearly. Samuel Tarly title, Pioneering Knight Territory. None vassals. None strength. 1.08 agility. 0.52 spirit. 1.12 What's this? Is it the property panel? Samuel was ecstatic in his heart. This joy crashed down like a boulder, shattering the forbearance he had tried so hard to maintain since he crossed. At this moment, the anger, fear, humiliation, and worry that have been suppressed for a long time, rolled and surged in his chest, brewing into an inexplicable emotion, as if it was about to burst out. If before, he just wanted to rely on his familiarity with the plot to navigate among the major forces with ease, or sit around with his thick thighs, then now, a wild hope suddenly rose in his heart, ambition for the twisted and ugly Iron Throne, full of sharp horns and forged from thousands of swords. I've figured out a new family name. Samuel raised his head again, followed the icy giant sword to look directly at Marjorie's brown eyes like a deer, and said loudly, Caesar. From now on, I am Samuel Caesar. Marjorie was stunned. At a certain moment just now, she seemed to see jumping flames from the eyes of the man in front of her. But soon, she regained her composure, confirmed that there was no precedent for this new family name, and smiled at Samuel, her tone becoming extremely solemn. I, Marjorie Tyrell, daughter of Mace Tyrell, in the name of Governor of the Reach, Guardian of the South, and Duke of Highgarden, canonize Samuel Caesar as a pioneer knight. All unclaimed lands in the River Bend can be developed by you, and all unclaimed people can be sheltered by you. May the Father give you integrity, may the Mother give you mercy, may the warrior give you courage, may the crone give you wisdom, and may the stranger give you strength to overcome all enemies. I, Samuel Caesar, under the witness of the 7 gods, swear by the heroic spirit of the holy ancestor, Green Hand, Garth, to dedicate my loyalty to the great Duke of Mace. From now on, your will is mine. Uphold the belief that your sword points as the direction of my progress. I will protect this honor with my life. Chapter 3 Properties Panel. After the canonization ceremony was over, Marjorie left in a hurry. Dickon was also driven away by his father. In the empty night hall, only Earl Landau and Samuel Caesar were left. The father and son faced each other in silence, and the atmosphere was a little stagnant. Samuel was eager to go back and study his attribute panel, so he took the lead in saying, Father, you left me here, but what else do you have to explain? You hate me. Earl Landau looked at his eldest son, and said suddenly, without waiting for Samuel to answer, he continued, You don't have to argue because I don't care. The corner of Samuel's mouth twitched, and he simply stopped talking. Earl Randall looked at the suddenly unfamiliar son in front of him, with inexplicable emotions in his heart, but his tone was still as cold as before. If a hunter returns empty-handed, his family will starve. If a lord is defeated, his castle will be burned. For thousands of years, how many families in Westeros have disappeared in the long river of time, only because of a cowardly and incompetent heir? The Tully family in the frontier needs a lord who can wield broken heart to kill enemies, and you are not even qualified to touch it. So, no matter how much you hate me, I will never hand over the fate of the family to you. Quote, Samuel listened silently, but he really didn't have much resentment in his heart. Because the original owner did not meet Earl Landau's requirements for an heir, although he tried to change after traveling, it was too late. However, these are in the past. After the canonization ceremony, he has changed his surname to Caesar, and everything in the Tully family has nothing to do with him from now on. At this moment, Earl Landau suddenly threw something at his son. Samuel caught it quickly, and when he looked down, he realized that it was actually a big bag full of golden dragon coins. Since you voluntarily renounced the right of inheritance, this is what you deserve. Earl Randall explained calmly. Thank you, father. Of course Samuel would not refuse, he was in need of funds to develop at this time. In addition, before this departure, your equestrian teacher James has been slaughtered by me. Samuel was shocked when he heard this. But immediately, he realized, this James should be the man behind his last horse crash. He was discovered by his father and killed. No matter how useless you are still the eldest son of the Tully family. Even if you want to judge you, I should do it myself. Earl Landau said domineeringly. Samuel bowed his head in silence with mixed feelings in his heart. No matter what, his father avenged him. After a moment of silence, Earl Landau spoke again. Sam, do you still remember our language? Samuel nodded. First in battle. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he realized why Earl Landau was so determined to change his heir. It was obviously impossible for the original owner to practice the Tully family's language. Earl Randall's face softened slightly. Although you are no longer named Tully, I still hope you can remember this sentence. Conspiracies and lies may win political victories, but when it comes to how to rule the roost on the battlefield, we, the Tully family, have more say. Since you have the courage to accept the development order this time, it means that the blood of our Tully family is still flowing in your body after all. Remember this motto, it is far more useful than money in the difficult territory development. Samuel nodded solemnly, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. But immediately, Earl Landau's next words were like ice water. But if you fail to open up, don't go back to Hornhill. Otherwise, I will cut off your head with my own hands. After saying this, Earl Randall turned and left. Leaving Samuel with a complex expression, he watched his father's tall back gradually go away, and finally shook his head and laughed, and rolled his eyes by the way. In the garden full of flowers, Samuel was holding a long silver sword, practicing stabbing hard at a target made of iron oak. It's a pity that his bloated figure is not beautiful at all, and it also seriously affects the speed of movement. It didn't take long for his steps to become chaotic. But Samuel still didn't give up, and clumsily persisted. It wasn't until the sun was setting that his clothes were completely soaked, and he finally stopped moving his tired body. With difficulty, Samuel came to the steps and sat down, picked up the water glass and took a few sips. When he regained his breath, he looked intently at his attribute panel. It can be seen that the above data has not changed much, only the agility has changed from 0.52 to 0.53. It seems that I guessed right, training can change the value of attributes. But this change is not so significant. After practicing stabbing all afternoon, only the agility increased by 0.01, but the strength and spirit remained unchanged. Maybe not without change, but the change is too small to be reflected numerically. After all, the values on the property panel are only accurate to 2 decimal places. The reason why agility changes the most should be because the original value is too low, so it is easier to improve. Samuel guessed that the 3 values of an ordinary adult should be 1. Because he is too obese, his agility value is indeed the biggest difference from normal people. The attribute of strength is slightly higher than that of normal people. After all, if the strength is low, they can't move such a large weight, and his highest data is spirit, which is 1.12. Samuel felt that this might have something to do with the fact that the original owner was born smart and liked to read. The 3 values on the attribute panel, strength and agility, are easy to understand, but Samuel is a little uncertain about the last spirit. He has some doubts that the data of spirit may be related to the legendary magic that has disappeared. After all, this is a magical world, with dragons, white walkers, children of the forest, wizards, and gods old and new. Although these magical creatures are now either extinct or have become legends, and even miracles may not appear in Westeros for a long time, as the long summer is coming to an end and winter is approaching, the game of power begins again. Things on the mysterious side will gradually recover. Perhaps when one's spiritual value increases to a certain level, one can open the door to the mysterious side and find out. But the problem is also here, Samuel has not found a way to add points. Only relying on the night training method, he can indeed increase the strength and agility values, but the speed is too slow. Moreover, as the 2 values increase, the speed will further decrease, but the difficulty will increase. As for the method of improving the spirit, you don't want to read a book, do you? However, Samuel did not feel frustrated. Even if this attribute panel cannot directly add points, just digitizing his 3 attributes is already extremely useful, because he can observe the changes in attribute values by trying various methods, so as to research a set of improvement methods that suit him best. Just like the swordsmanship he is practicing now inherited from the Tully family, Samuel can streamline and even perfect it through the feedback of attribute values. Moreover, Although it is impossible to directly add points now, it may not be possible in the future. Samuel guessed that when he opened up a territory and canonized some vassals, this attribute panel is likely to undergo new changes. At that time, it may be able to add some points. Just as he was thinking about it and was complacent, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Samuel turned his head and saw a maid approaching, respectfully said, "Sir Caesar, the butler sent me to remind you that the dinner will start at 6 o'clock sharp, and the place will be in the banquet hall of the main castle." "Okay." Samuel got up and ordered, "Prepare hot water for me, I want to take a bath." "Yes." Chapter 4 Dinner Party. When Samuel walked into the banquet hall, the afterglow of the setting sun had gradually dimmed. Thousands of scented candles illuminate the hall as if it were daytime, and the floor is covered with thick wool carpets, which are soft and comfortable to step on, as if walking on clouds. Long wooden tables are placed in the center of the spacious hall. The tables are uniformly covered with navy blue velvet and decorated with fresh roses of various colors. The faint fragrance permeates the air, making you feel refreshed. The well-dressed waiter brought Samuel to the table and sat down, and poured him a glass of golden wine from Arbor Island. At this time, there was still some time before the banquet started, but quite a few guests had already arrived, talking in twos and threes in low voices. Earl Randall and his brother Dickon have also arrived, but their positions are not arranged next to Samuel. Earl Landau seemed not to have noticed the eldest son's arrival, and lowered his head to sip his wine, while Dickon next to him waved his hand at his elder brother, as if he wanted to come over to talk, but he glanced at his father with a serious face beside him, and didn't dare to get up run around. After a while, the owner of the castle finally appeared. The Duke of Highgarden looks to be in his 50s, and his curly brown hair, which is the signature of the Tyrell family, is already spotted with gray. However, Master Inflatable Fish has a ruddy complexion, a loud voice, and firm and powerful steps, and there is no physical discomfort at all. "Is this guy too lazy to pretend?" Samuel muttered to himself, but still got up and followed everyone to salute the Duke. With the Duke of Metz sitting on the throne, the banquet officially began. Young and beautiful maids walked among the long tables like butterflies wearing flowers, serving delicious dishes one after another. Salmon salad, charcoal grilled venison leg, pan-fried lamprey, creamy chestnut soup, honey pine nut cake, freshly picked strawberries, and a golden tail shrimp that is quite rare even on the noble dining table. The index finger moved. This dinner was actually to celebrate Samuel becoming a pioneer knight, but Duke Mace made no secret of his dislike for the useless eldest son of the Tarley family. After a brief introduction to Sam, he immediately changed the topic to other aspects. And everyone naturally knows that Samuel can become a pioneer knight. In fact, it is just that Earl Landau wants to change his heir. No one thinks that this famous waste in the river bend can really open up a new territory. Some people are even whispering, laughing and spreading words like, "a knight conferred by a woman." Regarding these gossips, Samuel decisively chose to ignore them and eat them in silence. And when he opened the shell of the golden tail shrimp and stuffed the tender and juicy shrimp meat into his stomach, Samuel was suddenly stunned. Because he found that his strength attribute actually increased by 0.01. Eating can add attributes. Is there such a good thing? Excited, Samuel quickly swept away the rest of the food. However, the attribute did not continue to grow. After taking a sip of wine and pondering for a moment, Samuel had a guess. He called the maid behind him and said, "Can I have another golden tail shrimp? Please." The maid looked at the fat knight in front of her, and nodded with a suppressed smile, "Okay, please wait a moment." When the second golden tail shrimp was presented in front of him, Samuel couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. Sure enough, strength increased by 0.01 again. It seems that this is really the golden tail shrimp. It can actually increase the strength attribute. In ecstasy, Samuel turned his head and called the maid again, and asked for another portion despite the disdainful gazes from the surrounding people. Because he knows that this kind of golden tail shrimp is an extremely precious ingredient. If he wants to eat it outside the Duke's mansion, he will have to spend a lot of money to buy it, and he may not be able to buy it. So, at this time, there is no need to worry about banquet etiquette or aristocratic face. What's more, he has long lost face in the aristocratic circle of the Reach. However, when Samuel killed the third golden-tail shrimp and seemed to want to eat it again, even the Duke of Mace couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but say, "Sam, are golden-tail shrimp so delicious?" Samuel wiped his mouth with a napkin without changing his face, stood up and saluted, "Yes, Your Excellency, this is the most delicious food I have ever eaten in my life. Please forgive me for losing my composure." Facing Samuel's thick skin and words of praise, the Duke of Mace couldn't say much for a while, otherwise it would appear that his master was too stingy. "Then you can eat, but don't eat too much, or I'm worried that you won't be able to climb the horseback tomorrow." Ha ha ha. Seemingly proud of his ridicule, Duke of Mace smiled like a pumpkin at a harvest banquet. Everyone also laughed, and the banquet hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. Samuel seemed unaware of these ridicules, thanked the Duke loudly for his generosity, and then turned to the maid, saying, "Another golden-tail shrimp, thank you. You have already laughed at me anyway, it, wouldn't it be a loss if I don't eat it?" But at this time, the butler came over, and said with an embarrassed expression, "I'm so sorry, sir, the ingredients for golden-tail shrimp have been used up." Samuel suspected that this guy just said this because he was reluctant to feed himself, but he had no choice but to shrug his shoulders helplessly and let it go. Duke of Metz suddenly laughed again. "Sam, there should be a lot of venison in the kitchen, do you want some? Who rare venison?" Samuel was about to decline, but he heard the mother of the Duke of Mace, Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwyn, suddenly said, "I have never liked this kind of shellfish. Sam, if you don't mind, you can eat this from me." Samuel glanced at the silver-haired, short old lady in surprise, wondering why the Queen of Thorns, who had always been sour in rumors, would be so kind to him today. He asked himself that he was not a young hero, and he had nothing worthy of the other party's scheme. Of course, on the surface, Samuel still put on a look of honor, saluted with a smile. "How could I despise Mrs. Olenna's gift? Okay. Olenna smiled all over her face. "A good knight must first have a good appetite, take it." The maid was about to step forward, but Olenna winked at her granddaughter Marjorie beside her. Marjorie understood immediately, and actually picked up the golden-tail shrimp in front of Olenna herself, and walked towards Samuel. She actually wondered why her grandmother treated Samuel so courteously, but this smart girl kept her doubts in her heart, and cooperated with her grandmother tacitly to complete this courtship. Samuel was flattered and quickly got up to thank him. "You are a knight handbook by me, so you don't need to be so polite." Marjorie put the silver dinner plate in front of Samuel, smiled softly, and showed great demeanor. The daughter of the Duke changed into a pure white satin dress tonight. Her body proportions are excellent, and the close-fitting dress highlights every ups and downs of her body, weaving into fascinating curves. The complicated engraved gold headdress, the sapphire necklace on the chest, and the elegant skirt made of layers of silk chiffon all reveal the unique luxury of the top aristocrats. Just by looking at it, one can feel a sense of distant class, which makes people feel ashamed. But now, the most beautiful rose in Highgarden actually personally delivers meals to clowns like Samuel. This scene made everyone in the hall dumbfounded, especially those young male guests. The invisible flames in their eyes almost roasted Samuel. However, facing the approach of such a beautiful girl, Samuel was extremely vigilant. Of course, on the surface, Samuel still showed the nervousness and panic that a cowardly boy should have when facing the Duke's daughter, and tried his best to conceal the surprise. Olenna looked at Samuel at a loss under the charm of her granddaughter, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up, and said, "Sam, where are you going to develop? Do you have a goal?" "Dear Mrs. Olenna, I haven't figured it out yet. Since you haven't set a goal yet, I have a suggestion." Samuel immediately became alert when he heard the words. It is said that the gifts of fate have already secretly marked the price. Obviously, the gift of this Queen of Thorns will naturally not be free. However, the golden-tail shrimp has already accepted it, and it is still in his territory. Of course, Samuel dare not refuse, and said, "Please tell me." Olenna shook her head and whetted her appetite. "We won't talk about business at the banquet, so how about it, come to me tomorrow, and we'll talk in detail." "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 5 Funding. "Okay, let's send it here." Early the next morning, at the gate of Highgarden, Earl Landau stopped the eldest son, Samuel stopped and said with a smile, "Father, brother, take care all the way." Dickon stepped forward and gave Samuel a bear hug, saying, "Brother, remember to come to Horn Hill to see me often." Samuel remembered his father's warning not to go back, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he nodded perfunctorily to his brother. Earl Randall let Dickon and the guards go first, but he stayed behind. Seeing this, Samuel knew that his father still had something to say. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Earl Randall said, "Beware the women of House Tyrell." Samuel was taken aback when he heard this. Before he could speak, Earl Landau continued, "They are very smart, but they often cannot see their place." After saying this, Earl Landau didn't explain any more, turned around and left. Samuel looked thoughtfully at the figure of his father and his party going away. When he first watched the TV series, he actually didn't pay much attention to the Earl Randall, he just remembered that the other party was very powerful in war. But after this contact, Samuel discovered that the Lord of Horn Hill was quite secretive. This person doesn't like to play tricks, and has never participated in the competition for the Iron Throne. He seems to be just a loyal and powerful thug under the command of the Tyrell family. However, thinking back carefully now, Samuel discovered that the low-key Earl Landau in the play actually entered the cabinet quietly and became the Minister of Justice of the kingdom. Such a person is definitely not simply good at fighting. And the reminder he reminded himself just now must be because of what Queen of Thorns, Olenna said at the banquet last night. Although Earl Randall has given up on the eldest son, he still does not want him to be used by the women of the Tyrell family. In fact, without Earl Landau's reminder, Samuel would be vigilant. After all, he knows very well that the men of the Tyrell family are relatively mediocre in politics, but those women, especially the grandmother and daughter Olenna, Queen of Thorns, and Rose of Highgarden, Marjorie, are quite mediocre in politics. A high-ranking player in this game of power. They found themselves this time, they must have a plan. However, Samuel was not too worried. After all, he is familiar with the direction of the plot, and he is also clear about the temperament and ambition of the woman of the Tyrell family. On the contrary, the other party thinks that Samuel is just a cowardly waste who is rejected by his biological father. Such a lack of information is his opportunity. Thinking of this, Samuel packed up his mood and returned to the castle. Led by the maid, he came to a courtyard, where Queen of Thorns, Olenna was waiting for him. As soon as he entered the door, Samuel found that Marjorie was there. This high garden rose was standing among the rose bushes, holding a freshly cut golden rose in her slender white hands, and inserting it into the half-finished flower basket. At this time, Margaret looked focused. Her straight and beautiful nose bridge and slightly tight red lips gave her a demure and beautiful temperament. Even though she was standing in a corner of the courtyard at this time, people felt that she was the only one in the courtyard. Center of. Hearing the sound of Samuel's footsteps, Marjorie turned her head and smiled sweetly, then raised a flower basket to greet her. "Sam, what do you think of this flower basket I made?" Samuel touched his chest and saluted, "As beautiful as you. Then I will give it to you, my knight." Samuel quickly took it and bowed his head in thanks, as if he didn't dare to look into the girl's eyes. Following Marjorie, Samuel walked into the gazebo in the courtyard. Olenna was drinking honey flower tea. In the pavilion, looking at Samuel with a smile at this moment, stretched out her hand and said, "Sit down, young knight." Samuel stepped forward to salute, and then sat down opposite Olenna. "Dear Mrs. Olenna, I wonder what you want from me. Of course it's about the direction of development. If you don't have a goal yet, you can listen to my suggestions. Please tell me." Olenna spread out a prepared map, spread it on the table, and then drew a circle on it, saying, "I suggest you try to develop here." Samuel looked intently, and saw that the place Olenna pointed to was impressively located in the south of the Reach, at the western foot of the Crimson Mountains, on the north shore of the Summer Sea, near the mouth of the turbulent river. Here, Samuel rubbed his chin and asked humbly, "Madam, why do you suggest me to develop here?" Olenna took a sip of herbal tea and said with a smile, "The undeveloped places in the Reach are mainly in the Crimson Mountains, and the place I pointed out to you is near the mouth of the turbulent river, which is also convenient for you to carry out maritime trade in the future." Samuel nodded, but seemed to hesitate a bit, But ma'am, there are many high mountains in the Scarlet Mountains, I'm afraid it's not convenient to build a castle. Olenna smiled slightly. Have you forgotten where Castle Rock City and Eagle's Nest City were built? Although it is difficult to build a mountain city, it is easy to defend once it is built. Moreover, there are a large number of free people living in the Crimson Mountains, people. But if you can get their support, you don't have to worry about the population of the territory. Samuel knew that the free folk that Mrs. Olenna spoke of was actually a name for the wildlings living in the Crimson Mountains. They were descendants of the Andals and the ancestors, with dark skin and short stature. Accepting the control of the Lord, they hid in the vast red mountains and formed primitive tribes. They lived by gathering and hunting, and often went down the mountain to plunder nearby villages and towns. The lords of the reach near the Crimson Mountains tried many times to wipe out these wildlings, but all failed. After all, the Crimson Mountain range is too big, and the savages hide in it, but there is no one to be found. As soon as the lords' army left, they came out to loot wantonly, which was very annoying. These savages who are hostile to the Riverbend people are also one of the biggest obstacles for Samuel's development this time. Of course, according to Mrs. Olenna, if Samuel can subdue these savages, they will also become the largest source of population in the new territory. Samuel touched the back of his head awkwardly, putting on a timid look. But ma'am, I am worried that if I go there, I will be torn alive by those ferocious savages in the Red Mountains before I can gain a foothold. The Tully family has always been rich and excellent fighters, and I believe you will not let me down. Before Samuel could speak, Olenna immediately said, Don't worry, the Tyrell family has always wanted to forget the wildlings, so if you take my advice, I'll pick 100 soldiers from the family guard to go out with you. Samuel's eyes lit up immediately, and he swallowed the words he was going to refuse. In fact, after seeing the place Olenna pointed him to, Samuel had a preliminary guess about the Queen of Thorns plan. She wanted to use and control herself, but Samuel didn't want to use the power of the Tyrell family to open up territories. These 100 soldiers are too important to him at this time. Of course, it would be better if there were more. So, Samuel continued to shrink his head, hesitating. Madam, 100 soldiers, isn't it a bit small? Is this too little? Olenna became a little impatient. In the distant heroic era, when Green Hand Gars came to Highgard to open up, there were not 100 people around him. Seeing this, Margaret smiled and said, Sam, I believe that with your ability, you can definitely open up a territory here. How about it? I still have some personal savings, and I can use them to support you. As she spoke, Marjorie took out a dark green money bag and stuffed it into Samuel's arms. Samuel touched the heavy purse, immediately put on a look of great encouragement, patted his chest and said that he would definitely live up to the expectations of Mrs. Olenna and Miss Marjorie. Olenna smiled with satisfaction, and was overjoyed, and ordered the housekeeper to prepare 5 golden-tailed prawns for Samuel to pack and take away. Samuel naturally accepted all comers without hesitation. After Samuel left, Marjorie sat down beside her grandmother, hugged her arm affectionately, and asked, Grandma, why did you ask Sam to develop there? Since you don't even know what I'm up to, why are you using your own savings? Margaret shook her grandmother's arm, and said coquettishly, cooperating with Grandma to complete the layout, isn't this what I should do? As for the reason for this layout, it doesn't matter, anyway, I'm sure you're right after listening to you. Little cunning. Olenna smiled and nodded her granddaughter's nose. Then try to guess my intentions. Marjorie glanced across the map. It should be for Dornay, right? Smart. Olenna nodded in satisfaction. Then why don't you send a brave knight to pioneer? Instead, let someone like Samuel. It's an important location, but it's also a barren land. It's difficult to produce. In addition, there are savages harassing it, and it's close to Dornay. It's difficult to establish a territory with the conventional method of development. Therefore, I need to borrow this Tully family in the name of abandoning a son, to take some less honorable means. Olenna explained a little vaguely. Marjorie frowned. But Grandma, wouldn't it be not good for you to use people from the Tully family like this? What's wrong? Such a waste who was abandoned by the family, without our support. Do you really think he can complete the development by himself? Of course, Our support is not free, but this is the price he should pay. Olenna looked towards the lush courtyard outside the pavilion, and sighed after a while. The more beautiful the rose, the more the sharp thorns are needed. If I don't do some things, do I still expect your stupid father to do them? Chapter 6 Recruitment. Dear Lord Caesar, Todd Fohua is at your service. Under the order of Lady Olenna, Samuel looked at the knight bowing to him in front of him and the 100 soldiers of the Tyrell family. Behind him, with an unconcealable surprise on his face, he had assumed that the 100 soldiers Olenna was talking about would be levies, a group of farmers who had just put down their hoes and picked up their swords. But looking at the uniform movements and bloodthirsty temperament of these people in front of them, they are clearly the regular army of the Tyrell family. And leather armor, long swords, shields, spears, bows and arrows, everything is available. With such a well-armed elite infantry, it is not a problem to go to the barons to wipe out a small lord. Olenna just left it to herself. Samuel suddenly felt that he might have underestimated the determination and skill of the Queen of Thorns. Of course, the other party obviously underestimated him. He is not such an easy-to-control puppet. Looking at the elite soldiers of the Tyrell family in front of him, the eagerness in Samuel's eyes could not be concealed. He wants to let the women of the Tyrell family know what it means to beat meat buns. How can they scold themselves? Came back to his senses, Samuel took a closer look at the leader of this group of soldiers, Todd Flora Knight. This person looks to be in his 30s, tall, with a weathered face. The most striking thing is the horrible scar extending from his left ear to the corner of his mouth. However, Samuel is more concerned about the other party's surname, Buddha Flower. The 7 kingdoms of Westeros all have their own customary, illegitimate surnames, such as Snow in the north, Rivers in the Riverland, Sand in Dorne, and in the Riverbend, illegitimate children with noble blood generally take Flowers as their surname. In the continent of Westeros, illegitimate children are not always inferior to others, because they only need a decree from the king to become legalized illegitimate children, with the right of inheritance second only to direct children. There are not a few illegitimate children who can even affect the situation of the entire continent, such as the former Duke of Blood Raven, Brynden Rivers, and Jon Snow, who is about to become one of the protagonists of the plot. So Samuel is very curious, which Todd Buddha Flower in front of him is the illegitimate son of a nobleman in the river. Seeing that Samuel didn't respond for a long time, Todd looked up and asked, Master Caesar, we are all ready, are we going to leave immediately? Samuel smiled and said, Don't worry, I have to recruit some more people. Todd frowned. Do you want to recruit again? Yes. Samuel showed a look of fear. There are many wild animals in the Scarlet Mountains, and there are wild men who don't obey discipline. Of course, I have to take more people there. Todd secretly cursed in his heart that the useless eldest son of the Tully family really deserved his reputation, but he had no choice but to follow him into the city. After walking for a while, Todd realized something was wrong, so he asked, My lord, aren't we going to the mercenary camp? No. Samuel didn't explain much, and continued to walk forward. Not long after, a group of people came to the pier by the Monday River. It was noon at this time, the weather was extremely hot, and most of the dock workers were resting in the shade. Samuel told Todd next to him, Send some people to tell these laborers that I, Samuel Caesar, was ordered by the Duke of Metz to go to the Crimson Mountains to develop. If you are willing to follow me, you can come here to sign up. I will take care of their food and drink, and there will be a meal of meat every day. In addition, a military salary of 70 copper coins will be issued every month. If unfortunately killed in battle, the family can receive a pension of 5 silver stags. Todd hesitated, but reminded, Aren't you a little too generous to these people, my lord? Samuel waved his hand, with a look of, I am not short of money, only a generous lord can recruit soldiers who are good at fighting. Do as I say. Yes, my lord. Soon, the news that Samuel was going to recruit soldiers to open up the Crimson Mountains spread throughout the pier. 1 meal of meat every day, 70 copper coins per month, and 5 silver deers pension after death. Is there such a good thing? Are you sure you heard it right? Of course not, it's all over the pier now. Could it be a liar? Gavin frowned. Which family's surname is Caesar? Why haven't I heard of it? Do you know all the gentlemen in the Reach? The companion sneered, and how could they be liars? There are hundreds of majestic soldiers standing there. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Gavin stopped, hesitating immediately, and immediately ran over with the crowd. Not long after, almost all the laborers at the dock heard the news. Obviously, such superior treatment is enough to drive these low-level people crazy. Not to mention the Crimson Mountains, they dare to break into the mountains of swords and seas of fire. Samuel stood on a high ground, looked at the dark crowd in front of him, and said loudly, "I am the pioneer knight just conferred by the Duke of Metz, Samuel Caesar. Today I will recruit a group of soldiers to accompany me to the Crimson Mountains to open up new territory. However, not everyone wants it. I still have the following requirements. First of all, I only want people between the ages of 18 and 35. As soon as this remark came out, many people showed disappointment and left. The crowd was thinner, but there were still thousands of people. Samuel pointed to the lighthouse in the distance again, and said, "Now, run to that lighthouse as fast as you can, and then run back." Many people froze in place after hearing this, but more smart people understood that this was a means of selection, and immediately ran away. Samuel watched quietly, and after the first batch of fastest people returned, he asked Todd to send someone to stop the rest of the people behind, telling them that they had been eliminated. After that, Samuel roughly counted the number of people in front of him, and found that it was still a bit too many. He can't afford to support too many soldiers now. Not to mention, these people are the subjects of the Tyrell family after all. It stands to reason that he should first seek the permission of the Duke of Metz before recruiting troops. But he didn't want to meet the adult inflatable fish who obviously didn't like him, in case the other party refused. So he is going to directly recruit about 100 young and strong people. Even if the Duke of Metz knows about such a few people, he should not bother to care about him. So, Samuel went to a high ground in front of the crowd, held the saber flat in front of his body, and ordered the rest of the laborers to line up and pass under the sword. Seeing a person passing by with his head bowed, Samuel would say to him, "You have been called." For those who couldn't reach the sword even when they stood up straight, he shook his head. "Sorry, you were eliminated." Gavin watched from the side, and soon realized that this time the master was planning to use his height to screen soldiers, and he felt a little nervous. After all the people in front had passed by, he gritted his teeth and prepared to step forward. Looking at the long sword getting closer, Gavin gradually began to despair in his heart, because he found that he was really not tall enough. But when he walked under the sword, Gavin suddenly stood on tiptoe and closed his eyes at the same time. Even though he knew that his small actions might be exposed mercilessly, Gavin couldn't care less. He is not reconciled. He was born in a slum, and he longed to be a knight's squire since he was a child, but why would the nobleman take a fancy to him, a pariah who doesn't even have a surname? Hearing that a knight was going to open up this time, Gavin rekindled hope. He knows that although it is difficult to open up the territory, once successful, a group of new nobles will be born. He naturally did not dare to hope to become a nobleman, but only hoped to be favored by a new knight and become his attendant. But now, this dream seems to be shattered again. Gavin held his breath, waiting for the judgment of fate. But the strange thing is that the voice of the Knight Master has never sounded. Gavin didn't dare to turn his head to look, and was unwilling to give up, so he kept tiptoeing. As time passed, Gavin's legs began to tremble, his face flushed, and beads of sweat kept dripping down, but he stubbornly refused to give up. Of course Samuel saw that this kid was trying to cheat, but he never eliminated him, as if he was going to see how long he could stand on tiptoes. The scorching sun in the afternoon was extremely hot, and the sweat that had just dripped evaporated before it soaked the ground. Samuel began to feel his legs sore just standing normally, but the young man in front of him was still persisting. He trembled all over and was on the verge of falling, as if he was about to fall in the next second, but he never fell. Just when Gavin started to lose consciousness, a voice like the sounds of nature finally sounded. "Okay, you've been drafted." With a plop, Gavin fell to his knees, gasping for breath like a dehydrated fish. Then, he saw the gentleman knight squatting in front of him, with a gentle smile on Yuan Yuan's face. "Boy, what's your name?" I, Sir, my name is Gavin. Okay, Gavin, from today on, you will lead the horse for me. Gavin burst into tears instantly. Yes, sir. Chapter 7 Master, I am not short of money, dear Miss Marjorie Tyrell. I shouldn't bother you with these trivial matters, but considering that you are the sponsor of this pioneering operation after all, I feel obliged to write to keep you updated on the latest developments. After parting that day, I met Knight Todd Flowers and 100 Tyrell soldiers. They are all outstanding fighters. Please help me convey my gratitude to Mrs. Olena. In addition, I also recruited 108 dock laborers myself, and I believe they will also become an important help for this development. After staying in Highgarden for a day to prepare food and equipment, we set off. Going south along the Rose Avenue, we arrived near the Hive City Inn. About a month, we are going to take a rest here, and then leave the Rose Avenue and head south. However, we ran into some difficulties. It's hard to say, but it was indeed my mistake. I really didn't expect that the march of more than 200 people would consume so much. Especially those newly recruited soldiers. I promised them a meal of meat every day, so I realized that I might go bankrupt before I reached the Red Mountain Range. After much struggle, I decided to confess to you and pray for your help. Of course, I also know that this request is too much, so even if you refuse, I will not have any complaints. I am just worried that this development may come to an end without a problem. Your most loyal knight Samuel Caesar. In the garden full of roses, Marjorie is sitting on a hanging chair, swinging on a swing. Her brown curly hair is blowing in the wind, her delicate face is slightly wrinkled by the letter in her hand. She looks very pitiful. What's the matter? Which knight's letter is it that makes our little princess so worried? The speaker was a young man in a wheelchair. He had a beard, a thin face, and a peaceful temperament. This person is the eldest son of House Tyrell, the heir of Highgarden, Velas Tyrell. It's not what you think, brother. Marjorie jumped off the swing, handed the letter to Velas, and said with a red mouth, "It's Samuel from the Tully family. This guy, he actually wrote a letter to ask me for money. And it took him so long to get to the Hive City. Is he traveling all the way?" Samuel. Oh, I remember that kid. Velas looked at the letter with an unconcealable smile on his face. That pioneer knight who loves to eat golden tail shrimp. Huh. You actually funded him, not yet to cooperate with Grandma. Velas frowned slightly. I never asked before. What is the idea of Grandma sending Knight Todd and 100 soldiers of the family guard to help this kid open up the territory this time? Margaret shrugged. Actually, I don't know what the specific plan of Grandma is. I only know that she should deal with Don. Don. Velas unconsciously lowered his head, looking at his lame leg. Dornay is located in the southernmost part of the continent of Westeros, separated from the Reach by the Crimson Mountains. Since ancient times, there have been many neighbors, and the battle between Dornay and the River Bend has lasted for thousands of years. It is said that the Crimson Mountains were originally green, but they were dyed red by the blood of dead soldiers during the long-term war between the two places. And Velas' leg was broken by Prince Oberon Martell of Dornay in a martial arts tournament, which obviously intensified the hatred between the Tyrell family and the Martell family. Seeing that her brother was in a low mood, Margaret hurriedly stepped forward to hold his hand, and comforted her. Don't worry, brother, we will definitely make the Martell family pay the price. Velas smiled relievedly, shook his head and said, actually, I don't hate him. Really, he beat me upright in the tournament, so of course I don't complain. I'm afraid you won't believe me, but we've been keeping in touch. That guy Oberon a few days ago I also told me a good way to cook horse meat. Yes, I will go to inform the kitchen. I can try a new horse meat recipe tonight, haha. Velas returned the letter to his sister, and said, as for the Pioneer Knight's request, you can decide for yourself whether you want to continue funding. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. Marjorie didn't know whether her brother's relief was a disguise, but she didn't continue this topic. After taking the letter, she sighed helplessly. Hey, we must continue to support him. We can't really let him come back so soon. Okay, how much? 500? No, 300 golden dragons. Huh, I'm going to write to that fat man this time, so he can save some money. What a saving. Do you think I'm short of money? Facing the heroic Samuel, Gavin frowned and said, but master, the purchase funds you gave me before are almost used up." "So fast?" Samuel was also a little surprised when he heard this, but there was no panic on his face. Gavin felt a little more at ease when he saw this, but he still persuaded earnestly. "Master, in fact, you really don't need to be so kind to us. Although we promised to have a meal of meat every day, we actually only need to have broth to drink. Giving us 20 pounds of meat a day like this is really extravagant. How can you have the strength to train if you don't? Let everyone eat enough meat," Samuel plausibly said. "As for the money, you don't have to worry about it, sir, I am not short of money." Gavin felt helpless, but also felt warm in his heart. "Master, you are really the most generous knight I have ever seen." Samuel, who was generous to others, accepted Gavin's praise without any psychological burden, gave him some golden dragons, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go to the market town to buy. Remember to see if there are any ingredients that you haven't bought before. No matter how expensive it is, buy me a copy." "Yes, sir." In fact, Samuel's generosity is really not pretending. Although his current development funds are indeed running out, he believes that the Tyrell family will not sit back and watch him return without success. After all, 100 elite soldiers have been dispatched. Are you still reluctant to add some money? Of course Samuel knew that Mrs. Olenna had schemes against him, but using and being used were always mutual. And before the opponent achieves his goal, he is actually the one taking the initiative. After sending Gavin away, Samuel came to the camp and ordered, "All right, let's start today's military training." Immediately, he blew the rallying horn. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 newly recruited soldiers rushed out of the camp and came to the open space to form a neat queue. To be honest, Samuel had no idea how to train troops. The only relevant experience came from the military training in college in the previous life. The original owner was forced by his father to receive a lot of military education, but these memories are not his own after all. Although he has inherited them after crossing, they cannot be perfectly integrated, just like shells scattered on the beach. He took pains to collect and organize. So since he decided to open up, Samuel has started to sort out the relevant military knowledge in the memory of the original owner, combining the modern military theories learned from various film and television dramas and novels, plus his experience of managing dozens of employees in his previous life when he was doing business experience, and then continuously optimized and adjusted in practice, gradually formed a set of training methods of its own. As for the effect, Samuel doesn't know either. After all, it hasn't been tested in actual combat. But at least now these recruits can understand the orders, and they can line up, walk, and do some basic combat movements neatly. Actually, what Samuel didn't know was that the military training method he figured out by himself frightened even Todd Flower, who was watching secretly from the sidelines. Actually, when he first saw that Samuel was recruiting recruits, Todd was ready to see the other party making jokes. Originally, he thought that if Samuel, a well-known waste in the River Bay, was allowed to train soldiers, he estimated that all the more than 100 recruits would run away before they reached the pioneering land. However, the reality is completely different from what he thought. Not only did the recruits not run away, but they became more and more orderly. After just 1 month, they already looked decent. It is estimated that no one would believe that they were regular troops. Todd has also changed from being disapproving at the beginning to being serious now, and even every time Samuel trains recruits, he will secretly observe from the sidelines. That weird training method made him both shocked and a little frightened. Is this still the useless eldest son of the Tully family? If Earl Randall can't even look down on such a son, how powerful is the heir he really likes? Todd can actually see that Samuel was a bit unfamiliar at the beginning, but along the way, he became more and more proficient and handy, and as time went by, the temperament and appearance of this group of recruits really changed. There have been earth-shaking changes. Of course, Todd also knows that the group of recruits in front of him is actually just a show, and their combat effectiveness cannot be compared with that of the regular army. But even so, it is the show that Samuel put up in just 1 month. There is no such ability. It's just because of eating meat every day that I'm so energetic. Todd turned his head, and saw his attendant Carter saying sourly on the side. Chapter 8 Ghost Grass, give you enough meat and a month's time, can you train 100 dock laborers like this? Facing Todd's question, Carter hesitated for a long while and did not dare to give a definite answer. He has also trained temporarily recruited recruits, so he naturally knows the difficulty. But after a while, Carter still stuck his neck and said, so what, it's not vulnerable. Give me 6 or 7 brothers, as long as I charge, I can smash this group of recruits. Regarding such words, Todd didn't bother to refute. He clearly remembered that when Samuel first recruited this group of recruits, Carter once showed disdain, saying that he could disperse these 100 people by himself with a sword and armor. But after just 1 month, he needed the help of 6 or 7 brothers. I don't know how many regular troops Carter will need to lead in order to defeat this group of recruits with confidence. To be honest, Todd really wanted to ask Samuel about how to train soldiers. But he was worried that this was an untold secret of the Tully family, so he could only observe secretly from the sidelines. While stealing lessons, Todd also noticed one thing. That is Samuel's physical fitness, which seems to be improving at an extraordinary speed. When he first left High Court, Samuel was still a fat man who struggled even to mount a horse, but a month later, although he was still fat, he was no longer as bloated as before. At the beginning of the military training, Samuel was basically in command, and occasionally practiced. But he collapsed after a while, but now, he can actually insist on completing the entire training with these recruits. Call it amazing. This also made Todd more and more convinced that Samuel's reputation as a waste was faked, and the fat on his body was also intentionally eaten. Now he is only doing recovery training, so there is such a speed of progress. Thinking of this, Todd's face became more and more gloomy. The training of recruits did not end until noon. This is also the marching routine set by Samuel all the way. He trained for half a day in the morning, rested for 2 hours after lunch, and then set off leisurely. Continue night training after rest. It is precisely because of this that a month has passed, and they have only traveled less than half of the total distance. Todd proposed several times to speed up the march, but was rejected by Samuel. The cowardly Pioneer Knight insisted that these recruits should be trained to be qualified fighters, otherwise they would not enter the Crimson Mountains. I think he just doesn't dare to open up, so he dawdled all the way. Carter complained in Todd's ear again. When he runs out of money, he has a reason to give up this operation. It really is the Tully family cowardly waste. Todd did not speak. Seeing this, Carter couldn't help but said again, Master Todd, are you really looking at it like this? Todd replied angrily, what else can I do? Put a sword on his neck and force him to go. Carter lowered his voice, it's not impossible. Todd turned his head and squinted at his attendant. Carter coughed lightly and explained, I mean, you can scare that fat man and make him obedient. Todd withdrew his gaze, bowed his head and remained silent. There is neither affirmation nor negation of the attendant's suggestion. Plumes of cooking smoke rose from the camp, and at the same time, the rich smell of meat wafted in the air. The recruits who had just finished training sat cross-legged on the ground. Although they were tired, their faces were full of smiles. If there is meat to eat, of course I am happy. In fact, the experience of the past few months made these recruits feel a little unreal. The pioneering journey that was thought to be extremely difficult turned out to be the happiest journey in their lives. Of course, the daily training is also very hard, but they are already dock laborers, and they have long been accustomed to hard work. What's more, there is meat to eat here. Every day, no matter how hard it is worth it. They feel more and more that following this Master Caesar to develop is really the wisest decision in their life, but what they don't know is that Master Caesar is a little worried now. Of course, Samuel is not worried about money. Although his development funds are indeed running low, he believes that the Tyrell family will definitely not just sit back and watch his development come to an end without a problem. 100 elite soldiers have been dispatched, so why don't you be reluctant to have a few golden dragons? What really worries Samuel is his attribute panel. More than a month has passed, and his property panel has changed a lot. Samuel Caesar title, Pioneering Knight territory, none vassals, none strength, 1.22 agility, 0.73 spirit, 1.12 strength and agility have been greatly improved, especially strength, with the help of the golden tail shrimp. The speed of improvement is the fastest. Of course, a lot of money was spent. He encountered financial problems so quickly, half of it was because the recruits had to eat meat every day, but the other half was also because his own mouth was not idle. Not to mention golden tail shrimp. As long as there is one, no matter how expensive it is, buy it. Moreover, every time he went to a town, Sam asked Gavin to search for various foods, hoping to find foods like golden-tail shrimp that could improve attributes. However, nothing was found. Samuel has tasted all kinds of weird foods along the way, and even snails, lizards, silkworm chrysalis and other dark dishes. He suppressed his nausea and ate them, but they didn't have any effect. To make matters worse, he found that after the strength attribute exceeded 1.20, the effect of the golden tail shrimp was actually halved. Yes, he clearly remembered that after the strength attribute reached 1.20, he ate the first golden tail shrimp and there was no reaction. It was not until he ate the second one that it became 1.21. The extra strength of 0.01 was the result of his 3 days of hard military training. This change made Samuel very uncomfortable, and it was predictable that when the strength attribute continued to increase, the improvement effect of the golden tail shrimp would probably continue to decrease. It is the agility value. Although no cheating food was found, it increased quite rapidly. This should be due to the low starting point and easy improvement. In addition, it is estimated that there is a side effect of increased strength. After all, according to the common sense, the greater the strength, the faster the speed will naturally increase. In addition, he has lost weight quite effectively now, so he will definitely be able to move more freely. However, as the agility attribute continues to improve, it may become as difficult to improve as strength in the future. As for the attribute of spirit, there has been no change at all for more than a month. However, Samuel is not in a hurry to improve his spirit for the time being. After all, the 3 dragons of Daenerys have not yet hatched, and the mysterious side of this world is still sleeping. It is estimated that he will not have any effect if he improves his spirit. At present, the 2 attributes of strength and agility are still improved, which will be of greater help to his strength. Thinking of this, Samuel chanted, "I am a ruthless eating machine," silently, and numbly stuffed all kinds of weird food that Gavin purchased back into his mouth. As all kinds of weird tastes rolled and surged in his mouth, Samuel's expression became more and more unlovable. But not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Gavin, master, are you looking for me? What's the name of this grass?" Samuel asked eagerly, holding a silver white weed in his hand. Because he just found out that after eating this weed, his mental attributes actually increased by 0.01. Although it is not the strength and agility attributes he is most looking forward to, Samuel will certainly not let go of food that can improve spiritual attributes. "Master, this is called ghost grass." Chapter 9 Threats. "Aren't we going yet, my lord?" "Wait, I sent Gavin to go shopping in town. But didn't he just go there this morning? I didn't bring enough money in the morning, so I have to make another trip." Samuel responded casually, and then continued to look in the direction Gavin left, full of anticipation. Todd sighed helplessly, turned and left. After turning his back to Samuel, the **** suddenly flashed a coldness in his eyes. It was almost evening before Gavin returned again. "Master, I ran all over the market, and only bought the last 2 ghost grasses. I was blackmailed by that **** peddler, and I spent 20 silver stags. Just buy it." Samuel quickly took the ghost grass, but didn't care about the cost, but asked, "Did you ask where this grass comes from?" "I asked." The peddler said that the ghost grass is only found in the Scarlet Mountains, and it is quite rare, so it is difficult to find. He bought it from an adventurer. I also found that adventurer. According to him, these ghost grasses were obtained by killing a savage from the Wandering Crow tribe. Crimson Mountain Range, Wandering Crow tribe. Samuel chanted these 2 terms, suppressing the churning desire in his heart. Then he got on his horse and ordered, "Set off." The night was dark, and the camp of the pioneering team was silent. Samuel, who was sleeping soundly, felt a chill on his face, and woke up suddenly. Opening his eyes, he saw a figure in the darkness in his tent. "Shish, Lord Caesar, if you don't want this sword to accidentally cut your throat, then don't shout." Samuel took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. After his eyes got used to the darkness, he finally saw the face in front of him clearly. It's Todd's Knight's squire, Carter. Carter, what do you want? Carter smiled and said, Master Caesar, I just want to tell you something. You say our speed is too slow. At this speed, when will we be able to reach the Crimson Mountains? So, from tomorrow, I hope you will stop wasting time training those recruits, and quickly march into the Crimson Mountains. When you get there is no need to worry about savages or beasts, or more than 100 brothers will naturally protect your safety. Samuel asked with a gloomy face, Todd Flowers sent you here? Carter didn't answer, but patted Samuel's face with the blade of the sword, saying, Lord Caesar, do you agree with my proposal? Samuel said coldly, do you know that as a commoner, it is a crime to threaten a nobleman with a sword? Noble, all I know is that you are a waste abandoned by your family. But I still have noble blood, and I am still a pioneer knight conferred by the Duke of Metz. How dare you kill me, Master Knight? Have you forgotten? We are not in the castle, but in the wilderness. I really killed you, and then announced that you were attacked and killed by wild men in the Crimson Mountains. Could it be that the Tully family will you send someone to investigate? Samuel suddenly stopped talking. After a while, he seemed to be scared at last, and said in a muffled voice, okay, there will be no more training starting tomorrow, we're going full speed ahead. That's right. Carter smiled and retracted the long sword. I have also seen these days that you are not as stupid as the rumors say, so you should understand that we are your guarantee of safety here. As for those recruits, we are really going to fall out, they can't stop us from charging. So, you'd better be more obedient, so that we can get along more harmoniously in the future. Samuel lowered his head and did not speak, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly in the dark. Carter didn't care, bowed and said, then, good night, my lord knight. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the tent, leaving Samuel sitting still, unable to fall asleep again. On the second day, Samuel did not conduct military training, but ordered to advance south at full speed early in the morning. Although the recruits were puzzled, they did not dare to question his order. On the third day, it was still the same. After 3 days in a row, the speed of the development team suddenly accelerated, and they had already reached the upper reaches of the Miju River. Late at night on the fourth day, everyone in the camp had already fallen asleep. Only Carter led 3 soldiers on duty at night. Sir, at this speed, we will reach our destination soon, right? Well, it's about 2 or 3 weeks. Carter sat on a big rock outside the camp, holding a weed in his mouth. If it wasn't for that cowardly fat man who has been wasting time, we should have been in the middle of summer long ago. Catch fish from the coast and eat. Why didn't that fat knight suddenly train those new recruits? Or did he think that more than a month of training was enough? The subordinate asked suspiciously, as if he didn't know the reason for this change in the team. Carter pouted, but didn't tell the truth. He is not stupid, of course he dare not make public that he threatened a nobleman with a sword. Why do you care so much? You can arrive early. Carter stopped suddenly after speaking halfway. Then his face became serious. Did you hear anything? There seems to be movement in the woods. Yes, I heard that too. Go and see. Carter stood up and walked over with his men. The 4 of them entered the woods and walked for a while in the direction of the sound. Carter stopped suddenly, and said to one of his subordinates, Jamie, you go back alone. If we don't come back after 10 minutes, you should wake up Lord Todd immediately. Yes. Subsequently, Carter continued to move forward with 2 other men. After chasing for a while, Carter stopped again and said vigilantly, Stop chasing, I suspect that the other party is deliberately seducing us. My lord, shall we go back and wake up Lord Todd? No, it might just be bandits passing by. They dare not come out when they see the crowds in our camp. Let's go back and guard first to see if the other party will. Before he finished speaking, the grass and trees not far away shook for a while, as if something was rushing through it. Carter had quick eyesight and quick hands, and threw the long sword over. Whoosh! I hit it. Carter clapped his hands confidently, and his body relaxed. It looks like a rabbit. As he spoke, he walked over, ready to pick up his long sword and the spoils of war. But within a few steps, Carter suddenly felt a huge pull from his right foot. Before the two subordinates could react, they turned around and saw that their chief had been hanged upside down from the tree. They woke up with a start, and quickly pulled out the long sword that had just been put away, and then saw a dozen figures appearing in the darkness, surrounding them. Carter struggled and shouted, "You two idiots, come and help me cut the rope." Before the two of them could take any action, they heard a voice coming from the darkness, "Drop your weapon, or die." Samuel Caesar. Carter immediately recognized the familiar voice, and shouted, "What do you want?" Samuel walked up to Carter and said with a smile, "I just want you to answer my question. What is the problem?" "I asked the question 4 days ago." Samuel grabbed Carter's hair and put the long sword at his throat. What crime should a civilian threaten a noble with a sword? Feeling the coldness of the long sword, Carter finally restrained his arrogance, and was about to confess first, "My lord, I was just joking with you." A joke. The laws of the kingdom are not a joke. Carter finally panicked when he saw the undisguised killing intent in Samuel's eyes. At this moment, a voice came from afar again, "Lord Caesar, please be merciful." Master Todd. Carter was ecstatic when he heard this familiar voice, "Hurry up and save me, Todd Buddha Flower." Samuel looked at the figure running in the darkness with a smile, as if greeting a friend warmly. But at the same time, his right hand suddenly pulled down diagonally, Kai. The cold sword cut Carter's throat ruthlessly. Chapter 10 Deterrence. The forest suddenly became quiet. Carter's painful gasps became crystal clear, like someone trying to drink up the ocean through a tiny straw. Soon, Carter's futile struggle ceased in desperation. Only the sound of blood dripping to the ground remained. The next moment, Todd's angry voice sounded again, "Master Caesar, do you know what you are doing?" Gavin and the others saw this and hurried forward, ready to stop Todd. Looking at the menacing Todd, Samuel knew that he couldn't show his timidity, especially at this time, so instead of retreating, he advanced, and angrily said, "Todd Flower, what do you want to do? How dare you draw your sword at me?" Todd stopped immediately after pulling out half of the long sword. Seeing this, Samuel took another step forward and said, "What did Carter do that you really don't know?" Todd's mouth moved, and before he could say anything, Samuel, who was opposite him, took another step forward and said, "Why should I kill Carter? You don't know in your heart. How dare you swear to the 7 gods that you have no knowledge of what Carter did? Lady Olenna asked you to serve me, and that's what you did. Come on, draw your sword. Draw out your sword, we will never die tonight." Facing Samuel's pressing step by step, Todd lost his momentum at the beginning. The long sword in his hand seemed to be stuck in the sheath, and he never pulled it out. Seeing this, Samuel secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the most dangerous moment tonight was over. Todd's sword was not drawn out just now, and it will never be drawn out again. After relaxing, Samuel felt his violent heartbeat and churning in his abdomen. He put his hands, trembling from the first murder, behind his back, and tried his best to keep calm. Although the risk is great, Carter must die. Otherwise, he will lose the initiative to develop the team, and even lose control over his own life. This is absolutely intolerable to him. Todd also calmed down, but seeing Carter hanging upside down to die, he still felt an uncontrollable anger rising in his heart, as well as a touch that he didn't even want to admit, fear. After getting along for more than a month, Todd of course already knew that the rumored useless eldest son of the Tully family was not a waste at all. But he didn't expect this person to be so ruthless and decisive. Todd took a deep breath, let go of the hilt, and said in a deep voice, "Lord Caesar, even if Carter was at fault first, you shouldn't have killed him. This will anger my soldiers, and it may be difficult for them to be willing to sincerely assist you to open up your territory when they are angry. Some irrational guys may even come to trouble you. You must know that we are now in the wilderness, not in the castle." Samuel said in a relaxed tone. "What's so difficult about it? Just say that Carter was caught in a bandit's trap and unfortunately died, isn't that all right?" Todd snorted softly and said, "My lord, as a knight, you should understand that honesty is a virtue." Really? The corners of Samuel's mouth curled up. Then, "Honest knight Todd, please tell me, what is the purpose of Madame Olenna sending you here?" Todd choked for a moment and stopped talking. Samuel continued with a smile, "Actually, if you don't tell me, I can guess." Todd glanced at Samuel, his eyes filled with disbelief. Samuel came to Todd and whispered a word in his ear, pirates. Seeing Todd's eyes widen suddenly and his breathing quicken suddenly, Samuel knew that he had guessed right. Do you want to know how I guessed it? Todd stared closely at Samuel's eyes. Although he didn't speak, the expression on his face revealed his curiosity. You should be the illegitimate child of the Redwin family, right? That's right, Todd finally said. My father is Sir Desmond. This is not a secret, and it is not difficult to guess. After all, Queen of Thorns, Mrs. Olenna was born in the Redwin family of Arbor Island, so it is reasonable to send an illegitimate son of the family to follow Samuel to develop. Samuel said with a smile. When Mrs. Olenna asked me to come here to open up, I had a big doubt. That is this new territory. What will I do for a living? Todd seemed to understand a little after hearing this. Samuel continued. The land in the Crimson Mountains is barren, and it is certainly impossible to grow livestock for a living, and it is not like Castle Rock City, which has gold mines under its buttocks. So, what should people in this new territory do for a living? Mrs. Olenna said, that this place is near the sea and can do trade. She really deceived me like a fool. What do I trade with? Do you sell rocks? Immediately, I noticed that the new territory Mrs. Olenna had drawn for me was just near the mouth of the turbulent river. The 3 territories on the upper reaches of the turbulent river, Starfall City, High Hidden City, and Bremen City, are all Dornish territory. Moreover, it is also close to the southern end of Redwin Strait, where one of the busiest ocean trade routes leading to Dorne passes. In this way, Dornish merchant ships can be seen everywhere near the pioneering land, whether it is the ocean or the river. Do you think I will not be able to guess what Madame Olenna wants to do? Hearing this, Todd couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. Samuel still said to himself, what's more, I have already guessed that you are from the Redwin family on Arbor Island, and what this family lacks most are warships and sailors. Madam, Lyanna sent you to follow me to develop an important reason. Even better, if this matter is exposed, I, the Pioneer Lord, will bear the charges, so as not to damage the reputation of the Tyrell family and the Redwin family. This is really a good idea. Todd lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to face Samuel's eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. Samuel sighed, patted Todd on the shoulder, and lowered his voice again. But have you ever thought about it? If this kind of thing is really exposed, as a knight who came to pioneer with me, even if you are not the main culprit, you can avoid the death penalty, but can you get a good reputation? Todd still doesn't speak. Samuel spoke again, with a serious expression. I am a waste abandoned by the family. You are an illegitimate child who is not valued. We are the ones who are in the same situation. Mrs. Olenna's plan is betting on the reputation and future of both of us. Tell me, are you willing to be a marionette in her hands? Todd finally raised his head and said with a cold smile, do we have a choice? If we don't fight hard, how can I get ahead? And you, really think that you can complete the development by yourself without the help of the Tyrell family, so we should cooperate more sincerely. Samuel tried to grab Todd's shoulder, but the other side dodged it. Todd said, flatly, we are now cooperating to open up new territories. You know that's not what I meant. I know, but we have no choice. A trace of pain flashed in Todd's eyes, just like what you analyzed before, to come to this barren land to develop, besides doing what Mrs. Olenna asked. We have to. Is there another way out? Of course. Todd suddenly looked up, staring at Samuel. What way out? A legitimate and legal way out. Samuel smiled mysteriously. If you want to know, you have to swear allegiance to me first. Todd snorted and stood still. Samuel shrugged, not surprised. If Todd really accepts the head and bows, he will doubt the loyalty of the other party. After all, he is just a pioneering knight who doesn't even have a territory. It is a bit whimsical to expect the illegitimate son of Qingting Island to be loyal with a few words. The words he said, including the previous act of killing Carter, seemed to be to deter and win Todd, but in fact, they were all for the old lady behind Todd to see. So, seeing that Todd was unmoved, Samuel didn't feel embarrassed, and still smiled and said, think about it yourself. Do you want to gamble your reputation and future to do some illegal activities, or follow me to develop and make money seriously? After saying this, Samuel returned to the camp with his men, leaving Todd standing there, lost in thought. Chapter 11. Equipment. Carter's death did not cause much waves. Todd did as Samuel suggested, claiming that Carter was murdered by passing bandits. Hearing the news, the soldiers of the Tyrell family clamored to avenge Carter. In desperation, Todd took some people to sweep around. As a result, they really caught a few bandits wandering around. Under the excitement of the crowd, these bandits took the blame for Samuel so confusedly, and all of them had their heads cut off to pay homage to Carter. Well, it can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Samuel continued to start military training for recruits. The pioneering team also resumed the slow speed before. At noon that day, Samuel had finished his training and was sitting by the campfire roasting a deer leg, when he saw a person and a rider appearing on the road in the distance. When the man saw the pioneering team, he turned his horse around and drove towards this side. Gavin immediately led several people to meet him. After cross-examination, it was found out that this person turned out to be the messenger of High Court, and this time he brought Margaret's reply letter and a large bag of golden dragons to Samuel. Samuel was overjoyed, and ordered Gavin to entertain the messenger well, while he opened Marjorie's reply letter. The special ink on the parchment exudes a faint fragrance, but the contents inside are not very polite. Marjorie sternly expressed her dissatisfaction with Samuel's extravagance, and asked him to speed up the march immediately. Samuel directly ignored such a request. Of course, when he got the bag of golden dragon coins, he still sincerely thanked the daughter of the Duke who was far away in High Court. Then, he began to think about what reason he should change the next time he asked the other party for money. At this moment, there was movement again on the road near the camp. Moreover, there was quite a commotion this time. A team of hundreds of people and dozens of carriages came. Gavin took a few more people to check, and then returned to report, "My lord, it's a caravan from Old Town, and it's going to Highland City." Samuel nodded. He had already seen the caravan's flag at this time, a stepped white tower with a beacon burning at the top on a soot background. "This is the coat of arms of House Hightower, Lord of Old Town." Samuel originally didn't intend to take care of this caravan, but then he remembered something, changed his mind, and said to Gavin, "Show me my identity, please come over to the steward of the caravan." "Yes, sir." Not long after, I saw a short middle-aged man trotting over behind Gavin. "Dear Sir Caesar, I am Jess, the caravan steward of the Hightower family, the Lord of Old Town. Please allow me to extend my greetings to you on behalf of Earl Layton." "Mr. Jess, what are you shipping?" "It is a batch of weapons and equipment shipped to Highland City for sale." "Weaponry, can I see it?" "Sure." Jess brought Samuel to the caravan, showing him various weapons and equipment: long sword, steel knife, bow and arrow, spear, armor. When he saw a cart of leather armor, Samuel's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but pick up one and look at it carefully. Seeing this, Jess explained with a smile, "My lord, this is leather armor made of gray lizard skin. It is durable and comfortable to wear. Would you like to try it?" Samuel didn't wear it himself, so he called Gavin and asked him to try it on. Jess saw Samuel's intention, and quickly started selling. "My lord, if you are satisfied with this, I can immediately send someone back to Old Town and let the cobblers rush to make a batch of leather armor for you. The price is absolutely fair." Samuel rubbed his chin, noncommittal, and asked again, "Any other armors?" "Yes, there are a few more pairs of chain armor. Would you like to see them?" "Where's the plate armor?" Jess smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, my lord, the manufacturing cycle of plate armor is long and the cost is high. The blacksmith shop in our Old Town is also one of the best in the River Bend, but it can make at most 3 or 4 pairs of plate armor every year, and they were all pre-booked by the major families before they were finished." Samuel was not surprised when he heard the words plate armor, as the armor with the highest level of protection in the cold weapon era is extremely difficult and expensive to manufacture. A pair of well-made plate armor can be passed down from generation to generation by many small nobles as heirlooms. Even if Jess had one in his caravan, he doubted that he might be able to afford it. As the eldest son who had been abandoned a long time ago, Earl Randall would naturally not prepare armor for Samuel. When he left Highgarden before, he considered that conscription would cost a lot of money, and he would lose a lot of weight if he lost weight, so he didn't buy armor. Tool. This time, Samuel just got a large sum of money from High Court Rose, and Samuel couldn't help but want to upgrade the equipment for himself and the recruits. You must know that the presence or absence of armor has a great impact on combat effectiveness. Then show me your chain mail. Okay, this way please. Jess brought Samuel to another carriage, and took out a piece of chain armor from it. This one is more suitable in size, do you want to try it? Okay. Jess helped Samuel put on the chain armor with a smile, and introduced, "My lord, it took the best blacksmith in Old Town 3 months to connect it with thousands of iron rings, and it weighs about 35 pounds. It can effectively protect against attacks from swords, guns and spears. Do you like it?" Samuel was wearing chain armor, moved his hands and feet a bit, and felt that it was not bad, so he asked, "If I want this chain armor, plus 108 sets of the leather armor just now, how much will it cost?" Jess's eyes lit up, showing the joy of meeting a big client, and he said quickly, "My lord, we need 735 gold dragons together. If you are sure, I will send someone back to Old Town." Samuel raised his hand and interrupted the other party, "The price is okay, but I want the stock, immediately." This. Jess looked embarrassed, "But my lord, these are all booked by the Mullendal family." Samuel shrugged and said, "I understand your difficulties, but our team is going to explore the Crimson Mountains and urgently needs this batch of equipment, so if I can't get it as soon as possible, I would rather buy it elsewhere." Jess hesitated for a while, but thought that the Mullendal family in Highland City was a vassal of his own lord. As for his own people, the delivery time is completely negotiable, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, my lord, I will give you this batch first. As for the Mullendal family, I will send someone back to let them make another batch." "That's right." Samuel smiled happily, and took out the unheated golden dragon he just received, plus some funds from the cheap daddy, and handed over the full amount to Jess. Afterwards, he asked Gavin to bring someone to pick up the leather armor, and distributed it to the recruits to wear. Gavin was very excited while holding the leather armor, but he couldn't help but said with a painful face, "Sir, you are so kind to us. But I'm worried about spending money like this." "There is nothing to worry about." Samuel waved his hand carelessly. "Didn't I tell you, Master, I am not short of money." Chapter 12 Secret. Dear Miss Margaret, sorry to bother you again, but I have to confess, I'm out of money again. This time it's really not that I wasted money randomly, but that it happened for a reason. You must be aware that I am not my father's favorite son, so he only left me a long sword and a war horse, and I have nothing else. Now that the Crimson Mountains are in sight, I think it is necessary to improve my equipment for the upcoming battle. What's more, as a knight, how can he not even have a pair of armor? If it gets out, others will think that the Tyrell family treated the vassals harshly. Fortunately, we met the caravan of the Hightower family near Highland City, and they happened to have what I needed. So, I give generously. Of course, I always kept your previous advice in mind, and deliberately abandoned the expensive plate armor and chose the cheap chain armor. In addition, I also bought a pair of leather armor for each of the recruits. I know, this action might make you angry. However, this group of brave and fearless Huon people followed me thousands of miles to explore the Crimson Mountains. I really couldn't bear to let them go to the battlefield naked. I believe that you, the beautiful and kind Miss Marjorie, must also think so. HMPH. The beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Margaret crumpled the letter paper and gritted her teeth angrily. But the next moment, she suddenly laughed again, as if thinking of something funny. "What's the matter, Mrs. Olenna?" looked at the angry and smiling granddaughter and asked curiously. "It's not that, Samuel. He actually wrote to me again asking for money." "Give it to him." Facing Mrs. Olenna's light answer, Margaret's eyes widened. "But Grandma, this guy has written to ask for money for the second time. I think he is deliberately squandering it. If I give it to him again this time, I'm afraid it didn't take long for him to run out again." "Are we short of money?" Mrs. Olenna interrupted with a smile. Marjorie shook her head, but she was still resentful. "Although we are not short of money, we can't let him ask for it like this." "No, he is blackmailing." "Then don't give it. Let Todd bring back all our soldiers." "Ah, Marjorie, who was still furious just now, hesitated when she heard the words. But Grandma, in this case, can Samuel develop smoothly? Besides, don't you plan to use him to deal with Don, is it? Did you just give up? Like this? Madame Olena smiled and said, got it, that's why he dared to blackmail you unscrupulously. Marjorie sighed, stepped forward and hugged Mrs. Olena's arm, and said coquettishly, Grandma, teach me, what should I do in this situation? Mrs. Olena patted her granddaughter's little hand affectionately, and did not answer her question, but asked instead, what kind of person do you think Samuel Caesar is? I don't think he is the same as the rumors, except that he is really fat. It is said that he is timid and cowardly, but I think he is quite courageous, and he dared to blackmail the Tyrell family. Not only did he have the guts to blackmail, he also killed Todd Flower's attendant Carter. What? Marjorie was taken aback. You heard me right, Mrs. Olena explained. I also just received a letter from Todd Flowers, saying that Samuel killed Carter on the grounds of threatening nobles with a sword. How dare he kill Carter? Todd didn't stop him. Also, isn't he worried that those soldiers will hold grudges because of it? Madame Olena took out a letter from her sleeve and handed it to Marjorie. This is Todd's letter, read it for yourself. Margaret took the letter, glanced at it, and said in surprise, this fat man is quite scheming, and he is so decisive. It seems that the rumors are really unbelievable. Madame Olena added with deep eyes, actually, what surprised me the most was Samuel's military training ability. That's right, in just over a month, he was able to turn a group of dock laborers into well-trained soldiers, which is simply unbelievable. Randall Tarley is a good parent. Mrs. Olena sighed, and then she looked suspicious. Bold, decisive, scheming, and excellent military capabilities, Samuel has fully possessed. How could Randall be so dissatisfied with such an outstanding son? How could he actually want to deprive him of his right to inherit? Maybe I think Sam is too fat. Isn't your father also a pot-bellied, inflatable fish, but has this affected him from becoming the Duke of Highgarden? This is different. Although she has long been used to her grandmother's poisonous tongue, Marjorie was still a little embarrassed when she heard her mocking her father. The Tully family language is, I am the pioneer, so Earl Randall all you want is an heir who can charge forward. Do you think that Randall Tarley is a fool without a brain? Of course not. Earl Landau is one of the best generals in the Reach, how can he have no brains? I just think that Earl Landau prefers to charge forward on the battlefield rather than engage in some conspiracy behind the scenes. You still think Landau is a brainless fool? Mrs. Olena mercilessly pierced Margaret's whitewashing words, and then continued without waiting for her to explain, Randau doesn't know how to conspire. Trick. Haha. During the War of the Reavers, Robert Baratheon rebelled against the Targaryen family. He won 3 victories a day at Summerhall and was unstoppable. In the end, he met Randall Tarley at Ashford. After a disastrous defeat, they fled north. Afterwards, the armies of the Riverbend marched into the Stormlands and surrounded Storm's End. Do you remember how long the siege lasted? I remember more than a year. Yes, more than a year. In the end, I still failed to capture it. Mrs. Olena looked at her granddaughter's brown eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Then you still remember that the reason why the siege failed in the end was because what? Marjorie nodded. It was Davos Seaworth who successfully drove his smuggling ship full of onions into the port of Storm's End, which solved the crisis of food shortage in the city and allowed Storm's End to persist until at the moment the Duke came to support. Because of this incident, Davos was also knighted by Stannis. Madame Olena had a sneering smile on her face, and asked again, have you ever thought about it? At that time the Arbor Island fleet had more than 200 warships besieging the harbor of Storm's End. That Onion Knight, and how did he get his smuggling boat in? Can he fly? Margaret frowned, as if realizing something. Madame Olena's eyes were dark, and she said, I'll tell you a secret. During the siege, Landau Tarley wrote me a letter, saying that the food in Storm's End has been exhausted. Margaret was taken aback when she heard the words, and then became suspicious. My grandmother didn't go to the battlefield at that time, so why did Earl Landau write a letter to his grandmother far away in Highgarden to report this incident? But thinking of Onion Knight, she suddenly realized something. Mrs. Olena smiled. gratifiedly when she saw her granddaughter's reaction, and said, "That's right, after I received Landau's letter, I wrote a letter to Paxter." Chapter 13 Changing Strategies. Of course Marjorie knew that the Paxter that her grandmother spoke of was the Lord Paxter Redwin, Lord of Arbor Island. This person was leading the Arbor Island fleet to block Storm's End from the sea. Now she no longer had any doubts, and suddenly said, "No wonder, Onion Knight, Davos was able to drive his smuggling boat into the harbor of Storm's End. It turned out that Earl Paxter did it on purpose." "That's right," Madame Olenna confirmed her granddaughter's guess, and said, "Back when Storm's End could not be captured for a long time, Lando Tarly advised your father to leave a small army to continue the siege and lead the main force of the Riverbend army. Go north to meet Wang Jun and fight against the rebels together. But the stupid, Master Inflatable Fish, doesn't know if he really has that much confidence in the king's army, or if he is not willing to let his army face the front of the rebel army." Rivalry. Not long after that, news came that Prince Rhaegar was killed by Robert with a hammer on the banks of the Trident River, and the situation of the entire war was thus reversed. At this time, your father is still not awakened, and he is still attacking Storm's End. Landau had no choice but to write that seemingly inexplicable letter to me. If it weren't for this letter, Robert's two younger brothers would have starved to death in Storm's End. Hee. If this is the case, do you think that after Robert Baratheon successfully overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, he would easily accept the surrender of the royalist nobles of the Riverbend so easily? Marjorie nodded thoughtfully. So, at the beginning, Randall Tarly didn't want to make things go away, so as to leave room for negotiation. Yes, all the nobles of the Reach should thank Landau Tarly. He was the one who stayed sober in that war. And you should be able to understand why Landau didn't go to Paxter himself. But are you writing to me? Marjorie nodded. I understand that Landau is doing this out of caution, and he doesn't want to leave any clues of collaborating with the rebels. He wrote that inexplicable letter because he believed that Mrs. Olenna could understand his intentions, and that the old lady could see the situation clearly. Moreover, Mrs. Olenna is the aunt and mother-in-law of Earl Paxter, the commander of the Chingting Island fleet. With these two relationships, it will be safer and more effective for her to persuade Earl Paxter to release the rebels. Do you still think Randall Tarly is a no-brainer? Marjorie stuck out her cute little tongue. I never thought that there would be such a secret in the siege of Storm's End back then. From this point of view, Lando Tarly is indeed very politically minded. Lady Olenna said with emotion, you should be thankful that Hornhill is not a wealthy territory, and the Tarly family doesn't have enough influence in the Reach, so Randall has never shown ambition. If he was born in a family like Hightower, or Florence, hey, then I will definitely advise your father to get rid of this person as soon as possible. Marjorie was taken aback by the cold light in her grandmother's eyes. But soon, Mrs. Olenna returned to her benevolent look, as if what she just said was just a joke. Margaret collected herself and asked, Grandmother, since that's the case, how could Earl Landau not see the bright spots in Samwell? Do you want to deprive him of his inheritance? This is what I can't figure out. It may also be that after being abandoned by the family this time, Samwell woke up and changed his temperament drastically. It was the first time that Marjorie saw her grandmother so confused, and she couldn't help laughing inwardly. After laughing, she pointed to the letter in her hand and asked, Grandma, you haven't told me how to deal with Samwell. Do you really want to continue giving him money? Why not? Apart from roses, the Tyrell family needs money the most. Mrs. Olenna said without hesitation, Rondo himself doesn't cherish such a good son. Why don't we win him over? Come over. Thinking of Carter's death, Margaret hesitated and said, but Grandma, aren't you worried that Samwell will get out of control? Mrs. Olenna laughed when she heard this. A pioneering knight who doesn't even have a territory, no matter how much he jumps, can he still jump out of our control? Moreover, how to control the vassals so that they are willing to charge for us is also a science. Since Samwell is your own handbook the knight, then leave it to you to practice your hands. I'm not qualified to be a knight, I'm just acting on behalf of my father. Marjorie murmured a little guiltily, then shook Mrs. Olenna's arm, and said coquettishly, Grandmother, teach me, if Samwell this blackmail is successful, what should I do if it intensifies later? I can't keep sending him money, can I? So you have to set the rules instead of being led by him. How to set the rules? To make it simpler, no matter how much he wants, you only give him a certain amount of money every month. To make it more complicated, you can also set reward and punishment rules, such as giving him a monetary reward if the territory development progress reaches a certain level, but if the progress is unfavorable, then deduct the money. In short, the initiative must be in your own hands. Not every time he writes to ask for money, you will give it. I see. Margaret nodded again and again. Grandmother, how did you plan to arrange Samuel? At first I thought that Samuel was a cowardly person who could be controlled by strong means. But now it seems that this method is no longer feasible. However, you don't have to worry, just like flowers and plants will grow towards the sun, people, there will always be move closer to the interests. If you grasp the line of interests, you can control anyone, especially an ambitious and smart person like Samuel. Margaret's eyes were full of eagerness to try, but she was also a little apprehensive in addition to being excited. Grandma, why did you let Samuel go there to develop? I only guessed that you were trying to deal with Don, but I couldn't figure out the specific method. So, I'm a little worried that your plan will be ruined. How to deal with Don? Haven't you figured it out? Marjorie shook her head. Madame Olena said persuasively. Then think about it, how did the Iron Throne make Dornay submit? By marriage. Marriage is only the result, not the reason. If you can conquer a country by marrying a woman, why would you need an army? Without King Darren I conquering Sunspear and shattering the dream of independence for the Dornish people, how could the Martell family be able to survive? Are you willing to marry Princess Mia to King's Landing? Think about it carefully. Aegon the Conqueror failed to conquer Dornay when he rode 3 giant dragons. Why did Darren I accomplish this feat after the dragons became extinct? Margaret fell into deep thought when she heard the words, and after a while, she said in an uncertain tone, River. That's right. With the barrier of the Crimson Mountains, it is almost impossible to conquer Dornay from land. And the river is the key to open the gate of Dornay. Margaret seemed to be a little puzzled. No wonder you suggested to Samuel that the development site is near the mouth of the turbulent river, but Grandma, what should I do? Don't be impatient. The most important quality of a good gardener is patience. After planting the seeds in the right place, just water and fertilize. Time will give you the answer. Mrs. Olena said leisurely, and trust me to told me that Samuel actually said that he can start a serious business in a barren land like the Crimson Mountains, and I am looking forward to him giving me a surprise. Chapter 14 Highland City. Crossing the tributary of the Mead River, Samuel and his party saw a tall grey rock castle. The mottled city walls are covered with moss and creepers, silently telling the wind and frost that this ancient castle has experienced. On the top of the hundreds of feet of the castle tower, a white flag was flying, with flocks of black and orange butterflies flying on it. This is the Lord of Highland City, the coat of arms of the Mullendal family. Passing this city and not far to the southwest, you will find the Crimson Mountains. It is conceivable that if Samuel successfully establishes a territory in the Crimson Mountains in the future, the Mullendal family will be his neighbors. So, in order to establish a good relationship with the neighbors in advance, Samuel did not choose to go around the city, but sent Gavin to Highland City to send a formal letter of greeting. Samuel, Caesar. In the castle, Viscount Martin Mullendal held the greeting letter handed over by Gavin, with a playful smile on his face. Is that the pioneer knight conferred by a woman? Gavin leaned over slightly, and said in a neither humble nor overbearing tone, Dear Lord Viscount, Lord Caesar is a pioneering knight. Conferred by Miss Marjorie, the daughter of the Duke of Metz, on behalf of her father. He is an official vassal of the Tyrell family. Viscount Martin curled his lips in disdain. So, he is indeed a knight conferred by a woman. Gavin lowered his head and did not answer. Viscount Martin snorted softly, then lazily said, Okay, let him come in. Gavin bowed and saluted, then turned and left silently. Viscount Martin ordered to the steward beside him, Let the kitchen prepare the dinner, and it doesn't need to be too rich, just decent. Yes, sir. Father, is this the useless eldest son of the Tully family? It was Viscount Martin's eldest son, Mark Mullendal, who spoke. This man is tall and has a beard. There is a black and white monkey sitting on his shoulder, and he is concentrating on cracking the nuts in his hand. That's right. Lando Tarly is a character, but it's a pity he gave birth to such a useless son. Now he has finally made up his mind to abolish Samwell's inheritance rights, but he didn't expect to use such a method. Go to the Crimson Mountains to develop. Hehe, it would be better to send him to the Great Wall. Mark shrugged and said, if I had to choose, I would definitely rather choose to develop than go to the ghostly place of the Great Wall. Viscount Martin glanced at his son and said with a smile, do you also think it is easy to develop? Of course, I know that it is difficult to open up, but isn't the Great Wall of Impassable is obviously worse, it's freezing, and I heard that there are unkillable ghosts. White ghosts. Viscount Martin sneered, it's just a legend that lied to children. It's been thousands of years, has anyone seen white ghosts? As for the cold, it's summer now, and the Great Wall isn't that cold. But winter will come sooner or later. Who knows? This summer hasn't ended for so long, and it may last longer. Only those northern savages who worship wood will keep shouting, winter is coming. Nervously, Mark seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, Father, do you think this is the eternal summer promised by the 7 gods to the world, and there will be no more winter? The 7 gods said that when the sins of the world are over, Yangxia will come. So, do you think the sins of the world are now over? Mark shook his head, dragging his cheeks and lost in thought. The monkey on his shoulder also followed his master's example and began to think about monkey life. At this time, there were orderly footsteps outside the castle. Mark walked to the balcony curiously, looked out, and saw a team of about 200 people walking into the castle through the drawbridge. Father, come and see. Hearing his son's shout, Viscount Martin walked out slowly. What's wrong? Mark pointed to the pioneering team below with a look of shock, and asked, are you sure this Samwell is a waste abandoned by the family? Viscount Martin was also stunned, because the more than 200 neatly lined up and well-equipped soldiers in front of him really surprised him. I have to say that Samwell's military training for more than 2 months has been quite effective. The more than 100 newly recruited soldiers, at least on the surface, are not much different from elite veterans. Of course, this group of recruits will definitely reveal their secrets if they work with real knives and guns. After all, they have not experienced the test of blood and fire. But because Samwell has been piling up equipment and feeding them meat regardless of the cost, these recruits are already enough to scare most people. So in the opinion of Viscount Martin, this famous waste in the river bend actually led an elite army of more than 200 people. This is already an armed force that cannot be ignored. You know, the standing army in Highland City is only more than 300 people. Of course, the Mullendal family still has more than a dozen vassal knights, and recruiting a group of farmers, Viscount Martin can even gather an army of 3,000 people at most. Certainly not afraid of the 200-member development team in front of him. However, he is the majestic lord of the Highland City, and the opposite is just a pioneer knight who doesn't even have a territory. Such a comparison, even if he wins, will make Viscount Martin feel ashamed. Where did he get so many elite soldiers? Viscount Martin gritted his teeth. The original disdain and contempt for Samwell quickly turned into a kind of jealousy and hatred that even he himself couldn't explain clearly. Mark settled down and guessed. Could it be given to him by Earl Randall? How many regular troops are there in Horn Hill? Can you allocate so many to a waste that has been expelled from the family to develop? Mark scratched his head. Although he had never been to Horn Hill, he also knew that although the Tully family was stronger than the Mullendoyle family, it was impossible for them to allocate so many elite soldiers to a waste to develop. If these soldiers were to be buried in the Crimson Mountains, the strength of the Tully family would definitely be greatly reduced. After thinking for a moment, Mark asked again, could it be the army that the Tyrell family gave him? In his opinion, only the rich and powerful Duke of Highgarden would be willing to hand over such an elite army to a trash. Viscount Martin rolled his eyes. The Duke of Metz is not willing to canonize this guy himself. Would he be willing to send such an army to him to develop? Mark also thought it made sense when he heard the words, and immediately started scratching his head again. The monkey on his shoulder seemed to sense his master's troubles, and also started jumping up and down. Viscount Martin stared at the pioneering team for a while, and finally went downstairs without saying a word. Mark quickly followed. Father and son came to the gate of the castle. At this time, the butler brought bread and salt with his attendants. This is a sacred contract that has been passed down in Westeros for thousands of years. Guest rights. When a guest comes to be a guest under the eaves of the host and accepts the bread and salt provided by the host, the guest's rights come into effect immediately, and the two parties must not harm each other. Samwell picked up a small piece of bread, dipped it in some salt, put it in his mouth, then put his hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Viscount Martin, saying, "Dear Lord Mullendal, thank you for your hospitality." Viscount Martin had an extremely sincere smile on his face. "Your Excellency Caesar. Welcome to Highland City." Chapter 15. Compared with the majestic High Court, the castle of the Mullendal family looks much shabby. Thick walls, narrow windows, and dim candlelight all make the banquet hall look cramped and even eerie. The food for the dinner is not very rich. There is barbecue, sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes and a vegetable salad. Of course, Samwell would not complain. While eating, he talked to Mark about his cute monkey. Hearing that the monkeys actually came from the Midsummer Islands, Samwell was very interested and asked many related questions. For example, where is the Midsummer Islands located? Can there be merchant ships coming and going? The culture, race, specialties of the island, etc. It was rare for Mark to meet a knight who was also interested in the Midsummer Islands, and he immediately felt a sense of confidant, spitting and telling what he knew. Viscount Martin watched from the side that his son had gotten into a hot fight with Samwell so quickly, and couldn't help but secretly frowned. He glanced at Todd Flower, who was buried in eating and drinking, and asked, "Your Excellency Todd, are you a knight of House Tyrell?" Todd put down the knife and fork in his hand, and said, "Yes, Lord Viscount." Viscount Martin nodded thoughtfully, and was about to ask again, but Samwell suddenly said, "Yes, Lord Viscount, Knight Todd is the noble illegitimate son of Chinting Island." This time, he was ordered by Mrs. Olenna to personally lead the team to follow me to the Crimson Mountains to develop. It really is the army of the Tyrell family. Viscount Martin was secretly startled. He didn't know that Samwell deliberately blurred the difference between soldiers of the Tyrell family and recruits in what he said just now, so he thought that the 200 people in the pioneering team were all elite soldiers of the Tyrell family. "I didn't expect the Duke to value you so much, and actually sent such an elite army to follow you to open up." Samwell smiled, shook his head and said, "Master Viscount, you are wrong." "Oh, what's wrong? Is there anything worthy of the Duke's attention to me? The real reason for him to send troops is actually to win the new territory of the Crimson Mountains." "I see." Viscount Martin obviously believed it, because he himself didn't feel that the waste in front of him was really worthy of the Duke of Metz sending so many soldiers to follow him. However, a new problem followed. Since the Duke of Metz values the new territory so much, why would he send such a waste to develop it? Does the Tyrell family still lack knights? Of course, even if Viscount Martin looked down on Samwell from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't ask such a question face to face, otherwise it would be too rude. Who knows, without Viscount Martin asking, Samwell actually expressed the doubts in the Highland City Lord's mind. "Master Viscount, are you wondering why the Duke sent me to develop?" Viscount Martin smiled slightly, flatteringly said, "The Tully family has always produced outstanding generals. His Excellency the Duke must have valued your talent as a leader." Hearing this, everyone present blushed a little. Even the black and white monkey squeaked and waved its arms, as if it couldn't stand Viscount Martin's nonsense. Samwell shook his head, smiled bitterly and said, "Master Viscount, how can I have the talent to lead the army? Otherwise I would not be kicked out of the house by my father and deprived of the right to inherit. The reason why the Lord Duke sent me to pioneer is because I dared to do things that others dare not." "What's the matter?" Viscount Martin asked quickly. However, Samwell smiled slightly, looked around, but kept silent. Viscount Martin immediately understood, knowing that the other party did not want to speak in public. He hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't help being curious, so he put down the knife and fork, picked up the napkin, wiped his mouth, and extended an invitation to Samwell. "I have collected some wines from Arbor Island. Sam, are you interested in tasting them?" "It's my pleasure." Samwell got up, followed Viscount Martin to leave the banquet hall, and came to a small room next to him. Viscount Martin took a bottle of wine from the wine rack and poured 2 glasses. The clear aroma of wine soon permeated the entire hut. Samwell took the wine glass, thanked him, and then took a sip. Sweet and refreshing, it is indeed a good wine. However, the two of them didn't really come here to taste wine. Master Viscount, you must really want to know why the Duke of Metz sent me to develop the Crimson Mountains. Viscount Martin shook the silver wine glass in his hand, did not speak, just looked at Samuel quietly, waiting for his next words. Highland City is at the foot of the Crimson Mountains, so you must be aware, Lord Viscount, that if you go deeper to the southwest, not only will the land be barren and wild beasts will be densely populated, but there will also be ferocious savage tribes who plunder. Difficult to grow. This is the reason why the Riverbend Knights are unwilling to come here to develop. However, I am different. I am a waste that was abandoned by my family, and I have no way out, so I am naturally willing to come here to give it a try. Moreover, I have a coup that can make the territory grow rapidly, loot. Viscount Martin snorted and listened intently for a long time, but when he heard such an answer, he suddenly laughed and said, Sam, you don't want to rob those savages, do you? But I want to remind you that the most valuable thing on them is probably the crudely made animal skin clothes. Samuel shook his head and began to fool around. Master Viscount, you have misunderstood. My new territory will be built on the northern shore of the Summer Sea, near the mouth of the turbulent river. You said, I will let so many rich merchant ships come and go without looting, but instead to find poor jingling savages. Viscount Martin immediately narrowed his eyes when he heard the words. After looking up and down at the young pioneer knight in front of him, he spoke again, Your Excellency Caesar, I don't need to remind you about the punishment for pirates in the Reach, right? Of course I know. Samuel shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. Master Viscount, have you forgotten that the Tyrell family sent more than 200 elite soldiers to follow me to open up, and the leader, still from Chinting Island? Viscount Martin's face became serious, but there was still some disbelief in his eyes. Samuel continued, Of course, what Madame Olena means is to let me plunder those Dornish merchant ships, and not wantonly attack other merchant ships. Even so, once this matter is exposed, your reputation will be ruined, and you will even be sent to the gallows. Samuel laughed and said, Do I still have a good reputation now? Besides, if I don't do this, how can I open up a new territory in places like the Crimson Mountains? Viscount Martin took a deep look at Samuel. Knight Caesar, you are nothing like the rumors. Samuel shook the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, The rumors are not credible, Lord Viscount. Viscount Martin also smiled. In this case, I wish you success in your development. Samuel suddenly took a few steps closer and said, Master Viscount, do you want to make some money? When Viscount Martin heard this, he immediately became vigilant. Chapter 16 Inches You don't think I will risk my family's honor being tarnished, and become a pirate with you, do you? Of course not. Samuel shook his head with a smile, with a harmless expression on his face. Of course only a desperate person like me will take this kind of risk. You just need to invest. Even if things are revealed in the future, it will not involve you. Invest. Not bad. Samuel took a sip of wine and said leisurely, The Tyrell family has already invested in 200 elite soldiers, and the Redwyn family on Chinting Island is about to invest in a group of warships and sailors. Great returns. Then, respected Lord Viscount, do you want to participate in this investment? You know, the two most powerful families in the Reach have already made bets, and such opportunities do not come often. Viscount Martin was thoughtful, but still asked cautiously, What do you want from me? Artisans. Samuel said, succinctly, I already have an army and warships, and now I urgently need a group of artisans to help me build my territory and docks, so I hope you can send artisans from Highland City to develop with me. I can promise you that you will definitely get 10 times or even 100 times in return in the future. Viscount Martin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, I will send 10 craftsmen to accompany you. 10. Samuel interrupted unceremoniously, Master Viscount, I risked my reputation to tell the truth, but I didn't expect you to treat me like a beggar. Viscount Martin held back his anger. How many people do you want? All. Yes, I want all the craftsmen in Highland City. Samuel waved his hand proudly. Let these craftsmen to me for 1 year, and after 1 year, I will pay you 10 times the rent. It's impossible. Viscount Martin immediately refused. What if you fail to open up? Who am I going to ask for money? I might even pay all the craftsmen. Do you think I'm crazy to agree to your request? Failure. Lord Viscount, do you really think this pioneering operation will fail? Any action may fail, let alone go to the Crimson Mountains to open up. Samuel laughed loudly and said, Master Viscount, it seems that you haven't understood the true meaning of this development. Do you think the Tyrell family has spent so much effort just to rob a few Dornish merchant ships? Viscount Martin asked patiently. Oh, does the Tyrell family have other plans? Of course, Riverbend and Dorne have a 1,000-year feud, and the eldest son of the Duke, Velas Tyrell, has just been broken by Prince Oberon. How could the Tyrell family not look for opportunities to take revenge on Dorne? Revenge on Dorne? Viscount Martin looked suspicious. Dorne is not so easy to invade. You are right, Dorne is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. But Darren I also conquered Dorne, and it was without the help of a dragon, although he attributed all the credit for that conquest war to himself, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that the real key to victory lies in the fact that Earl Alan Velaryon led the fleet to capture Slab Town, control the Greenblood River, and cut off the connection between the major territories of Dorne. You should know that this time my pioneering place was personally selected by Mrs. Olenna. It is near the mouth of the turbulent river. This location is very similar to the Slatin town on the Green Blood River. As long as the mouth of the turbulent river is controlled, the 3 important territories in the west of Dorne will become the purse of the River Bend. You said that the Tyrell family would easily fail such an important pioneering trip. Quote, Viscount Martin fell into deep thought when he heard the words. Seeing this, Samwell immediately stepped up and said, as long as the Tyrell family is determined, I really can't imagine how this pioneering effort will fail. Could those wildlings in the Crimson Mountains be the opponents of the Tyrell family's elite soldiers? Or do you think the Dornish people will see that the River Wan's ambition, take the initiative to attack, and destroy this development? Viscount Martin shook his head. The savages in a mess are naturally not to be feared. As for the Dornish people, if they take the initiative to attack and start a war, maybe the Duke of Mace will wake up laughing from his sleep. Because Dorne is completely inferior to Huon in terms of population, resources, and army. The reason why they have been able to fight each other for so many years is mainly due to the protection of the Scarlet Mountain Range in the special climate environment of the desert. If you are really stupid enough to give up your geographical advantage and take the initiative to attack, you will definitely be beaten to pieces by the Huon army. In addition, the biggest obstacle to establishing a new territory in the Crimson Mountains, the source of finance, has been solved by the bold pioneer knight in front of him at the expense of his reputation and future. After thinking about it, Viscount Martin felt that there was really no possibility of failure. But Viscount Martin still hesitated to devote all the craftsmen of the family to help it develop. Seeing this, Samwell stopped persuading him, put the wine glass on the table, and said, Master Viscount, please think about it again. I will rest in Highland City for a few days and buy a lot of supplies and food to prepare for the mountain. If you are willing to invest, you can send someone to find me at any time. After saying this, Samwell turned around and walked out of the room. On the 3rd day of staying in Highland City, Samwell still did not wait for Viscount Martin's reply. It seems that the Lord is indeed extremely cautious, and is not easily confused by his rhetoric. However, Samwell waited for Miss Marjorie's reply. In the letter, Margaret criticized Samwell's profligate behavior as usual, and at the same time urged him to speed up the march. Moreover, this young lady learned her lesson this time, and set the rules with Samwell in the letter. From now on in the future, she will only give 100 golden dragons as development funds every month. If she wants more, Samwell must show performance, such as the progress of the construction of the new territory, the increase of the population and so on. It has to be said that this time Marjorie learned to be smart, and avoided Samwell's wanton extortion. Samwell was not too surprised by this, and the Tyrell family was not really stupid, and would be willing to be their cash machine. However, this kind of skillful, controlling technique should not have been thought up by the immature girl herself, but probably inspired by the Queen of Thorns. Samwell was not disappointed. Anyway, he had already made a lot of money from the Tyrell family, and he used this to prop up a big banner, enough to fool other investors. Development, in fact, is no different from starting a business. Of course, investors' money is used. It is this Highland City lord who seems to be not easy to fool. Samuel decided to wait for the last day. If Viscount Martin didn't respond tomorrow, he would set off to find a new big wrong species. Oh no. Investors. On the other side, Viscount Martin, who is not easy to fool, found a messenger from High Court in private and asked, "Who wrote that letter you brought to Samuel?" The messenger bowed and said, "Neither humble nor humble. Sorry, Lord Viscount, I'm afraid it's not convenient for me to disclose this to you." However, when Viscount Martin stuffed a golden dragon into the messenger's hand, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. It's a letter written by the Duke's daughter, Miss Margaret, and it also comes with 300 golden dragons. Really? Viscount Martin thought thoughtfully, is there anything else? I also saw that you found Todd Flower. That's a message from Mrs. Olenna to Knight Todd. Having said this, the messenger hesitated again. But as Viscount Martin took out a golden dragon again, the upright messenger immediately added, Ms. Olenna asked Knight Todd to obey Lord Caesar's arrangements. When Viscount Martin heard the words, his face changed slightly, and he stood there for a long time without moving. Chapter 17 Inches Master Viscount, have you finally made up your mind? Just as Samuel was about to leave Highland City, Viscount Martin finally sent someone to invite him back to the castle. In the living room, Viscount Martin did not answer immediately, but took out a glass of red wine again and said with a smile, "This is a wine from Dornay, try it." Okay. Samuel happily took the glass and took a sip. Rough and thick, with strong tannins and a strong spicy taste. Viscount Martin also took a sip and sighed, "This is made from the Shiraz grapes from the City of Grace. It has the same personality as the Dornish people. It is rough and wild. If you drink it for the first time, be careful not to choke on it." Samuel drank the wine in the glass with a smile, and said, "I just have a good appetite, no matter how strong the wine is, I can get it in my throat." Viscount Martin also smiled. "I am becoming more and more suspicious now. How did you have a reputation as a waste before? You are young and ignorant." Samuel responded casually, and then brought the topic back, "Master Viscount, you should have thought about my previous proposal, right?" Viscount Martin restrained his smile, his face became serious, and said, "I've made up my mind. This matter is related to the 1,000-year feud between Hebend and Dornay. Of course, the Mullendal family should not stand idly by. Therefore, I decided to send all the craftsmen in the territory, including apprentices, a total of 275 people. I will lease it to you for a year." Samuel had an irresistible surprise on his face, and thanked him quickly. "Master Viscount, you are really a generous lord and a wise investor. Believe me, this investment will definitely bring you rich returns. Don't worry." Viscount Martin raised his right hand and said, "Just in case, I need a pledge." Pawn. That's right, looting merchant ships is not an easy task. If you can't pay back the money in the future, I will take away the collateral as compensation. Samuel rolled his eyes and said immediately, "In this case, let's use the most important thing in my future territory, the pier, as collateral. Wharf. Then the accompanying docking fees and taxes. Nature is also yours." Viscount Martin thought for a while, nodded and said, "Yes." In his opinion, whether it is Samuel's pirate plan or the Tyrell family's grand plan to plot the west of Dornay, this crucial pier will be used. Use it as collateral, and you will never lose money. After finalizing the cooperation intention, the two discussed some details. After reaching an agreement, they also drew up a contract and signed it together. Happy cooperation, happy cooperation. So far, the Mullendal family of Highland City has officially become one of Samuel's investors. In order to wait for the craftsmen in Highland City to gather, the development team stayed for another 3 days before setting off again. This time, the original 200-member development team doubled in size in an instant. And it seemed even more imposing. As the leader of the team, Samuel couldn't help feeling complacent. With such a team as support, the most difficult initial stage of development will be smooth. As for the debt he owed, he didn't take it to heart at all. As a businessman in his previous life, how could Samuel not understand the truth that the owed money is the uncle? The more he owes now, the less likely it is for those creditors to see him fail in pioneering. Even he has already planned that after the construction of the new territory officially starts, he will write another letter to Viscount Martin, asking him to send some laborers to help because of the lack of manpower. I believe that the generous lord of Highland City will not refuse the small request of the partner. Otherwise, after a year, the pier will not be built, and the Mullendal family will lose. But with more people, the food supplies needed will also increase sharply. He can still rely on the relief of the Tyrell family to barely support him, and I am afraid that he will have to find new investors in the future. However, this matter is not urgent for the time being. The most important thing now is to rush to the pioneering land. It has been almost 3 months since they left Highgarden. Such a slow marching speed may have set the slowest record in the history of Westeros. Moreover, as they gradually penetrated into the Crimson Mountains, the next journey can be expected to be more difficult than before. There is even a possibility of being harassed by savages. So after entering the mountain, Samwell stopped the routine military training to keep the soldiers strong enough to deal with possible accidents. However, unexpectedly, although the march behind was difficult and dangerous, it was not disturbed in any way. It seems that those savages are quite sensible. Seeing that there are more than 200 heavily armed soldiers in this team, they know that this is a tough bone, and they dare not bite it hard. Instead, some blind beasts attack the pioneering team. Of course, all of them ended up with barbecue grills. Nearly a month later, the pioneering team that accelerated their march finally saw the Sea of Summer from afar. The salty and humid sea breeze blows towards the face, blowing away the mist in the mountains and forests, making everyone feel a sense of comfort from the heart. Samwell was also extremely happy, and couldn't help speeding up his pace. All the way to the south, the mountain gradually flattens, forming a rare valley, and extending a raised beach to the sea. Todd Buddha Flower said, "Master Caesar, this is Yingzui Island, which is suitable as your new territory." Samwell looked around and nodded secretly. This place is really good, surrounded by mountains on both sides, backed by the summer sea, only a narrow valley in the northwest can enter and exit. The gentle valley in the middle has tens of thousands of acres. Although it is all barren rock and soil, crops cannot be grown, but building a castle is definitely not a problem, and the protruding beach is suitable for building a dock. Judging from the way Todd Buddha was familiar with the road when he led the team before, it was obvious that the Tyrell family had sent someone to investigate here. It's just that it is located deep in the Crimson Mountains. It is inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, and there is no good land suitable for farming. If you want to establish a territory, you must rely on blood transfusion from the outside world. The Tyrell family obviously didn't make up their minds to open up here until the appearance of Samwell. Ms. Olenna should have planned to let Todd Flowers control this cowardly pioneer knight and plunder passing merchant ships in his name to maintain the expenses of the territory. Of course, today's Samwell would definitely not accept such an arrangement. Once things like pirates are exposed, he will never be able to hang out in the aristocratic circle. It is estimated that he can only escape to the other side of the narrow sea and seek refuge with Longma, just like Jorah Mormont, who was convicted of slave trading. Why do I suddenly feel that this road seems to be pretty good? Samwell shook his head immediately, shaking off the stupid idea just now. Now that he has changed his name to Caesar, he naturally does not want to be subordinate to a woman. If he wants to keep climbing in the coming chaotic world, he must have his own territory and direct army as soon as possible. The Yingzui Island and more than 400 pioneers in front of you are the starting point of all this. Chapter 18 Castle is the core building for humans to control the land, and it is also a prerequisite for lords to swear their sovereignty to the outside world. In the continent of Westeros, the Kingdom Development Decree also follows this principle. Only when a qualified castle is built on the land, the kingdom will recognize the lord's legal ownership of the land. So, after coming to the frontier, Samwell's first core task is to build a castle of his own. Only in this way can he become a real lord. So, just after lunch, Samwell called the craftsmen of Highland City to discuss the construction of the castle. "Master Caesar, we have just briefly inspected the environment here, and we have a rough plan in mind, and we are going to report it to you." The person who spoke was a craftsman named Vito, who was over 50 years old with gray beard and hair, but he was very prestigious among the craftsmen from Highland City. Back then, Viscount Martin took Samuel's hand and told him to be sure. We must protect this old man. Mr. Vito, please tell me. Samuel has always respected capable people. Vito bowed slightly and talked eloquently. My lord, we think that to build a castle that suits your identity, the best location is in the northeast corner of this valley. The terrain is higher there, even if the tide rises, it will not be affected, and the two sides are surrounded by mountains, so you can save 2 sections of the wall. The currently planned castle covers an area of about 5 acres. The main castle has 6 floors, 38 rooms, and 2 basements. In addition, there are 3 auxiliary castles, a stable, a warehouse, 3 barracks, and 4 are 90 feet high. The tower on which heavy bed crossbows and small trebuchets can be placed. The city wall is about 80 feet high and 12 feet thick. It is divided into 3 layers, inner and outer. Outside the city walls, sea water can be used to surround the city with a moat. Samuel listened silently and waited for the other party to finish speaking before asking, so, how much does it cost to build such a castle? Vito stroked his long beard and thought for a moment, then said, about 70,000 golden dragons are needed. Samuel twitched the corner of his mouth and asked again, how long will it take to build? With the current staff, it will take about 5 years. The corners of Samuel's mouth twitched even more, and he asked again, if I find enough people, how long will it take? It will take at least half a year. However, in this case, the cost must be more than 70,000 gold dragons, and I am afraid it will cost several times. I see. Samuel nodded, feeling a little better. He definitely can't wait 5 years, when the White Walkers will come and play a fart. You must get the admission ticket before the game of power officially starts. So, the question now is, how to raise such a huge sum of money in a short period of time. It is definitely impossible to continue to attract investment. No matter how many wrongs there are in Westeros, it is impossible for him to fool him into such a huge sum of money. However, Samuel did not panic. Since he dared to come out and explore, he must be prepared. Before he told Todd that he could earn income from the territory through serious business, he was not bragging. But it's too early to talk about this, we have to settle down first. Mr. Vito, since the castle can't be rushed, let's build a stable and safe camp first. Do you have any suggestions for this, my lord? Then I suggest that you build a simple wooden fortress. First, build a small hill with soil and rocks near the entrance and exit of the valley, build a wooden tower on it, set up a beacon tower on it, build 3 or 4 shorter arrow towers on each side, and surround it with a solid fence for protection. Ditches can be dug outside the fence to enhance protection. Houses, stables, blacksmith shops and other buildings can be arranged behind the tower, which are also built of wood. This simple wooden fortress is cheap, easy to obtain materials, and has a short construction period. It can quickly form an effective defense. Of course, its shortcomings are also obvious. It is not strong enough, afraid of fire, and cannot be recognized by the kingdom as the core of the territory. However, there must be more than enough camps for transitional use. Samuel smiled and nodded, saying, okay, Mr. Vito, you will be fully responsible for this matter. Yes, my lord. Vito bowed and then asked again, my lord, I also have a preliminary plan for the construction of the pier. Don't worry about the pier. Samuel shook his head and interrupted. First concentrate on building the wooden fortress. Remember to build more wooden houses. I'm afraid we will have new companions coming soon. Yes, my lord. After arranging the artisans, Samuel turned his gaze to Todd Flowers aside. Knight Todd, what advice do you have for the security of the camp? Although there was some gap between the 2 of them because of Carter's death, they didn't tear each other apart, and Todd has been doing his best along the way. Especially after going deep into the Crimson Mountains. Without this experienced knight, even without the harassment of wildlings, the pioneering team might not have reached the northern shore of the summer seas so smoothly. So, Samuel still respects Todd's opinion in terms of security. Todd didn't hold back either, and immediately replied, my lord, I suggest that all the trees near the entrance and exit of the valley be cleared to prevent enemies or wild beasts from taking cover. In addition, although the savages did not attack us all the way before, they have been following us, so we must raise your vigilance. arrange people to go out of the valley every day to watch the sentry, and check the surrounding situation by the way. Okay. Samuel nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he added, however, as long as the savages around us don't show malice first, we don't want to attack them. If possible, I hope we can find out the distribution of the wildling tribes around, and it would be best if I could meet the leaders of those tribes. My lord, the savages in the Crimson Mountains don't have any kindness towards us. The reason why they didn't attack us before is because we have enough soldiers. Don't take them lightly. Don't worry, I understand their danger. But as pioneer lords, if we can accept some savages as subjects, our territory construction will definitely be smoother. Todd didn't persuade much, and then started to act according to Samuel's instructions. The originally quiet valley suddenly became lively again. Samuel led his recruits to catch fish and shrimp by the sea, because Yingzui Island is located deep in the Red Mountains, and the transportation is inconvenient. Although they bought some livestock and prepared some bacon, they must save some eat. Fortunately, the recruits were originally dock laborers. Most of them grew up on the banks of the Monde River, so they naturally knew how to catch food from the water. In one afternoon, the recruits had a great harvest, and the seafood they caught piled up into a hill half the height of a person. But just when Samuel was delighted to have a seafood barbecue dinner tonight, Todd came back worried and reported, "My lord, it's not good. Our soldiers who were cutting down trees outside were attacked by savages, and 3 people were injured. Moreover, only 2 groups of the 3 groups of sentinels came back." Chapter 19. The setting sun slanted to the west, casting golden afterglow on the calm sea, and a few seagulls flew by, shattering the golden image on the water. But Samuel didn't care to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. Seeing Todd, who returned again, he asked, "The group of sentinels haven't been found yet?" "No." Todd looked equally ugly. "Where are the savages who attacked us? Have you found their trace?" "No. They don't confront us head on. After the sneak attack, they just go into the mountains and forests. We are not familiar with the terrain, so we can't catch up." Todd gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to take 10 more people to a place farther away." "Find a place." Samuel was silent when he heard the words. Todd thought that the other party was unwilling, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart, and said, "My lord, I sent those sentries, I must get them back. Otherwise, I'm not trying to stop you from looking for people," Samuel explained, "I just want you to bring more people." Todd's expression softened slightly. He shook his head and said, 10 people are enough. If there are more, I'm afraid the safety of the camp cannot be guaranteed." Samuel smiled slightly. "I just want those savages to think the same way." "What do you mean?" Todd froze for a moment. "You were right. Before, I underestimated the malice of those savages. Now it seems that they will not easily communicate with us. If this is the case, then we must first show our power." Speaking of this, Samway, there was an undisguised killing intent in Ur's eyes. "You take out all the soldiers of the Tyrell family, so that the wildlings will think that the camp is empty and come to attack. I will lead my men to hold them back. Block them all in the valley." Todd stared at the young knight in front of him, and after a while he said in disbelief, "My lord, is this too risky? We don't even know how many savages have come." Samuel said without fear, "A group of sneaky savages, what is there to be afraid of? If they really have the strength to confront us head on, why do they keep attacking?" Todd still hesitated. "It's better to wait until we find out the number of savages, and then deal with it." "How to investigate?" Samuel interrupted unceremoniously. "This is the Crimson Mountain range, which is the territory of the savages. Our people can't even catch up with each other's shadows here." Seeing that Todd was silent, Samuel said coldly again, "Don't hesitate, now is our best chance. Otherwise, after we have built the tower and surrounded the fence, we will resort to tricks to lure the enemy. The opponent may not dare to attack. At that time, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, they will come and go without a trace, constantly harassing and attacking us. I am afraid we can only stay in the valley to ensure safety. If this goes on for a long time, the construction of the territory will be greatly affected, and the entire pioneering team will be panicked. Even slowly will be trapped in this valley. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity, take advantage of the precarious moment, deliberately show our flaws, lure the savages to attack, and then completely hurt them in one battle. Todd pondered for a while, finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, since you have such courage and trust me so much, my lord, I will definitely not let you down. After finishing speaking, Todd slammed his right hand on his chest heavily, performed a knight salute solemnly, and then turned and left. Samuel turned to find Gavin, the attendant, and was about to give orders, but saw that the other party seemed hesitant to speak, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Gavin lowered his voice. "My lord, if you arrange it this way, aren't you afraid that Todd Flowers will die instead of saving?" Samuel took a deep look at his young attendant and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Todd Flower is a smart man, and he won't do stupid things. What's more, the supplies and food are all here. If he sits and watches us be defeated by the savages, he will bring 100 people without supplies. Can the soldier really escape from the Crimson Mountains? Even if he escapes, will the Tyrell family let him go?" Gavin hesitated for a moment, but persuaded again. "My lord, I'm still a little worried. Even if Todd doesn't dare to stand by, will he deliberately delay and let us fight the savages? With heavy losses, why don't we change it and let Todd and his men defend in the valley? You personally lead your troops out and come back. After the battle begins." Samuel shook his head. "You are all new recruits who have never been on a real battlefield. It is more suitable to stay in the valley and rely on defensive facilities to fight positional warfare. It is more appropriate to leave the complicated operation of pretending to go out and then come back to Todd and his group of veterans." Seeing that Gavin seemed to want to say more, Samuel interrupted directly. "Gavin, do you know what is the most taboo thing on the battlefield?" "My lord, what is it?" "It's internal discord and mutual suspicion." Samuel's face became extremely serious. "No matter what conflicts I have with Todd, we are comrades in arms on the same front when facing wildlings. If the arrangement is according to what you said, Todd will immediately sense my distrust of him, and before the war starts, he will let go of his momentum. And even if this battle is won, from now on, there will only be wariness between me and him and suspicion." "I see, my lord." Gavin lowered his head and said nothing more. Samuel also slowed down his tone. "Well, go and tell the brothers that there may be wildlings attacking tonight. Let them eat early and rest early, but don't remove their armor, keep all weapons at hand. And pay attention to the horn. In addition, then go and call Vito." Yes. In fact, there is another important reason why Samuel dared to trust Todd. Marjorie had warned him in a letter before that he was not allowed to kill people indiscriminately, and Todd Flowers would follow his arrangements from now on. These words made Samuel keenly aware that Mrs. Olena's attitude towards him might have changed. If Mrs. Olena regarded him as a puppet that could be controlled before, then after killing people and gaining power, she should have changed her strategy and was willing to give him a chance. So, currently Todd can still be trusted. Of course, if Samuel's performance in the next territory development cannot satisfy her, Todd may jump out and compete for the dominance of the development team. Samuel firmly believed in this point. After all, the Queen of Thorns was not a soft-hearted woman. Therefore, this battle will be extremely critical for him. Similarly, it is also extremely critical for the recruits under him. For more than 4 months, Samuel has piled up equipment for them regardless of the cost, fed them meat every day, and personally led them to train. Now, it is finally time to test their quality. As long as they win this battle, these recruits will complete their transformation. Samuel will also officially have his own first batch of elite troops. As long as we win this battle. While thinking wildly, Gavin has already brought Vito over. Samuel calmed down, told Vito about his plan, and then began to discuss how to deploy defenses. The tower must have been too late to build, and even the fence was too late. Fortunately, in half a day in the afternoon, the craftsman had built a small mound in the mouth of the valley on the basis of the original terrain. After reinforcement and arrangement, it is a suitable defensive position. The mouth of the valley was originally not wide, and only 6 or 7 people could pass side by side. When Samuel led his troops to line up on the small hill, he would be able to take advantage of the location. After finalizing the plan, Samuel asked Vito to prepare some rolling stones and logs and pile them on the small mound. After the sun completely disappeared below the sea level, Todd also left the camp with his men. The artisans began to set up defensive positions, while Samuel and the soldiers went to bed early to recharge their batteries. Looking at the bright and vast starry sky, Samuel could not fall asleep. Hearing the sound of the waves hitting the rocks, the scenes before the crossing flashed in my mind. Although the time is not far from now, it seems like a world away. The night is dark, as if something is brewing and accumulating. Chapter 20 Inches Woo. The dull sound of the horn pierced the silent night, also startled Samuel, who was not asleep. He suddenly got up from the ground and roared loudly, "Line up! Line up!" After a brief panic, the recruits quickly lined up beside Samuel. Discipline and order have been the core content of Samuel's training for recruits over the past 4 months. After constant emphasis and repetition, it finally became part of the blood of the recruits and became something like muscle memory. Under the hazy moonlight, Samuel has already seen dark shadows appearing in the passages in and out of the valley. The savage really took the bait. After hearing the sound of the horn, the savages knew that they had been discovered, and they simply did not hide their intentions, and they all let out strange howls. For a while, howling resounded through the valley, awakening countless sleeping beasts and birds. It also shocked everyone in the camp, too. Many savages, under the cover of the night, they couldn't see exactly how many people there were, but judging by the voice and the momentum, there might be thousands of them. Can such a disparity in the number of people be maintained? Samuel stood on the small mound at the entrance of the valley, looking at the dense black shadows in front of him, and rushed towards him like crazy, but his heart was extremely calm. He was so calm that he surprised himself. Every major event is calm. This is a psychological state that he could not have expected in his previous life. But I didn't expect that after time travel, I somehow grasped it instead. Before he decided to kill Carter last time, he had hesitated, and even after the killing, he still felt scared, flustered, and even disgusted. But when he faced Carter, who was hanging upside down in front of him, he was extremely calm. Even if Todd Buddha rushed towards him with a roar, he could kill without hesitation. It is the same this time. Before the war, he also couldn't sleep, worrying about his gains and losses, worried that Todd would really betray him, worried that he had miscalculated the number of wildlings, worried that his 4 months of military training was just a joke, and worried that he hadn't had time to participate in this battle. Game of Thrones died tragically on a nameless mound. But when facing the dark savages rushing towards him, Samuel suddenly became distracted. At this time, he has lost all hesitation, worry, and fear. And there is only one thought in his mind: fight to the end. Following Samuel's order, the soldiers pushed the rolling stones and logs that had been prepared down the mound. Boom, boom, driven by gravity and inertia, rolling stones and logs tumbled down the ******, one by one, hitting heavily on the savage team that had just rushed into the valley. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and screams continued. This wave of preemptive strikes dealt a severe blow to the arrogance of the savages, and also relieved the nervous recruits who had just entered the battle. "Stand up the shield." Samuel's voice sounded again. The soldiers in the front row reflexively stood the huge wooden shields in front of them, and looked anxiously at the savages who rushed up. Under the moonlight, the ferocious face of the savage could already be clearly seen. Although fear was unavoidable in their hearts, they did not move. Because the companion is behind, the Lord is also behind. For more than 4 months, Samuel did not teach them complicated fighting skills, but just let them repeat the simplest and most basic fighting moves. The only requirement is that they must be neat, unified, and obey orders. Countless boring repetitions have allowed these soldiers to form muscle memory. No matter how nervous or scared they are, they will subconsciously complete tactical actions after hearing the password. If they fight alone, each of these recruits has fatal flaws. Their movements are stiff, inflexible, rigid, and monotonous. But if they are lined up in an array, they will become terrifying killing machines. I'm afraid that even Samuel himself may not be clear about what such an orderly army means to the war in the cold weapon era. And tonight, this fledgling army will show its ****** fangs for the first time in the depths of the Crimson Mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Many of the recruits in the front row closed their eyes, stepped on the ground with both feet, struggling to withstand the first round of impact from the wildlings. Fortunately, the wooden shield was not broken. This is no surprise. Although the protective ability of the wooden shield is not strong, you must know that the savage weapons on the opposite side are even worse. Living in the Crimson Mountains, they can't master the superb smelting technology at all. There are very few iron weapons, and most of them are primitive weapons, such as stone hammers, wooden spears, and animal teeth. In addition, they are attacking from the bottom up, and the lethality is greatly reduced. Samuel watched all this coldly, and issued a second order, stabber. Swish swish swish. The spearman hiding behind the shield soldier immediately stabbed the spear in his hand along the gap in the wooden shield. Chi chi chi. The sound of the gun point piercing the flesh came and went. After several rounds of spear stabbing, the savage team that rushed into the valley became thinner in an instant. Knife out. Following Samuel's third order, the soldiers in the last row drew out their long knives, pierced through the spearmen and shield soldiers, and slashed at the savages who were still screaming. After a round of makeup, before the next wave of savages rushed up, the sword soldiers immediately withdrew to the formation, and the shield soldiers re-established their shields to meet the next round of impact. This cycle repeats. After a few rounds, Samuel saw that the soldiers were exhausted, so he ordered the first group retreats and changes to the second group. Due to the narrow terrain at the mouth of the valley, Samuel had already divided his soldiers into 3 groups and took turns to fight. Of course, the arms and tactical arrangements of each group are exactly the same. Establish a shield, stab a spear, draw a knife. Monotonous, repetitive, and extremely uninteresting, but extremely effective. Not long after the battle started, a layer of savage corpses was already spread on the ***** of Taniguchi. Even these first-time recruits were amazed by the amount of damage they caused. Of course, it was the first battle after all, so they would inevitably be nervous and make mistakes, but even so, it was difficult for the wildlings to cause much damage to them, because they still had a piece of leather armor on them for protection, excellent equipment, favorable terrain, tacit cooperation, reasonable tactical arrangements. Samuel's calm command at the scene. In the rotation after rotation, the recruits are becoming more and more proficient and confident. Blood stained their bodies red and washed away their greenness. In fact, the steps for a recruit to become a veteran are as simple as that: go through a battle, kill an enemy, and survive. These more than 100 recruits recruited by Samuel from the Monde River Wharf are experiencing such a transformation. As time goes by, their movements become more unified, more concise and more efficient. No matter how bravely the savages charged forward, they were still unable to shake this seemingly thin line of defense, and could only leave corpses at the entrance of the valley. The strong smell of blood filled the entire valley. Under the command of Samuel, the soldiers on the hill seemed to have condensed into a machine designed for killing. Life is its fuel, blood is its lubricant, and the fear of its enemies is its highest glory. Chapter 21 Inches Why haven't you attacked yet? Outside the valley, a young savage asked a little anxiously. He has a horse face, dark skin, and a strong figure. Around his neck is a necklace made of animal teeth. Experienced hunters should be able to see that these are all tiger tusks. And this is exactly the custom of a famous tribe in the Scarlet Mountains, the Hoya tribe. The warriors of this tribe regard hunting tigers as their highest honor. After killing a tiger with their own hands, they will take off the longest and sharpest tusk and string them into a necklace to hang on their chests to show their pride, own bravery. The savage who spoke just now had dense fangs hanging from his neck, and the longest of them exceeded 5 inches. From this, one can imagine how huge the tigers hunted and killed were once. Beside this person stood 2 young savages who looked very similar to him. The tiger tooth necklaces on their chests were also densely packed, making people look sideways. These 3 are the 3 sons of the chief of the Hoya tribe, the most powerful tribe in this mountain area, the famous 3 brave brothers. The eldest is Cheka, the second is Chimu, and the third is Kemen. After discovering the traces of the pioneering team, the 3 brothers began to summon the warriors of the nearby tribes, and prepared to drive these damned river people out of their territory together. In dealing with the Huon people, they are natural allies. However, since they found that there were more than 200 well-equipped and well-trained soldiers in the pioneering team, the 3 brothers did not act rashly, but followed secretly while waiting for the gathering of warriors from various tribes. When the pioneering team arrived at the destination and began to build the camp, Cheka became a little anxious, because he can see that the valley chosen by these cunning river benders is a place that is extremely conducive to defense. If they really let them build a solid camp there, or even a castle, the wildlings will lose control of this land forever, right? At this time, under the prestige of the Hoya tribe, the three brothers had already gathered more than 2,000 savage warriors, but Cheka still did not dare to attack rashly. After all, when facing the regular army in Huon, the savages were at a complete disadvantage in terms of equipment and physical fitness. Unless they had a numerical advantage of more than 10 times, they would never dare to confront them head-on. Although the current strength has reached 10 times, but because the Huon people occupy the valley, the Cheka still wants to wait for more wildlings to support them. However, as time goes by, the people of Huon will also build more defensive facilities. Therefore, the Cheka is not fighting or delaying now, and it is a bit of a dilemma. In desperation, he sent people to carry out sneak attacks and harassment, trying to delay the construction of the camp, and at the same time test the combat effectiveness of these Huon people. By the way, he also arrested 2 sentinels who came out to inquire about the situation. Unexpectedly, those Huon people reacted extremely violently, as if they had been stabbed in a hornet's nest. In the evening, hundreds of heavily armed soldiers came out of the valley, trying to find their companions. This made Cheka happy instead of surprised, because he just learned from the 2 river bend sentinels he captured that there are more than 200 soldiers in this pioneering team. Half of them are the elite troops of the Tyrell family, and the other half are the pioneering knights, the recruits who had just been recruited before leaving. Now, the most elite army of the Tyrell family has all left the camp. This is a good chance. As an excellent hunter, Cheka never hesitates when the prey reveals its weakness. So, when it was confirmed that the soldiers of the Tyrell family had gone far, he decisively ordered an attack on the camp of the people of the River Bend. In his opinion, how could more than 100 recruits and a waste knight who was said to be a well-known waste knight among the nobles in the River Bay be able to stop the attack of more than 2,000 warriors even if they had a good location? However, when the battle really started, things gradually went wrong. The resistance in the camp was unexpectedly strong. The narrow and deep valley mouth seemed to be an invisible abyss, constantly devouring the lives of the savage warriors. Should be rushing in. The third child Keeman was actually a little anxious, but he still calmed down. The Huon people only have more than 100 recruits in the camp, and they should have suffered heavy casualties by now. Where are our warriors? After fighting for so long, how many casualties have there been? A tribal leader who came to help couldn't help asking. This question caused everyone to fall into silence. Under the darkness, no one knew the casualties. Only the sound of brutal fighting was heard, and a strong smell of blood was smelled. The boss Cheka suddenly stood up, drew his knife and said, "I will personally lead people to charge." Hearing this, everyone beamed with joy. It seemed that as long as the number 1 warrior of the Hoya tribe went into battle in person, the enemy would immediately collapse. Cheka just took a few steps, but found himself being held back. "What's wrong, Kemen?" Kemen approached his eldest brother, lowered his voice and said, "Brother, the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. This is probably a trap deliberately set by the people of Huon." Cheka froze for a moment. "What trap?" "Brother, think about it carefully. If the camp in front of you can't be attacked for a long time, and at this time, the army of the Tyrell family that left before suddenly came back, what would happen?" Cheka's eyes widened suddenly, but in the next second, they narrowed again. He patted his younger brother on the shoulder and said, "What you said makes sense, but we can't retreat now. You and Chimu stare behind. You, if the army of the Tyrell family really comes back, hold it against me. As long as I rush into the valley, this battle it was as who won. All those people in Huon must die." After speaking, Cheka turned around and strode away without hesitation. Chiman secretly sighed. He knew that what the elder brother said was right. It was a bit late to wake up now. Most of the savage warriors are crowded in the valley at this time, and it is difficult to retreat. What's more, if they really escape undefeated, the reputation of the Hoya tribe will be completely ruined in the future. So, up to now, the 3 brothers can only advance, not retreat. Just as Cheka gritted his teeth secretly, a savage suddenly ran over and shouted in a panic, "It's not good, the River Bend army that left before has come back." Keeman's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought that he had been tricked. But at this time, he knew that he must not panic, otherwise this improvised savage alliance might fall apart. So, facing the people who were stunned by the news, Keeman smiled calmly and said loudly, "What are you afraid of? It's only 100 or so soldiers from Huon. I will bring 300 warriors with me, and I will definitely be able to stop them." Infected by Keeman's courage, everyone regained their calm, and immediately expressed their appreciation for the bravery of the 3 Hoya brothers. Keeman also knew that it was not too late, so he immediately found his second brother Chimu, called more than 300 wildling warriors, and quickly lined up outside the valley to meet the Tyrell family army that appeared behind him. Looking at the menacing army in front of him, Keeman suppressed his worries and forced himself to calm down. So what if it's a trap? As one of the 3 most outstanding warriors of the Hoya tribe, Keeman has walked on the edge of life and death countless times. But not once did he leave his back to the enemy. Warriors of the mountain, follow me, go. Chapter 22 Inches establish a shield. Stabber, knife out. On the small hill at the mouth of the valley, Samuel's voice was a little hoarse. But the expression on his face became more and more relaxed. Fighting to the present, not only those recruits have already completed their transformation under the baptism of blood, but Samuel has also strengthened his confidence in the military theory he has figured out. On this battlefield dominated by cold weapons, neat cues and strict discipline and order is the most powerful weapon. The corpses of savages almost covering the hillside in front of him are the best proof of this theory. Samuel could already feel that the enemy's aura was fading rapidly, and the momentum of the attack was not as good as before. I believe that it won't be long before the savages even dared to launch a new round of attack on the hill. Even without Todd Buddha Flower attacking outside, Samuel has the confidence to lead his recruits to defend the valley. Looking at the dark savages crowded in the valley road, Samuel even had time to think, if only he had some archers in his hand. At this time, a few rounds of shooting at the crowd will definitely destroy the morale of the barbarians. Of course, this can only be thought about. A qualified archer is not so easy to train. 4 months is definitely not enough, not to mention, archers are a very expensive unit. We can only wait until the territory grows in the future. There are also cavalry, so it will cost more money. Kill. A roar like thunder on the ground exploded in his ears, and Samuel suddenly came back to his senses, and saw a shield soldier under him flying up like a kite with a broken string, tumbling a few times in the air and then smashing heavily falling. The entire chest was sunken in, and unstoppable blood gushed out of his mouth. What happened? Samuel was shocked to find that a majestic savage had torn through the defense line of the shield soldiers and rushed up. He was waving a long knife, unstoppable, and the tiger tooth necklace hanging on his chest gleamed with blood. Stop him! Boom! Cheka slashed and shattered the wooden shield in front of him again. Among the scattered sawdust, his blood-red eyes locked on the person on the hillside who was giving orders. Die to me! Cheka let out a wild roar, like a tiger descending the mountain, and charged towards Samuel. In the flash, Samuel couldn't dodge at all, so he could only bite the bullet and swung his sword to block. Clang! Amidst the violent clanging of gold and iron, Samuel let go of his long sword, and his whole body seemed to have hit a truck and flew backwards. The severe pain in his chest made him barely able to breathe. Fortunately, he was protected by chain armor for the knife. Just now, otherwise he would definitely have his chest cut open by this terrible savage. Before Samuel could catch his breath, Cheka laughed wildly and slashed down again. The gust of wind blowing towards his face was like the breath of death, which almost broke Samuel's liver and gallbladder. At the critical moment of life and death, he tried his best, using his hands and feet together, and crawled a few steps to the side like a big lizard. Poof! The steel knife hit the ground heavily, and the splashed soil and gravel drew several bloodstains on Samuel's face. Just a little bit, he was going to be separated from head to head. Samuel wanted to struggle to get up, but at this moment his hands and feet seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. But Cheka pounced again. Protect Lord Caesar! The soldiers finally reacted and stopped Cheka. Samuel quickly took a few breaths, only to find that his mouth was full of fishy and sweet taste. What a terrible savage, what a tyrannical force. After these days of hard training and the help of the golden tail shrimp, his current strength attribute has surpassed that of ordinary people, reaching 1.32. But in front of this terrifying savage, he is still so vulnerable. Samuel secretly guessed that the strength attribute of this savage might have reached 3, or even higher. The second group stepped forward, stabilized the line of defense. The third group went to surround that savage. Samuel gasped, and quickly ordered, "This is the benefit of having a reserve team." The line of defense that was breached just now quickly stabilized again. As for Cheka, no matter how tough he is, surrounded by dozens of spear and shield soldiers, what kind of waves can he make? The role of personal valor in war is extremely limited. However, Samuel had to admit that it was really a thrill just now. The savage was extremely terrifying both in terms of personal force and timing. He rushed into the battle just now. If he succeeded in killing Samuel, he might really be able to turn the tide of the battle and turn the tide. But unfortunately, only a little bit. At this moment, Cheka could only be surrounded by more than a dozen spears, shooting left and right, in a panic, and soon suffered several wounds on his body. Cheka roared like a trapped animal in the cage, a cold light flashed in his blood-red eyes, and threw the steel knife in his hand towards Samuel. Die. Fortunately, Samuel has been paying attention to this person's movements. Seeing this, he quickly took the wooden shield from the soldier beside him and blocked it in front of him. Boom! With strong inertia, the long knife pierced a hole in the wooden shield, but it was still blocked by the mail armor on Samuel's body. The tyrannical force made Samuel take 3 steps back and sat down on the ground. Swallowing the blood rushing to his throat, Samuel struggled to get up again, roaring, "Kill him! Kill!" Seeing that the savage had no weapons, the soldiers rushed forward. Ah! Cheka roared like crazy, and was about to charge again in the direction of Samuel. The soldiers quickly gathered, ready to defend their lord to the death. But who knows, Cheka suddenly turned around and rushed out of the valley. Before this savage had always been extremely fierce and indomitable, but now he suddenly played tricks, which really caught the soldiers by surprise. In a daze, Cheka actually broke out of the encirclement. "Don't chase. Hold your position." Samuel quickly stopped the soldiers who were trying to pursue. Although he wished to cut that savage into pieces, he also knew that the overall situation was the most important. Besides, the savage was already seriously injured, so there was nothing to worry about. Although Cheka's rampage made the defenders flustered for a while, it turned out that this attack was just a flashback. After that, the wildlings could no longer pose any threat to the front on the hill. Moreover, Samuel has heard the sound of fighting outside the valley. Obviously, Todd finally led his troops back. There was a burst of cheers in the camp, and the morale of the soldiers was even higher. The savage on the opposite side became more and more depressed. Although they organized a few more attacks, the position on this not-so-high hill was like a city wall made of steel, impenetrable. The front road was blocked, and the rear was attacked again. The savages in the valley finally became anxious and even panicked. At this time, the first ray of light in the morning finally pierced the deep darkness, illuminating the valley in the midst of fierce battle, and presenting this hellish scene in front of everyone, from Taniguchi to the front of the pioneering team's defense line. The asterisk of more than 100 feet was densely covered with the corpses of wildlings. In this pile of corpses, there are still savages who have not died, and they let out heart-piercing wailing, just begging for a relief. The flowing blood dyed the ground dark red, and the strong smell of blood permeated the air, almost suffocating. This doomsday scene became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The savage army finally collapsed. They could no longer organize a decent attack. They either ran back like crazy, or cried bitterly, with their heads in their hands, or collapsed on the ground motionless, as if they were frightened stupid. Samuel took the opportunity to announce loudly to the wild man, "Put down your weapons, surrender without killing." The soldiers on the hillside also began to move forward, shouting as they walked, "Put down your weapons, surrender without killing. Put down your weapons, surrender without killing." Chapter 23. The twilight of the morning sun slowly penetrated the clouds, and sprinkled a touch of golden color on the mountains. On the blood-stained ground, unknown weeds greedily absorbed the remains of the dead, trying to grow taller and stronger. A few vultures were circling in the sky, and they couldn't wait to dive down and enjoy the feast. Although he didn't sleep all night, Samuel was still in high spirits, directing his subordinates to clean up the battlefield and place the prisoners. This battle was finally won, and it was a hearty victory. Samuel understood that this victory meant a lot to him. First of all, after this baptism, the batch of recruits he recruited are no longer just a display, but a powerful armed force that he can rely on. Secondly, he himself gained a lot of prestige because of this victory. Originally, he was a well-known trash among the nobles of the River Bend, and no one thought highly of him except those recruits he recruited. But now, everyone looked at him with reverence and respect, and they really regarded him as a lord who expanded his territory. The most important thing is that after this battle, the new territory will no longer have to worry about being harassed by savages. At least near this valley, no savage tribe has the courage and ability to pose a threat to him. At this time, Todd came over, bowed to Samuel, and said, "My lord, the preliminary statistics of this battle have come out. After this victory, the knight of the Tyrell family was obviously more respectful." When facing Samuel, "How is it going? A total of 21 of our soldiers died unfortunately, and more than 30 people were seriously injured. However, we killed more than 230 savages and captured nearly 1,000 people." When it came to the end, the illegitimate knight who had experienced many battles couldn't believe it. He has participated in many battles, but he has never seen such exaggerated results. Especially since he also knows that the pioneer knight in front of him is only a group of recruits who are on the battlefield for the first time. Even if the opponent is only a savage with poor equipment and poor organization, such a brilliant victory is enough for this young knight to enter the ranks of the excellent generals of the River Bend. The Tully family is really rich in generals. At this moment, Todd no longer dared to associate Samuel with the name of trash. In his opinion, this was either a misunderstanding, or involved some dirty conspiracy within the Tully family. Well, properly accommodate the wounded and sacrificed soldiers, and pay pensions according to the standard I promised before. You can ask Gavin for the money. Yes, my lord. Caught the wildling leader. Caught it. This attack was initiated by a nearby tribe named Hoya. The organizers were the 3 sons of the tribe's chief. They have all been captured. Okay, bring it to me. Yes. It wasn't until the 3 Hoya brothers were brought to him that Samuel discovered that one of them was the terrifying savage who posed a fatal threat to him on the battlefield last night. "We meet again." Samuel greeted with a smile. "What's your name?" "Cheka." Cheka gritted his teeth and spit out a few words from between his teeth. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Samuel, as if he would rush to bite his throat if he disagreed. Samuel would naturally not be afraid of a defeated general, not to mention that the opponent's hands and feet were tied. "Cheka, we have no hatred, right? I haven't hurt anyone in the Hoya tribe, but why are you attacking us?" Cheka snorted softly and said, angrily, "Everywhere you go, the Huon people will occupy land and build cities, cut down forests, and hunt wild animals, but these are all gifts from the gods. Now you have ruined them, and you still ask why we attack you. These survival resources are not labeled. Why do you say that the gods are exclusive to you? Why can't they be jointly developed? Hehe, since you have won, this mountain forest is naturally yours. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kill as you want. None of the Hoya warriors are afraid of death." Really? Samuel looked at the fearless 3 brothers, and suddenly had an idea, and said, "However, I didn't say I would kill you." "You won't kill us." Cheka frowned, and asked, "Are you planning to make us your slaves?" Samuel shook his head again. "Enslaving others is an offense to the 7 gods. And the laws of the kingdom also expressly prohibit keeping slaves. If you don't want to be slaves, will you let us go?" The second child, Kimu, couldn't help asking. Unexpectedly, Samuel nodded. "HMPH, are you so kind?" Cheka obviously didn't believe it. "I didn't intend to be an enemy of the savages," Samuel said frankly. "It's just that you don't give me a chance to show friendship. As I said just now, the gift of nature is not something you can monopolize. As long as you are willing, it's perfectly possible to be a partner, a friend, or even a relative. You River Bend nobles have always spoken well," Cheka said disdainfully, "but don't you want us to surrender to you?" Samuel asked with a smile. "Isn't it natural to submit to the strong? Isn't that the case in your tribe?" These words made Cheka speechless. Savages are, indeed, respected by the strong. But then he said in a muffled voice, only the patriarch of the Hoya tribe, our father, can decide whether to surrender to you. So I want to meet your father. Okay, then you let us go first, and our people. Samuel shook his head and said, your attack has caused us huge losses, so there must be corresponding compensation. What compensation? Those tribesmen who were captured by us must stay and build the castle for me, and they can only leave after the completion. Isn't this just letting them be your slaves? You said just now that you won't keep slaves. You really are hypocritical nobles. Cheka snorted softly. Samuel ignored him and continued, and you must also pay the price as punishment for instigating this battle. What punishment? Hundreds of people died because of you, and the punishment must be equal, so, naturally, death. Cheka laughed loudly. So you still want to kill us? Are you talking nonsense before? Samuel shook his head again. No, I will only kill one of you. I will release the other two to show my sincerity in reconciling with the Hoya tribe. The three brothers froze for a moment, then asked almost simultaneously, who are you going to kill? Samuel smiled mysteriously and said, well, it's up to you to decide which one will atone for the dead. After Samuel finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became delicate. Chapter 24. The three Hoya brothers who died generously suddenly fell silent. No one wants to die, especially when I had a chance to survive. If Samuel declared that he would kill all three brothers, they would definitely be impassioned and die calmly. But when Samuel said to kill only one of them and let the other two go, the situation suddenly changed. The three warriors were no longer brave, and they all lowered their heads and did not speak. Hey, three warriors, have you decided yet? Samuel urged. The three of them still did not speak. Samuel curled his lips in disdain, and said again, well, who was the first to propose to attack the pioneering team? Let him take the blame. Still an embarrassing silence. What? Three warriors, don't you even dare to admit the truth? Samuel threatened, if you don't tell me, then I'll pick someone at random and kill him. It was first proposed by Chiman. Finally, the second child, Kimu, spoke in a low voice. Samuel raised his mouth slightly and asked, who is Kemen? Without the other party answering, he had already found Chiman. Because this person was glaring at his elder brother and asked, Chimu, is that why you want me to die? Kimu avoided his younger brother's gaze. Nana said, it is indeed the first plan you mentioned. Isn't this plan agreed by all three of us? Why should I undertake it alone? It's just death. We die together, what are we afraid of? Samuel said leisurely at the side, Kemen, you are wrong. How can you all die? You must leave some blood for your family. Okay, so, has it been decided to be Kemen? Cheka, you are the big brother, you say something. Kemen immediately turned to look at his eldest brother, but saw that the other party lowered his head and remained silent. He smiled miserably and asked, brother, do you want me to die too? Cheka remained silent. Silence is tacit consent. Samuel drew out his long sword and walked behind Chiman. Since your two elder brothers said to kill you, then they will kill you. Kemen ignored the long sword approaching behind him at all, and still stared at his two elder brothers with staring eyes, as if he wanted to see their true colors clearly. Shua. The long sword slashed down. But Chiman did not wait for the expected pain, but felt his wrist loosen instead. Turning around to look, only to find that what Samuel cut with his sword just now was actually the rope that bound him. Under Chiman's blank gaze, Samuel smiled and said, oh, I changed my mind. Of the three of you, only one will survive. After speaking, he threw the long sword in front of the three brothers. If it was the beginning, Samuel would only humiliate himself by doing so. The three brothers would never have been provoked to kill each other so easily. But now, the situation is completely different. As soon as the long sword fell to the ground, the second child, Kimu, jumped on it first. Betrayal is the same as cheating, there are only 0 times and countless times. However, after all, he was still tied hands and feet, so he couldn't move easily. How could he his younger brother Kemen who had been untied? Brother, younger brother, listen to me. Facing the long sword pointing at his heart, Kimu tried to squeeze out the most friendly smile. Trying to awaken the brotherhood in his heart, I just stated the facts just now, what do you really want? It was that damned nobleman who killed you. All of this is his trap, can't you see it? He forced me. Ah, the long sword pierced through the heart, and Kimu finally died in the hands of his younger brother. Samuel clapped his hands, as if admiring, but also as ironic. He pointed to Cheka and said, "There is one more." Kemen pulled out his long sword and walked in front of his elder brother Cheka. His voice was hoarse as if it came from hell. "Brother, look up at me." Cheka still lowered his head. "Look up at me." Chiman hissed like a wounded beast. Cheka finally raised his head, but looked at Samuel who was standing beside him. Samuel looked at him without flinching. "You are a devil." Cheka gritted his teeth. Samuel smiled lightly, and retorted, "The devil is hidden in your heart, I just let it show up." "What about the 3 warriors with tiger teeth? What brotherly love, hee. It turns out that they are all lies that can be easily exposed. You always say that we nobles are hypocritical, but turn a blind eye to our own hypocrisy. Look at me." Chiman still yelled reluctantly. Cheka finally turned his head to look at his younger brother, with guilt in his eyes. "Just now, did you want me to die too?" Kiman stared into his elder brother's eyes and asked. Cheka did not answer this question, but sincerely persuaded, "Brother, kill me and run away as far as you can, don't think about avenging us. He is a devil who plays with people's hearts. You will never be able to defeat him." Kemen gritted his teeth and said, "What qualifications do you have to teach me how to do things?" Cheka sighed, stopped talking, raised his head, closed his eyes and waited for death. Kemen's face changed rapidly several times, hesitating, sad, resentful. But in the end, he aimed at his elder brother's heart and stabbed with his sword. Kai, hot blood spurted out, splashing Chiman all over. He staggered back a few steps, then stood still, as if he had become a stone statue. Samuel's voice sounded again, "Very good. I kept my promise, and now you are free. Go back and tell your father, I am not a person who likes to kill, and I would rather you surrender than to destroy. So, if he is willing to submit, then come here too. See, I will accept all the savages of the Hoya tribe as my subjects. If you don't want to, then Hoya tribe had better have enough warriors to withstand our swords." Kemen stood there blankly, as if he hadn't heard Samuel's words at all. "What? Don't dare to go back to the tribe? Don't worry, as long as you are no longer an enemy of me, I won't tell you about your brother killing." Kemen finally raised his head, and at this moment, his face was covered with blood, and he looked extremely ferocious. Although the appearance has not changed, the temperament seems to be a completely different person. "My lord, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to win my father's surrender," Kemen said hoarsely. "Oh," Samuel frowned, a little surprised. "Why? Could it be that the Hoya tribe really has enough warriors?" Kemen shook his head. "No, the warriors of the tribe have either died in battle or become your captives, and the rest of them may have been terrified. But even so, my father will not surrender to you, because that's a dead end." "Dead end?" "Yes, the River Bend nobles will definitely kill him." Samuel had a guess in his mind. "Could it be that your father once hurt any nobleman in the river?" "Yes, my father went out to plunder when he was young, and once killed a member of the Hightower family." Samuel suddenly realized, this is no wonder. With the influence of the Hightower family in the River Bend, Samuel may not be able to keep the patriarch of the Hoya tribe. "Why did you tell me this?" Samuel looked at the savage in front of him with interest. "Because I want to tell you that my father will not surrender to you, but I will." After finishing speaking, Chiman suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, crawled to the feet of Samuel on the ground, pressed his forehead tightly against his feet, and said loudly, "Noble and great knight, Kemen hereby swears allegiance to you. I would like to be the sharp sword in your hand and remove all obstacles in your way. Please witness for me, if you violate this oath, let me die with blood." Samuel looked down at the back of the savage in front of him, with playful eyes, and after thinking for a moment, said, "I accept your allegiance." Chapter 25. The camp of the Hoya tribe is located in the northeast of Yingzui Island, about 20 miles apart. The camp was built in the open space by the lake, surrounded by a double-layer iron oak fence that was 20 feet high, and more than a dozen tall watchtowers stood inside the fence. There is also an artificially dug moat outside the fence, turning the entire camp into a small island connected to the lake. For such a camp, although its defense ability cannot be compared with that of a nobleman's castle, it is already considered strong. Who? On the watchtower, a savage pointed a bow and arrow at the figure in front of the camp gate and asked vigilantly. Since the deserters from the Battle of Yingzhou returned to the tribe, the atmosphere in the camp has become extremely tense. Such a disastrous defeat almost wiped out most of the young and strong forces of the Hoya tribe, which was a disaster for them. It's me, Chiman. Hearing the familiar voice, the savage guard put down his bow and arrow, and hurriedly opened the camp gate. Kemen walked into the camp without saying a word, and asked directly, "Where's my father?" After the patriarch received the news of the defeat, he fell ill. Kemen nodded expressionlessly, and said, "Take me to him." Yes. Led by the servant, Chiman came to a hut near the lake. There is a brazier burning in the house, and the wizard of the Hoya tribe is throwing a bunch of strange plants into the flames, chanting words. Amidst the smog, Chiman saw his father lying on the bed, his body covered with the fangs of various beasts. "You go out first." The wizard hesitated for a moment, but still left the hut with the servants. Hearing the movement, the old patriarch opened his eyes, looked at the younger son who walked to the bed, opened his dry lips, and asked weakly, "Why are you alone? What about Cheka and Chimu?" "They are all dead," Chiman said expressionlessly. The old patriarch closed his eyes in pain, his body trembled slightly, and it took him a while to control his emotions, saying, "In my name," you immediately write to the 14 nearby tribes, telling them that the Huan people have invaded the depths of the mountains that the gods have given us. If they do not want to be expelled from the place where they have lived for generations, they must unite and work together. "Father," Chiman interrupted loudly, "do you still want the warriors of the tribe to continue to bleed?" The old patriarch glanced at his younger son and said angrily, "What? Did just one failure make you lose your courage?" Kemen looked straight into his father's eyes without flinching, and said, "This is not a question of courage. Father, you have also seen the people of Huan and fought against the army of Huan. Don't you know where the gap between us and them is? Were the warriors of the tribe less brave than they? No, what we lack is not courage, but piles of bread and dried meat, well-made steel weapons, knights born for war, and indestructible castles. Without these, no matter how many wildlings we gather, we will never be able to defeat the people of the Reach." Cough, cough, cough. The old patriarch coughed violently, and seemed very angry at his son's words. "Then what do you want? Do you really surrender to the people of Huan? Be their slave, not a slave, but a leader. Leaders, ha. Cough, cough, cough." The old patriarch said disdainfully, "Have you ever seen the people ruled by those noble lords? What's the difference between them and slaves?" Kemen retorted, "What about our people? They are not even as good as the so-called slaves, in your mouth. What did you say?" Cough, 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 cough. The old patriarch sat up straight in anger, but couldn't help coughing again. He coughed so violently that he seemed to be coughing up his heart, lungs, and lungs. Kemen looked at his father coldly, and had no intention of stepping forward to help. He even added fuel to the fire and said, "Father, you are already old, and your stubbornness will only make the Hoya tribe fall into the abyss of despair." "Shut up." The old patriarch gasped heavily and cursed, "What? You still want to decide the future of the tribe? Wait until I die, good." Before he finished speaking, Kemen picked up the tiger skin on the bed and covered his father's head. Woo. The old patriarch struggled violently for a while, but was firmly held down by the young and strong son. The flame in the center of the hut was beating violently, vaguely reflecting the silhouettes of the father and son. Finally, the old patriarch stopped moving. Kemen put the tiger skin back on his father, and put those messy beast teeth back in place. After finishing all this, he stared at his father's face for a while, and finally rubbed his own stiff face severely, put on a panicked expression, and shouted anxiously, "Father, what's wrong with you? Father, Suru, Suru." Hearing the call, Suru, the wizard who was guarding outside the house, hurried in. "Look at my father, he fainted just now." Suru sniffed the old patriarch's breath, feeling horrified. He turned his head and met Chiman's cold eyes. Seems to understand something, Suru quickly lowered his head and said, "Sorry, Master Chiman, the patriarch, he has returned to the embrace of the gods." "What, father?" Keeman threw himself on the bed, hugging the old patriarch's body and crying loudly, "My lord, you shouldn't accept the allegiance of someone like Cheeman." On a high asterisk outside the camp of the Hoya tribe, Todd Buddha Flower persuaded Samuel. Samuel asked while watching the movement in the camp from a distance, "What kind of person is Cheeman?" "Kinslayer." Todd said sternly, "A person who can kill even blood relatives. What else can't be done?" Samuel pointed to the distant camp and asked, "How many soldiers do you need to capture this stockade?" Todd froze for a moment, then said after deliberation, 500 people. "What about casualties?" "Maybe bigger." Samuel sighed, and said, "As for Cheeman, we can take down this camp without a single soldier." Todd frowned and said, "My lord, why do you insist on taking this camp? After the previous battle, neither the Hoya tribe nor the other savage tribes in this forest dared to invade us again, so we just need to build up our territory safely." Samuel sighed secretly, something he couldn't tell Todd. The stable development is too slow, and the troubled times come too fast. He doesn't have that much time. Therefore, he must increase the population of the territory as soon as possible, and absorbing savages is the fastest way. Hoya tribe is the most powerful and most prestigious savage tribe in the vicinity. Taking it down is of great significance to subdue the savages. At this time, the gate of the camp suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 savages came out of it, walking towards the direction where Samuel and the others were. When the other party approached, they saw that the leader was Cheeman. He slowly came to Samuel, knelt down on the ground, and said loudly, "Respected Lord Caesar, as the new head of the Hoya tribe, on behalf of all the tribe, I surrender to you." Samuel stepped forward and said, "Seriously? I, Samuel Caesar, under the witness of the gods, accept all the people of the Hoya tribe as my subjects. Starting today, I will accept your offerings and at the same time give you shelter." Chapter 26 Inches. How many people are there in the tribe? In the wooden house in the center of the camp, Samuel, sitting at the top, asked. Below him, the new patriarch, wizard, and elders of the Hoya tribe gathered. "My lord, there are still more than 2,300 people in the tribe, but most of them are women, the elderly and children." Samuel, of course, heard what Cheeman meant, and asked, "Lack of food?" "There is enough food now, but due to the lack of young and strong, the prey harvested in the future should be greatly reduced. It is estimated that there will be a shortage of food in a short time." Samuel rubbed the back of the chair. Of course he knew in his heart that most of the young and strong members of the Hoya tribe had either died in battle on Yingzui Island, or they had become their own captives. Of course he didn't want to release these captives, after all, they had to rely on them to build the territory. However, these women, children, and children of the Hoya tribe cannot be ignored. Whether it is out of humanitarianism or to buy people's hearts from a utilitarian perspective, Samuel must settle these people well. It's just that it's really difficult to support so many people with the money and food in his hands. But Samuel wasn't too worried. After all, we have just won such a big battle. Is it too much to use this to increase investment with investors? Samuel asked himself that compared to those entrepreneurs who dare to ask for money just with a PPT, he is already a rare honest person. After pondering for a while, Samuel said, "Cheeman, please count the number of unattended elderly people over 60 years old and children under 10 years old in the camp. In addition, count the disabled, sick and other people who cannot take care of themselves. I will build the orphanage takes care of these people in a unified way. Of course, entering the orphanage is voluntary, and if someone at home takes care of them, you don't have to go." "You are such a merciful lord." Cheeman and a group of clan elders bowed their heads and said sincerely. Samuel continued, "As for the women in the camp, if they wish, they can marry my unwed warriors, and for every tribal woman who marries to Yingzui Island, I will give a silver stag as a reward for newlyweds." "Congratulations." "Thank you, Lord Caesar." Cheeman bowed again. "It is the greatest honor for a Hoya tribe woman to be able to marry those powerful warriors under your command. Since you have become my subjects, you should stop using the Hoya tribe's name. From now on, this place will be called Hoya Village. Cheeman, I appoint you as the village head, and be responsible for managing this village for me." Cheeman hurriedly walked up to Samuel, knelt down respectfully and saluted. "It's my pleasure." Samuel lifted it up and said, "Considering that Hoya village has just experienced a war, I will exempt you from taxes for 3 months. However, if a war breaks out, Hoya village must respond to my call. Yes, my lord, it is our honor to fight for you. Kemen, you write letters to other nearby savage tribes on my behalf, telling their leaders that I am also willing to accept them as my subjects, and the treatment is the same as that of the former Hoya tribe." Yes, my lord. In fact, Samuel didn't have much hope for other savage tribes to take refuge in the Hoya tribe was, because of the existence of Kemen, the leading party, and the leaders of the other tribes would definitely not want to have multiple lords on their heads and pay an extra fee, share tax. However, the posture still needs to be shown first. In the future, these savage tribes can be slowly conquered, but the most urgent task is to digest the Hoya tribe first. Subsequently, Samuel made an appearance of being close to the people, and consulted the opinions of the elders present. These clan elders are also sensible people, so of course they dare not take the opportunity to raise excessive opinions, lest they offend the Lord, so they only raise some trivial opinions. In order to show his benevolent side, Samuel also fulfilled their little requests. Only the opinions raised by the tribal wizard Saru made Samuel frown. Originally, the Hoya tribe believed in the so-called God of the Mountain. Now that they have become the leader of Samuel, Saru wanted to know whether all the tribesmen should convert to the 7 gods. Of course, Samuel knows that faith must be treated with caution. Otherwise it will easily cause turmoil. The savage tribes living in the Crimson Mountains actually have different beliefs. Some believe in the 7 gods, some believe in the old gods, and some believe in other messy gods, such as the God of the Mountain, of the Hoya tribe. If they are forcibly converted to the 7 gods, not only Hoya village is prone to problems, but other savage tribes may also be more resistant to Samuel after hearing about it. But in the continent of Westeros, except for the northern border, the Church of the 7 Gods is the official religion. If they learn that the people under Samuel believe in all kinds of messy gods, they will probably send someone to question them. Samuel pondered for a moment, and said, "My subjects have the right to freedom of belief. If they are willing to convert, the 7 gods will naturally open their arms to them. If they are not willing, they can still retain their original beliefs." After considering the pros and cons, Samuel finally decided not to go to the Church of the Bird 7 Gods. After all, increasing one's own strength is the top priority, and he certainly doesn't want to push the savages in the mountains to his opposite because of belief issues. As for the accusation of the Church of the 7 Gods, to put it bluntly, how many teachers does it have? After the former religious group was forcibly disbanded by Mager I, the Church of the 7 Gods has lost the ability to interfere with the Lord's affairs by force. If you just send monks to be held accountable, Samuel has plenty of ways to deal with it. Anyway, try to delay as much as possible, and when he has enough strength, he will naturally have the confidence to bargain with the Church of the 7 Gods. Just like the nobles in the northern border, don't they still stubbornly believe in the old gods? Does the Church of the 7 Gods dare to send people to burn the weirwood in their homes? "You are truly a benevolent lord," the wizard Saru said respectfully. Just when Samuel thought the other party was done, Saru actually said again, "My lord, can I recommend a young man to be your attendant?" Samuel frowned again, a little displeased in his heart, feeling that the old man in front of him was a little ignorant, and he actually wanted to squeeze people around him. Seeing that Samuel had misunderstood himself, Saru quickly added, "My lord, he is a descendant of the tribe's chief. If you can accept him as a servant, it will be the glory of everyone in the Hoya tribe." The heir of the old patriarch. Samuel looked at Chiman. "Do you have other brothers?" Before Chiman could speak, Saru explained, "No, I mean the grandson of the old patriarch, Kadu." Samuel understood in an instant, and looked at Saru with a very playful look. "Is he the son of Cheka or Chimu?" "The son of the Cheka, my lord." "Bring it here and let me have a look." Saru walked out of the wooden house, found a 13 or 14-year-old boy, took his hand and said, "Kadu, you will become the Lord's attendant. From now on, you will lead the horse, hold the gun, clean the armor, and obey all his orders. Do you understand?" Kadu couldn't help shaking his head, and said in a muffled voice, "But I don't want to be his servant, he killed my father." He killed your father on the battlefield. In an above-board manner, you shouldn't hate him for this. Instead, you should learn from his bravery. Moreover, if you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you will die without knowing why. Why? Do you know how your grandpa died? Didn't grandpa die of illness? No, he was smothered to death by Chiman. Katu opened his mouth wide, obviously shocked by the news. Immediately, he shouted, "Then why didn't you tell everyone?" Saru put his index finger in front of his lips, beckoning the other party to keep his voice down, and said helplessly, "Even if I tell the truth, how many people will believe it? This will only cause the Hoya tribe to fall into greater turmoil." Afterwards, Saru didn't say any more, took Katu's hand and returned to the wooden house. "My lord, he is Kato." Seeing Katu standing there blankly in a daze, Saru quietly pushed his back. Katu secretly glanced at his uncle Keeman, then quickly looked away, then stepped forward and knelt in front of Samuel, saying, "My lord, please allow me to be your attendant." Samuel looked at Keeman, but saw that the other party was looking at the ground expressionlessly, as if he didn't care about what was happening in front of him. Chapter 27 inches. My lord, these are the special delicacies of our Hoya tribe: roasted lamb heart, roasted pigeon, stewed snake meat, as well as limes and mountain grapes. Looking at the food in front of him, Samuel nodded with satisfaction, raised his glass, and said, "Thank the gods for the food." Everyone toasted quickly. The wine is plum wine, sweet and sour, and tastes good. Although the tribal cuisine doesn't look good and is rough, the taste is actually not bad. Unfortunately, Samuel still failed to find the food that would increase his attribute points. Swallowing the last piece of pigeon meat, Samuel picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth, asking, "Have you heard of the Raven tribe?" Kemen quickly put down the knife and fork, and said, "My lord, the Wandering Crow tribe is also one of the nearby Wildling tribes." "Where is their camp? Is it far from here?" "My lord, this is hard to say." Cheeman explained, "The Traveling Crows tribe does not have a fixed camp, it is a constantly migrating, erratic tribe. They regard crows as the messengers of the gods, so they are called Traveling Crows." Samuel frowned. "Then do you have a way to find them?" "Of course. As long as the Yuya tribe is still in this mountain forest, they will always leave traces, but it will take some time to find out their whereabouts." "Okay, you send someone to do it as soon as possible. Let me know when you have news." "Yes." Cheeman nodded in response, and then asked, "My lord, may I ask why you are looking for them? Have you heard of ghost grass?" Cheeman shook his head. Just when Samuel was disappointed, the wizard Saru said, "My lord, I have heard of it." "Oh, then do you know where to find this grass?" "Sorry, my lord, this kind of grass is rare, and it is said to have spirituality, and it will hide from the eyes of humans. Only the people of the Wandering Crow tribe can find it." Samuel nodded with some disappointment. He now only finds two kinds of food that can improve attributes: golden tail shrimp and ghost grass. Gold tail shrimp are available, although expensive. As for the ghost grass, it seems that the only way to find it is the Crow tribe. After the meal, Samuel didn't stay long and set off for Yingzui Island. Kemen led the clansmen to send Samuel and his party out of the gate of the village. Samuel looked at Katu, who was following behind him like a follower, and suddenly turned around and called the wizard Saru aside alone. "Saru, would you like to go to Yingzui Island with me?" "No, my lord, I appreciate your kindness, but this is my home, I was born here, and I will die here." Samuel looked at the indifferent wizard Saru, with a look of surprise on his face. He originally thought that Saru's sacrifice of Katu, the son of the Cheka, was a political speculation. But now it seems that this may not be the case. "Stay here, you may die inexplicably." Samuel couldn't help persuading again. Saru dedicated Katu to Samuel, which is equivalent to putting a chain around Kemen's neck, and he will definitely be hated by Kemen for this. Cheeman is not a soft-hearted person. A person who even killed his father and brother would naturally not mind killing one more wizard. Saru smiled slightly and said calmly, "My lord, everyone is bound to die, and I am no exception." Samuel sighed, knowing that the old wizard should have already had the will to die. Probably because of the guilt of the old patriarch's death, he thought of atonement with death. Samuel always felt that it was a pity that the old wizard in front of him died like this. After thinking for a moment, He said, how about this? Although I have exempted Hoya village from taxes for 3 months, I still need a tax official. Suru, are you willing to be this tax official? Suru was stunned for a moment. Of course he knew that this was an amulet left by Samuel. With this position, if Kemen really dared to kill him, it would be a great challenge to the authority of the Lord. But Suru didn't immediately accept the kindness, but frowned instead. Seeing this, Samuel persuaded again, even if it's for this village, you should live on. I'm not at ease in leaving this place to Kemen alone. Suru nodded and said, okay, my lord, since that's the case, then let me serve you. That's right, Samuel laughed, don't say death easily. This world is still very big and exciting, and I still want to take you to see it together. The outside world doesn't belong to us. Who said that? Samuel interrupted, you are also the descendants of the ancestors and the Andals. Are you born inferior to the people of the river? Bend, you do not lack wisdom and courage, but you lack a man who can unite all the wildlings, people. Suru raised his head, and saw the undisguised ambition in the eyes of the young knight in front of him. Unite all wildlings. At this moment, Suru suddenly remembered something. His old and tired heart seemed to suddenly glow with vitality, beating violently. You are right. Suru looked at Samuel with piercing eyes, and said, the hundreds of thousands of savages in the Crimson Mountains need a hero. They have been waiting for thousands of years for this. I once heard the revelation of the gods in the wind in the mountains. He said that after the long summer, darkness will invade, and a great king will be born from the ashes. He will be the light in the long night, the savior of the world, and the messenger who acts on behalf of the will of the gods. What the hell? Samuel was taken aback by the fiery light in the old wizard's eyes. He casually said something in the second class, which actually ignited the enthusiasm of this old magician. But the next moment, he noticed that the revelation from the gods that the old magic stick said was related to the red-robed girl in the play, Melisandre, the priestess of the King of Light, about the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. The prophecy has a striking similarity. There are keywords such as the end of long summer, darkness, fire, light, etc., and they are all the core of the story of heroes saving the world. Is this a coincidence? Or are the gods all revealing the same prophecy to their followers? At this moment, Samuel suddenly had an inspiration. Why didn't he take advantage of this prophecy? In this world, the easiest way to have a strong appeal is to have noble blood. But unfortunately, this is exactly what Samuel lacks. The Tully family is obviously not a noble and ancient bloodline, not to mention that he has now changed his surname to Caesar. Westeros has never heard of this surname. So, if Samuel wants to have more influence and more supporters in this Game of Thrones, he must choose another path, belief. The appeal of faith is extremely terrifying. Although the armed sect has become history, it once gathered a large number of followers in the name of faith, and even almost overthrew the rule of the Targaryen family. Thinking back to the people who participated in the power game in ancient China, which one didn't do some tricks? What is cutting a white snake? What is dreaming of the sun in his arms? What is full of red light, feet on 7 stars, asterisk 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 with 4 breasts? Samuel felt that he could also create some auspiciousness. Isn't it? Land of smoke and salt, burning red sword, and the like. He can make up stories to add to it. When he was weak, this kind of story was naturally useless, and not many people would believe it, but when he was strong enough, this prophecy would become an amplifier of fame, making more people believe that he was the one who he is the messenger of God, so he willingly surrenders at his feet. Maybe even the red robe lady would mistake him for the prophesied prince. Anyway, it's not like she didn't admit it. Thinking of this, Samuel no longer avoided the old wizard's fiery gaze, and said with a smile, Suru, do you want to hear the story of my childhood? Of course, it's my pleasure. Chapter 28. The tall canopy of the tree is like an open giant umbrella covering the sky, and the sun's rays can only shine into the forest through the gaps in the branches and leaves. The mottled light spots are constantly changing with the shaking of the branches, disturbing the sight of people walking in the forest. Fortunately, they are all savages who were born and raised here. They have long been accustomed to the changes of light and shadow in the forest, and know how to maintain keen perception and vigilance in such an environment. Ucha carried a bag of dried meat and walked at the end of the line, turning his head from time to time to ensure that no foraging beasts followed behind him. Look, it's almost there. A cry from the front startled Ucha slightly. He looked forward quickly, and through the layers of branches and leaves, he also saw the deep valley from afar. Memories from a few days ago came to my mind, making Ucha couldn't help shivering. It was the scariest night he had ever experienced. Blood, screams, fighting, and corpses all over the ground often woke him up in the middle of the night, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Ucha ran fast at that time, so he didn't die in the valley or become a prisoner. Fortunately, the aristocrat was a kind person. Not only did he not hold the Hoya tribe accountable for their crimes, but he accepted them as the people. Ucha didn't know exactly what the difference was between the people and the savages, but he didn't have much resistance to the change in his identity. At least we don't have to fight those horrible, rich people anymore, and you can eat delicious white bread. Ucha still remembers the delicious taste that melts in his mouth. This time he brought dried meat to Yingzui Islet, and he also wanted to change some bread back. Of course, this is just incidental. The more important task is to help my sister find a man. Many girls in the village have married to Yingzui Islet. After World War I, the ratio of men to women in Hoya village has been seriously out of balance. If the girls in the village don't want to die alone, they can only marry out. Moreover, the savages have always had the tradition of being strong. The people of Huan have already proved their strength, so the girls in Hoya village will naturally not have any resistance to marrying outsiders. What's more, the Lord also promised to reward the girls who marry to Yingzui Island. In the past few days, many girls from Hoya village have gone to Yingzui Island to choose a man. Yes, these girls living in the mountains have always been very active. Ucha's older sister, Wuna, is a bit reserved due to her outstanding looks, but now she doesn't dare to wait any longer, otherwise the River Bend warriors will be picked out. At that time, only craftsmen will be left. After walking for a while, the team was already close to Taniguchi. The scene gradually became lively. Hundreds of savages were busy cutting down trees here. The originally dense woods were now much sparser, and there was a large area near the mouth of the valley. Ucha knew that these loggers were all his former clansmen, and they stayed in Yingzui Island after being captured to build a castle for the Lord. He originally thought that these people would have a miserable life, not having enough food, not sleeping well, having to do heavy work, and even being beaten and abused in various ways. But looking along the way, I found that this is not the case. These lumberjacks are full of energy, not like prisoners at all, uncle. Ucha heard his sister's voice, turned his head quickly, and saw his uncle wielding an axe in front of a thick oak tree. Hey, Wuna, Ucha, why are you two here? The uncle stopped his movements, then seemed to remember something, and smiled. Is it to pick a man for Wuna? Wuna nodded generously, and she wasn't too shy, but she was a little worried. Uncle, those Huan people won't bully us savages, right? No, the Lord has already promulgated the decree. The people of Huan and the savages are equal. If they bully others, they will be punished. That's good. Wuna nodded, and seemed to finally relax. Uncle, how are you doing? Ucha asked with some guilt. He always felt that it was a cowardly act for him to run away alone that night, and he also made his uncle a prisoner. I'm fine. Some eat, some sleep, and I get paid. Is there still money? Ucha was startled. Yes. The uncle picked up the axe again. I'll tell you later. I have to finish today's task, or I will lose my work points. After speaking, ignoring the confused Ucha brothers and sisters, they waved the axe in their hands again. Boom. 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 After the tree creaked, the leading man signaled his subordinates to pull the thick rope that had already been attached to the treetop. The already crumbling tall trees finally fell to the ground under the concerted efforts of everyone, stirring up a large cloud of dust. After cleaning up the excess branches, everyone carried the log on their shoulders and walked into the valley. The Ucha siblings also followed. Uncle, did you just say you still have money? Yes. The Lord said that we are captives, not slaves, and we should be paid for our work. However, after all, we are atoning for our previous mistakes, so the reward is not high, and we cannot get it immediately. When can I get it? When the castle is completed. The Lord will settle the settlement with us in a unified way. Now we will record the work points first. Work points. Yes, you can get 1 point for completing the prescribed work every day. In addition, each person in the group that does the most work will get an extra point, and this point is equivalent to a copper plate. Don't underestimate it. You know, my lord, it's in charge of our food and our fullness. That's really good. Seeing that his uncle was doing well, Watcha breathed a sigh of relief. What a benevolent lord. Wanna also sighed, looking forward to marrying Yingzui Island even more in her heart. Yes, the only bad thing is that every 6 days of work, we have to stop for 1 day. The Lord said this is a rest day for us. Hey, but this day will not earn work points. Uncle said with a long sigh, I don't know what to do today. What is there to rest for? You can go back to Hoya village to have a look. Oh yes, uncle, can you leave Yingzui Island? Yes, the Lord did not restrict our freedom. However, why should I go back? The woman has remarried, and my mother and son are now living in the orphanage inn. Yingzui Island, Hoya village no longer has my home. Aunt, she thought you died in battle, so, okay, don't make excuses for her. I have nothing to do with her. After I build the castle for the Lord and get the wages, it will not be easy for me to find another woman. Anyway, there are a lot of widows in the village now. Watcha scratched the back of his head, and didn't say much more. After walking for a while, I saw a small group of people gathered in front of them, and there seemed to be a dispute. Ucha recognized from the appearance of the other party that those were all members of the Longbeard tribe, and they also participated in the Battle of the Canyon under the call of the 3 Cheka brothers. The road in the valley is very narrow, and Watcha and others inevitably heard some conversations when they passed by. Tell the patriarch that we are not going back. Why, since the people in Huan haven't restricted your freedom, why don't you run away? Why do you want to run? Here you can eat enough, sleep well, and get paid. I won't go back, but here, you have to keep working. Isn't going back to hunting? In comparison, cutting down trees is not life-threatening. But, the horde needs you. Why don't the patriarch also submit to Lord Caesar, just like the Hoya tribe? That's right, so we can all become Lord Caesars. Subjects. Bastard, have you forgotten the glory of the Longbeard tribe? What glory is there? I have been beaten like that. Shut up, you ungrateful bastards. I bought you for a few coppers. It's more than a few copper coins. It will take a long time until the castle is built, but a lot of copper coins. If you run away now, the previous work points will not be counted. Anyway, I won't leave. Yes, I'm not leaving either. Me too. Only fools will run away. Listening to the disputes among the Longbeard tribe, the uncle commented. Not only did no one escape, but these days, the number of people in our prison camp has actually increased. It has increased. Watcha was a little stunned when he heard the words, is there anyone else who volunteered to be a prisoner? Yeah, you heard it yourself, the prisoners here are treated so well, why don't you come here? The uncle glanced at his nephew, and suddenly said, Watcha, why don't you stay as a prisoner too? Anyway, your sister also, if you want to get married, you can have someone to take care of you if you stay. What? Ucha was dumbfounded, but after thinking about it, it seems that this is not bad. Yes, but how can anyone become a prisoner by himself? What about the glory of the wildling warriors? For a while, Watcha was in a tangle. Chapter 29. Before Watcha finished struggling, the valley road had come to an end. Even though more than 10 days have passed, the residual **** smell has not completely dissipated. Standing on the dark red ground, Ucha couldn't help recalling that unforgettable night. This made him bend down involuntarily, and even his breathing eased a lot. Today's Taniguchi has completely changed. Not only have 2 tall iron oak fences been added, but also towers have been erected on the mound. With such fortifications, Yingzui Island is even more difficult to break through. After confirming their identities, the guarding soldiers released Ucha and his party into the valley. After entering the valley, my uncle and others went to deliver the logs. The Watcha siblings stood there stupidly, a little at a loss. Until a few loud slogans attracted their attention. Look, there are Huan soldiers training, Sister Wanna shouted in surprise, and then ran over. Watcha had no choice but to follow, and saw a team of about 100 people running on the beach. One 121. Although he was just running, his neat pace, loud slogans, and strict military posture still revealed an awe-inspiring and inviolable temperament, especially when thinking of the countless savage warriors who could only be ruthlessly slaughtered at the hands of this small number of river-bend soldiers. Ucha felt even more fear from the bottom of his heart, but at the same time, a strange thought quietly grew in his heart: if only I could be one of them. A lot of savage girls have gathered around the beach, some of them have successfully found their husbands, and they are proudly pointing them out to others, attracting envious words. Those who haven't found them are constantly inquiring about the situation, looking for their own husbands. Opportunity. Una also leaned over and began to spy on information. Soon, she locked on to her target. It was the short young man in the front row who was giving orders. I learned from my companion that although this young man named Gavin is not impressive, he is the Lord's housekeeper. Such a character naturally has a high vision. These days, how many savage girls who threw themselves into their arms have all failed. Una, relying on her beauty, decided to challenge her. So when the training was over, she rushed out and went straight to Gavin. Wu Cha scratched his head on the spot, and it was not good to disturb his sister, so he could only silently wish her good luck. Find a small market in the northwest corner of the valley. Ucha replaced the dried meat he brought with oats, bread, and a small amount of sweet biscuits. Then, he didn't know what to do. Wants to return to Hoya village, but Wacha is reluctant to part with her sister. But if he was really asked to join the prisoner camp, Wacha would not be reconciled. While he was wandering aimlessly, Wacha suddenly heard a voice saying, "It is said that this long summer is coming to an end, followed by cold winter and endless night. The demons that have been dormant for thousands of years will wake up in the darkness and bring destruction to this world." Huh, so what should I do? Don't be afraid, the gods have long arranged for a hero to save the world. He will be born in the land of smoke and salt, holding a burning sword, leading people to defeat evil and usher in a never-ending long summer. Hearing this, Ucha couldn't help but said, "You are wrong." The man raised his head and glared at Wacha, but he still asked patiently, "What's wrong?" "I heard Wizard Saru say that the hero was born from ice and fire." Ice and fire. Boy, tell me, how do people come into being between ice and fire? Of course it's heavy snow and fire. Ucha's face showed piety. Sorcerer Saru also said that our Lord Caesar was born in a snowy winter, and there was a fire in the castle that day. Therefore, he is the hero who was born between ice and fire in the prophecy. The man suddenly relaxed when he heard the back, and said, "Boy, maybe the ice and fire your wizard said is the same as my smoke and salt." A meaning. That's right, if you think about it carefully. There must be smoke in the fire, and snow is actually the salt of the sky. Ucha scratched the back of his head habitually. "So, you also think that Lord Caesar is the hero in the prophecy?" "Certainly." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly eased. Ucha approached enthusiastically, and began to discuss the prophecy with the other party. The savages around listened to the conversation between the two with different expressions. Some showed awe, while others curled their lips secretly. But no matter what, no one dared to refute directly. After all, they are all Lord Caesar's subjects now. Moreover, the previous big victory has already deeply imprinted the prestige of Lord Caesar in the hearts of these savages. Even though they may not believe that Lord Caesar is the hero in the prophecy, they have planted a seed in their hearts. Perhaps in the near future, as the legend of Lord Caesar continues, this seed will thrive until it becomes a deeply rooted belief in their hearts. Wacha became more and more convinced of the wizard's prophecy, and he reluctantly ended the conversation until his sister came to find him. "How about it? Not bad." Wana blushed excitedly. He accepted the tiger leather gloves I made. "That's great. It won't be long before I can attend your wedding." Wana accepted her brother's congratulations with a smile, then remembered something, and said, "By the way, have you decided? Do you want to stay in Yingzui Island?" Ucha was still hesitating. "I'll think about it again." Una smiled and said, "I guess that you would not be willing to join the prison camp, but what about the Lord's Guard? Would you like to join?" "What, is Lord Caesar's Guard going to recruit people?" "That's right. Gavin told me just now that the guards will recruit 100 new soldiers. The call-up order will be posted tomorrow, so remember to sign up when the time comes." "Okay." Wu Cha nodded again and again, but then he became a little worried. However, if we only recruit 100 people, I'm afraid I might not be chosen. Ucha is sure that when this call-up order is posted, the savage warriors will definitely rush to sign up. I believe you can do it. Wanna rolled her eyes. It's really not possible. I can ask Gavin for help. Yes, 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 yes. At this moment, Ucha wished that his elder sister would marry Gavin immediately. Scratching his ears and cheeks for a while, Ucha suddenly whispered, "Sister, why don't you go to Lord Gavin tonight?" Una glared at her younger brother, but then she suddenly tilted her head to ponder, as if seriously considering the feasibility of this move. Gavin didn't know that he had been targeted by a savage girl. He was looking for Samuel, and said with a sad face, "My lord, you should take care of those savages. I went to count this morning and found that there were nearly 200 more people in the prisoner camp. This is too much." Samuel chuckled and said, "Isn't it good to have too many people? This will speed up the construction of our territory, but it's also a lot of consumption. Our food reserves can last at most another half a month." So fast. Samuel's face also became serious, and after a moment of pondering, he said, "I see, I will solve this matter." Gavin was slightly relieved. In his opinion, although the Lord spends money like water, the speed at which he makes money is amazing. "I just don't know how he got so much money." Chapter 30 Inches Lord Caesar. Mr. Vito. Samuel walked to Vito, who was directing the craftsmen and wildling laborers to lay the foundation for the castle. "How is the situation?" "It's faster than I imagined," Vito said with emotion. "I never thought that those savages would work so hard. They were rushing to do it. In comparison, the laborers in our Highland city are all lazy." Samuel laughed and said, "Do you know why?" "Why?" Vito asked quickly. Samuel did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically, "In Highland City, if someone is lazy at work, what will Viscount Martin do?" "With a whip, of course." Samuel shrugged and said with a smile, "Punishment is certainly a way, but I think rewards can arouse the enthusiasm of the people." When Victor heard the words, he immediately thought of the weird work point system promulgated by Samuel. At that time, he was still laughing in his heart at the young lord who was too kind and wanted to send money to a group of captives. But now it seems that this move may have other meanings. However, it is indeed too prodigal. Wait, Vito suddenly realized that Samuel didn't actually send money to those wildling captives at all, he just took care of them to eat. As for the money, it can't be cashed until the castle is built. That's just a bait that you can't see but can't eat. Drives thousands of savages to work for him willingly. What a good way. Reminiscent of the contract between his lord and this person. Vito seemed to understand something, but he was a little unsure. Just when Vito was thinking about it, Samuel said again, "Oh, by the way, the construction of the pier should also be put on the agenda." Vito froze for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, my lord." Samuel added, "However, the construction plan you proposed before is too complicated. Let's build a trestle first, so that ships can dock to load and unload goods. At present, the main energy is still on the construction of the castle." "Yes, my lord." Vito had a hunch that this might be the limit of what this pioneering lord could do. "I don't know what expression my lord will have when he sees the wharf with only one bare trestle bridge." A year later, the two chatted for a while, and after learning about the construction progress of the territory, Samuel bid farewell to Vito and walked towards the deepest part of the valley. Near the cliffs on both sides, there are several brand new cabins. There were more than a dozen heavily armed soldiers holding hands around the wooden house. When they saw Samuel, they all bowed their heads and saluted. This is the most heavily guarded place in the entire valley, storing all kinds of food and supplies of the pioneering team. And of course Samuel's lord's hut. The only strange thing is that there is actually a blacksmith's shop among them. From the perspective of the citizens, perhaps this lord pays more attention to weapons and equipment. And now, Samuel walked into this blacksmith shop. Seeing Samuel's arrival, the blacksmith stopped their work and stood up to greet him. Samuel waved his hand to let them continue working, and then walked to the innermost room by himself. That is the workshop that belongs exclusively to blacksmith Buso. There are actually 2 guards guarding the door, which shows that Samuel attaches great importance to the security of this place. As the most outstanding blacksmith in Highland City, Busso was unabashedly favored by Samuel after he joined the pioneering team. Everyone thought that the Lord wanted Busso to tailor a set of plate armor for him. However, in fact, Busso has never touched steel at all these days, but has been dealing with various copper pipes. My lord, what you want is ready. Busso pointed to the strangely shaped device in front of him, and said respectfully. Although this thing was built under the guidance of the Lord, Busso had no idea what it was for. This weird device consists of 3 copper pots of different sizes and shapes. The first copper pot and the second are connected by a swan-necked copper pipe, and the copper pot coming out of the second copper pot after entering the third copper pot, the tube will coil into a serpentine circle. Samuel looked at the device in front of him, his eyes were full of eagerness, and a touch of melancholy, as if he was missing something. He checked the device carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he turned to look at Busso and said with a smile, "Fine. That's what I want. It is my pleasure to serve you." Samuel looked at the outstanding blacksmith in front of him, and suddenly asked, "Busso, I remember you have a son." "Yes, my lord, although he is also my apprentice, but his mind is not on it." "Hey, I can't do anything about him. I heard he prefers to wield knives and guns." "Yeah, he still wants to be a knight. Dreaming all day. How about this? My guard team needs to recruit someone. You can let him sign up. If he behaves well, I can take him in as my attendant in the future. Maybe even one day, I will personally seal him as a knight." Busuo was stunned when he heard the words, and hesitated for a while before saying, "My lord, I am really flattered by your grace. But we are the citizens of Highland City after all, and we will leave in a year. Who can tell what will happen? 1 year from now," Samuel said with a smile, "and during this year, you all served me. Blacksmithing is service, and so is fighting for me." Busuo suddenly fell into a tangle. Samuel didn't urge him, and said with a smile, "Busuo, think about it carefully, but not every lord is willing to accept a blacksmith's son as his attendant. You go out first, and come to me at any time if you think about it." "Yes, my lord." After Busso left, Samuel couldn't help but reach out and stroke the strange bronze vessel in front of him. Feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar touch, a faint sparkle appeared in his eyes. This is actually a Charente pot still. In his previous life, he was born in a family of wine merchants. Since his grandfather's generation, he has been specializing in the production of grape-distilled wine, that is, brandy, at the foot of Tianmu Mountain. So as long as he can remember, he has seen amber liquor gurgling from this ancient and magical device. And now, even though it was a time and space apart, Samuel stood in front of the empty copper vessel, but he still seemed to be able to smell the unique aroma of the wine after it was distilled. That is the memory that runs through his entire childhood, will also be his source of wealth in this different world. Exactly. Samuel dared to develop in a barren land like the Crimson Mountains, and rejected the pirate route arranged by Mrs. Olena for him. This is where his real confidence lies. There are no nobles in this world who do not drink alcohol, and the winemaking industry is also very developed, but due to the lack of advanced distillation technology, the alcohol content is generally low. And this is his chance. Although the land in the Chihong Mountains is barren and cannot grow food, it is suitable for planting mountain grapes that do not require high soil conditions, are resistant to drought and waterlogging, and require sufficient sunlight. In fact, Samuel had seen wild mountain grapes picked by savages in Hoya village before. The taste of this grape is actually not very good, not sweet enough, and slightly sour. However, this grape variety with low sugar content and high acidity is suitable for brewing brandy. Touching the smooth and cold surface of the still, Samuel seemed to see a shining golden road. Chapter 31. In the room with the doors and windows closed, there was a strong smell of alcohol. At the same time, there is the sound of gurgling after the wine boils. Come out, Gavin shouted excitedly as he watched the amber liquid flowing out of the copper pot. Samuel was rather calm. After all, he had seen such a scene countless times in his previous life. However, his eyes were still staring straight at the exit of the copper pot. As more and more liquid flowed out, Gavin couldn't help saying, "My lord, can I have a taste?" Getting permission, Gavin immediately brought a small cup, took some distilled liquor, and immediately poured it into his mouth eagerly. The next second, I saw the young butler tightly closed his eyes, his facial features were squeezed together, his body trembled slightly for a moment, and finally he couldn't help coughing. Cough cough, cough cough, big, my lord, what a strong wine. Seeing this, Samuel also took some wine in a small cup, put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it, and then put it in his mouth. The strong taste exploded in the mouth, like a tumbling flame, stimulating every taste bud. In fact, the taste of the wine that has just been distilled is not good, the taste is too spicy, and the aroma is not enough. But, Samuel laughed out loud, because this is exactly the taste he has been striving for. After the 2 steps of blending and aging of this distilled wine, the wine absorbs enough oak aroma and combines with the substances produced by the oxidation of its own tannins to form the unique and wonderful aroma of brandy. He believes that this taste will definitely conquer the nobles of Westeros, making brandy a must have at their banquets and a treasure in the wine cellar. Seeing that the experiment was successful, Samuel was finally relieved and asked Gavin, "Has Buso's son joined the guard?" "Joined, my lord, I will do it myself." "Very good." Gavin peeked at Samuel, and said hesitantly, "Big, my lord, I have stuffed one more person into the guard." "Who?" Samuel's face showed no joy or anger. "A savage named Ucha." Gavin became more and more disturbed. "Hoya village, yes. Tell me, why did you do this?" Actually, Samuel was not angry. Gavin was his attendant at the beginning, and now he has become the steward of the territory, but as his confidant, he should have some privileges. What's more, he also took the initiative to confess to himself. He has an older sister named Una who treats me very well and even gave me a pair of tiger leather gloves. Samuel suddenly understood, and said with a smile, "Have you taken a fancy to this girl?" Seeing that Samuel was not angry, Gavin secretly heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "This is a good thing. Pick a date yourself, and I will personally host the wedding for you." "Thank you, my lord. After you get married, Una will be in charge of operating the still." "Yes, my lord." Gavin immediately understood. "I will tell her to keep it secret." No way, Samuel really lacks trustworthy people, so he had no choice but to focus on Gavin's new bride. Well, the raw material for making wine is mountain grapes. You can let the leaders go to the mountains to pick wild ones, but you have to start planning to plant them in batches. You probably don't understand this. Gavin shook his head, then asked the savages. They should understand. Samuel thought for a while, but shook his head. Forget it, they probably don't understand, I'll teach it myself. Let the adults bother you. Samuel waved his hand and continued. You go and organize the female savages who are married these days, and I will personally teach them how to grow mountain grapes, as well as the subsequent picking, juicing, and fermentation processes. Afterwards, you need your Wana to do the distillation. And wait for the future. The scale has expanded, and I will find some helpers for her. As for the storage later, I will first find carpenters to build a batch of oak barrels, and then you will arrange people to fill the wine. After explaining this, Samuel thought for a while, and then urged. In addition, each process must be done by different people, and try to assign blood relations to the same process. Yes, my lord. Although Gavin didn't understand the intention of Samuel's move, he still nodded and wrote it down. This is to minimize the possibility of someone figuring out the entire brewing process. Samuel simply explained. Of course, in fact, he is not worried that someone will be able to imitate the brandy quickly. Because this process seems simple, but in fact there are many small details in it, which are lessons learned from years of practice. A little error will lead to a great change in flavor. Inexperienced people are destined to take countless detours and spend a lot of time imitating. What's more, he also mastered the manufacturing method of the core device of the still. The blacksmith, named Buso, he will never let this person leave Yingzui Island. Gavin could also feel that Samuel attached great importance to this brewing technology, so he reminded, My lord, the blacksmith who made this distiller is a leader of Highland City. If he returns to the Mullendal family a year later, don't worry, he can't go back. Samuel said with a smile, not only him, but everyone who comes to Yingzui Island will be my people. But Viscount Martin of Highland City may not agree. He'll agree, because I'll make an offer he can't refuse. Gavin rubbed his head, as if he understood something, but he didn't dare to ask more. Samuel didn't explain much, and instead said, "I'm going to Qingting Island in 3 days. When the time comes, you will be in charge of the daily affairs here. In Yingzui Island." Okay, my lord. Gavin responded with some trepidation. Although Gavin is now Samuel's housekeeper, he has long been used to obeying his master's orders in everything. Now that he suddenly has to make up his own mind, he is inevitably a little flustered. "Don't be nervous." Samuel smiled and comforted, "It's fine as usual. If you have any doubts, just wait until I come back." "Yes, my lord." Gavin thought for a while, then said with some worry, "My lord, if the savages call again and you're not here, I'm worried. So you have to spread the news that I'm leaving as soon as possible." Hearing Samuel's answer that was not what he asked, Gavin was stunned for a moment, then realized after a while, and suddenly realized, "My lord, did you pretend to leave just to lure those restless savages to attack Yingzui Island again?" "Yes, if they are smart, it would be best not to come. But if they really dare to come again, then I will take this opportunity to completely solve this hidden danger." Gavin obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "Okay, I will spread the news as soon as possible." Samuel reminded again, "However, I do want to go to Qingting Island. The food and living supplies in the territory are almost exhausted, and as the number of people in the territory increases, we must have a stable supply line." Gavin nodded, and understood. "My lord, do you want to transport supplies from Qingting Island by sea?" "Yes, my territory is in the Crimson Mountains. If it is too costly to travel by land, the sea route is the most suitable choice." Actually, Samuel wanted to have a good chat with the Lord of Arbor Island, Earl Paxter, in addition to opening up the sea transportation channel. The pirate route that Mrs. Olenna arranged for him before must have included the participation of Earl Paxter. After all, it required the Arbor Island to send ships and sailors. Of course, Samuel definitely doesn't need these things now, but he can talk about investment. In addition, Arbor Island, as the most famous wine producing area in Westeros, is suitable for the first appearance of brandy. Chapter 32. The gloomy sky did not see any sunlight, and it seemed that it was going to rain. There is no wind in the mountains and forests, and the hot weather is almost suffocating. The pioneer leader is leaving. Is the news reliable? In the not-so-spacious wooden house, dozens of serious-looking savages gathered. The smell of sweat and spices mixed together, fermented in this humid and hot environment, and finally became a weird smell. "Of course, it's reliable," the savage sitting at the top said in a deep voice. He is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is tall, with powerful limbs and fierce eyes. What attracts the most attention is his dark blue skin. This is the characteristic of the blue-skin tribe. As the savage tribe in this mountainous area second only to the Hoya tribe, the blue-skin tribe also sent people to participate in the Battle of Yingzui Island last time, and also suffered heavy losses. But obviously, unlike the Hoya tribe, the blue-skin tribe is not willing to surrender. "How is it? Do you dare to take this opportunity to do it again?" Linnea, the patriarch of the blue-skin tribe, urged again. This time he summoned the leaders of the 13 nearby tribes, just to avenge his shame. Of course, more importantly, he must take back those tribesmen who were captured by the people of Huon. Otherwise, without these young men, the blue-skin tribe will surely decline. However, Linnea's call did not receive the expected warm response. Obviously, the last disastrous defeat left too much psychological shadow on these tribal leaders. Even in the face of such a good opportunity, they didn't have the guts to fight again. "Everyone talk." Linnea couldn't help raising her voice. "Have you all been scared out of your wits by the people in Huon?" Finally, someone said, "We are not afraid of the people of Huon, but the Yingzui Islet is too difficult to attack, and going there will only waste the lives of more people. But have you ever thought about it? If we miss this opportunity, we will lose control of this mountain forest forever when the people of Huon really build the castle. At that time, we will either surrender or be killed or expelled. Of course I know that Yingzeu is easy to defend and difficult to attack, but we have no choice. In order to defend this forest, for the glory of the gods, and for the glory of the savage warriors, we must take action, even if you pay for it in blood." Linnea became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally stood up. tearing open the opening of her jacket, revealing her scarred chest. The members of the blue-skinned tribe all have crazy genes. They may not be the most powerful on the battlefield, but they must be the most terrifying. After their weird blue skins were soaked in blood, they look like devils crawling out of hell. And now, being swept by the murderous eyes of the ferocious, almost crazy Linnea, everyone in the audience was silent, for fear that the patriarch of the blue-skinned tribe could not control his emotions and start killing. But just as everyone was holding their breath, there was a melodious female voice. Our Crow tribe will not participate in this matter. The person who spoke was a woman sitting in a corner. She was wearing a veil and couldn't see her face clearly, but her beautiful purple eyes were enough to attract the attention of all men. Moreover, she has fair skin, a slender figure, and an elegant temperament. She doesn't look like a savage at all, but more like a noble lady who walked out of a castle. At this time, she is like a proud white swan, sitting among a group of native chickens. And those local chickens cast greedy eyes on her. Well, it wasn't all greed, at least there was a blue-skinned chicken with particularly fierce eyes, as if it was about to skin the woman and cramp it. Swimming Crow tribe, when will it be a woman's turn to speak in the Swimming Crow tribe? Where's the patriarch? Ruin. Facing Linnea's devouring eyes, Nora smiled lightly and said, "My husband returned to the embrace of the gods 3 months ago, so now the warriors of the Raven tribe obey my orders." Your husband is dead. Could it be that all the other men in the Crow tribe are also dead? You actually succumbed to a woman's knee. Hearing such disrespectful words, the 2 savage warriors beside Nora stood up angrily and wanted to draw their swords to defend the reputation of their patriarch. But Nora waved her hand to stop her subordinates, her tone still unhurried. "Linnea, we, the Raven tribe, will not participate in your actions. Of course, we will not surrender to the people of the river Bay. We only serve the old gods and obey his every oracle." After finishing speaking, he was about to turn around and leave the cabin. Stop. Of course Linnea would not allow her to leave, otherwise the alliance would fall apart before it was established. Looking at the group of blue-skinned warriors blocking the gate, Nora frowned slightly and asked, "Linnea, we have eaten the bread and salt of the blue-skinned tribe. Are you going to destroy the guest rights? Are you not afraid of being rejected by the gods?" Linnea sneered, "Woman, don't pretend to be innocent with me. I heard that some people from the Hoya tribe were inquiring about you before, saying that the nobleman from the river Bend wants to see you. If I let you go, who knows if you will turn around. Just inform the people of Huon." Nara sighed and explained, "That's right, the River Bend nobleman is indeed looking for us, but I have already declined his invitation. If you are still not at ease, I can swear to the old gods that I will never reveal your plan. I don't believe in women's oaths." Linnea said coldly, "So, please stay with me for a few more days, and when the war is over, I will naturally set you free." Nara had no choice but to go back to the room and sit down again. Linnea took a deep breath, and was about to mobilize the rest of the tribal leaders again, but suddenly saw a figure walking in from the door. "Sorry, I'm a step late, I hope it's not too late." Everyone followed the prestige, and all of them showed expressions of astonishment. Because the person who came was the patriarch of the Hoya tribe, Keeman. Linnea immediately ran to the door, embraced Chiman's arm affectionately, and laughed loudly, "My good nephew, you really came. I knew that you definitely didn't really surrender to the people of Huon." The old patriarch of the Hoya tribe married Linnea's sister, but because she passed away early, the relationship between the two families gradually became colder. But in any case, this blood relationship has always existed. "Yes, uncle, I had no choice but to surrender to the people of Huon back then, but I have never forgotten the hatred of my father and brothers. Now is the best time for us to take revenge." "That's right." Linnea held Chiman's hand and stood in the center of the venue, his gaze slowly sweeping across everyone's faces. "Leaders, what are you afraid of? With the warriors of the Hoya tribe as internal support, Eagle Zuiyu is no longer impenetrable. Don't you have the courage to avenge your shame?" After seeing Chiman, the faces of the tribal leaders began to change. At this time, when they heard Linnea's words, they stopped hesitating and echoed, "Okay. Our Longbeard tribe can produce 200 warriors, vowing to break through Yingzui Islet, and we will be ashamed. We can send 150 warriors. We can send 70 warriors. The atmosphere at the venue suddenly became heated, and the tribal leaders seemed to have changed their appearance, and they all took out their last family fortunes. Preparing to fight the Huan people, Linnea and Chiman stood in the middle of the crowd, accepting the compliments and cheers from the crowd, with a complacent look, as if the victory was already within reach. Chapter 33 Inches Father, Mother, Warrior, Blacksmith, Maiden, Crone. Stranger, I'm yours, you are mine, from today onwards, until death. On the beach by the summer sea, Gavin and Una stood opposite each other, solemnly swearing an oath. Samuel held up a crystal high, let the refracted rainbow light shine on the faces of the couple, and said, "Under the witness of the 7 gods in the world, I solemnly declare that Gavin and Una are married. From now on, they will be one body, one mind, and one soul forever. Anyone who interferes with their marriage will be punished, will be mercilessly cursed." Una blushed with happiness on her face, tiptoed lightly, and narrowed the distance between the two, reciting the oath she had just memorized. "Through this kiss, give my love, may you be my husband and reliance. Through this kiss, I offer my love, and may you be my wife and my wife." Gavin's body trembled slightly, but he still leaned forward, bringing their lips together. Applause and cheers sounded immediately, and a flock of seagulls resting on the sea soared into the air, adding to the festive atmosphere. The ceremony is over, and it's time for the banquet. Because the castle was not yet built, an open-air banquet was held, and because the supplies were not abundant, it was actually no different from what we usually eat, except for a small glass of wine per person. It is because the wine is so strong that it chokes many people to cough. But there were also more people whose eyes lit up after drinking it, and asked where the wine came from one after another. When they learned that the wine was brewed by the Lord himself, they all showed surprise expressions. Chiman hurriedly finished the food in front of him, and drank the wine in one gulp, then looked at Samuel's figure and fell into deep thought. After a while, seeing Samuel walking towards the Lord's cabin, he got up and followed. Stop. In front of the hut, Chiman looked at his nephew Kadu, who stood in front of him, and showed an inexplicable smile. "Boy, I want to see Lord Caesar, why are you stopping me?" Kadu's face was sullen, and his tone was stiff. "Then you can't go in casually, you have to report. You are really a qualified attendant," Chiman said with emotion. "Then please inform me." "You wait here." After Kadu said coldly, he turned and entered the hut. Not long after, he came out and said, "Master Caesar let you in." Kemen smiled slightly, and walked towards the Lord's cabin, but when he passed Kadu, he suddenly stopped. "What are you doing?" Kadu suddenly became nervous. Although the person in front of him was his own uncle, he always felt that the other person's eyes were like a poisonous snake, which made his hair stand on end. "Are you afraid of me?" Chiman stared into his nephew's eyes. "I'm not afraid of you." Kemen grinned, lowered his voice and said, "What did Saru tell you?" Kadu's pupils shrank slightly, unconsciously avoiding Chiman's gaze. But the next moment, he seemed to realize his weakness, and forced his head up to look directly into Chiman's eyes, gnashing his teeth and saying, "He told me you killed Grandpa." After saying this, Kadu regretted it, and felt that he was too reckless to tell this secret. But he didn't want to show weakness in front of Chiman, so the young savage tried his best to straighten his back. After hearing this, Chiman did not show any panic or anger, as if he heard his nephew say something like, "The weather is fine." Such performance not only surprised Kadu, but also made him more angry. After a long while, Chiman said quietly, "That's right, I killed Grandpa." Before Kadu reprimanded his uncle for being shameless, Chiman said, "Again, moreover, not only him, but also your father Cheka and your second uncle Chimu, I killed them too." Kadu was stunned, and the next second, the blood all over his body rushed to the top of his head, almost making him lose his mind. Clang! Kadu drew his sword, but stopped halfway. He trembled all over, biting his lips to the point of blood, as if trying to restrain his impulse. Chiman looked at his nephew quietly, and suddenly smiled. "Why didn't you pull it out? Don't dare to kill me. I'm not that stupid," Kadu said without a word. "I can't beat you now. If you draw your sword and attack you, you will have a reasonable excuse to kill me." "Yes, it seems that you are not stupid." Chiman looked at his nephew, who was only half as tall as himself, but not smart enough. As he spoke, he stepped forward and helped Kadu straighten his clothes calmly. People who saw it from a distance might think it was a scene of deep affection between uncle and nephew. Know why I said you're not smart enough? Kadu also calmed down at this time. He returned the long sword to its sheath, pursed his lips, and looked at his uncle fiercely, but did not intend to answer his question. Kemen didn't care either. After tidying up his nephew's clothes, he said to himself, because a truly smart person will hide his hatred, especially when the strength is insufficient. After speaking, Chiman no longer cared about his nephew, got up and walked towards the Lord's cabin. Lord Caesar, what do you want from me? My lord, I have an important report for you. Explain. The head of the Blueskin tribe, Linnea, has united with the leaders of the 13 nearby tribes. They are preparing to launch a sudden attack on the territory after you leave Yingzui Island. Oh, Samuel sat up straight. How do you know the news? Because Linnea is my uncle, and this time, he also sent someone to contact me secretly, wanting me to be their internal correspondent, inciting the people of the Hoya tribe to resist you together. Samuel looked at the young savage in front of him with scrutiny, and suddenly said, why didn't you help your uncle? Instead, you came to inform me. Kemen said without hesitation, because I will always be loyal to you. Samuel stroked his chin, carefully examining the young wild man in front of him. To be honest, this time he deliberately spread the news that he was about to leave, mainly to lure Chiman to jump out of his own initiative, so as to take the opportunity to solve this hidden danger. Who knows, this person's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Of course, Samuel would not believe that Chiman was really loyal to him. No betrayal doesn't mean loyalty, it's just that the price is not enough, or the timing is wrong. However, Chiman took the initiative to keep secrets to him, so it was not easy for him to attack this person. He didn't know whether Chiman really saw that he was fishing on purpose, or felt that the timing was wrong and dared not really rebel, or whether he wanted to use this method to win his trust, but no matter what, Samuel decided to give him another here's a chance to see what this unrecognizable savage really wants to do. Now that he has decided to target the Iron Throne, Samuel knows that he cannot be morally clean. His subordinates not only need knights whose lives are based on honor, but also learn to control a mad dog like Chiman, and sometimes, mad dogs are more useful than cavaliers. Of course, Samuel also knows that mad dogs are in danger of devouring his master, so he must hold the chain around his neck tightly at all times. Only in this way, he will bite others instead of himself. Thinking of this, Samuel showed a smile again, and said, very well, Chiman, I appreciate your loyalty. Then, it's up to you to get rid of these conspirators for me. Kemen slammed on his chest, and said loudly, willing to help you. Chapter 34. The night is silent, only the breeze blows gently. In the camp of the Blueskin tribe, the lights were brightly lit. The place has become overcrowded due to the gathering of nearly 3,000 warriors from 13 nearby tribes. In the wooden house in the center of the camp, there were constant noises. It was the tribal leaders who were drinking. Nara was the only tribal leader who did not join the carnival. On the contrary, she smelled a strange smell in the air at this time. It seemed that something bad was about to happen. This is the gods' warning themselves, she firmly believes. Mother, I don't like this place. The one who spoke was a tall girl who also wore a veil, only revealing the same purple eyes as her mother. Nara turned her head and pulled her daughter into the tent, saying, go and look around the camp. Natalie frowned when she heard the words, and said, but mother, it's so dark now, I can't see anything clearly. Nara insisted, go in. See, I have a bad feeling. All right. Natalie had no choice but to lie on her back on a wool blanket, holding her breath and concentrating. The next moment, her eyeballs suddenly rolled up, and the amethyst-like pupils disappeared, replaced by a creepy pure white. Outside the camp, a crow fluttered its wings, croaked a few times, and then plunged into the dark mountain forest. Nara sat cross-legged beside her motionless daughter, holding her hand with a slightly anxious expression. But before Natalie sent back the news, there was a sudden commotion in the camp. Nara suddenly became nervous, but she didn't want to leave her daughter at this time, so she raised her voice and shouted outside. What happened? Master Patriarch, it seems that the village is on fire. On fire? Yes, but it seems that the fire is not big, it should be just an accident, you don't have to worry too much. Nara did not relax at all when she heard the words, but became more convinced that her hunch was correct. Just when she was hesitating whether to send some people from the tribe to see the fire, her daughter Natalie suddenly let out a scream, and then sat up suddenly. The pupils also returned to their normal purple color. But her expression was extremely flustered. Mother, it's bad, I saw a lot of people are walking towards the camp. They are all armed. Seeing that her hunch was confirmed, Nora calmed down instead, comforted her daughter, and asked in a deep voice, "Don't panic, Natalie, tell me, where are they coming from? There are all directions, we are surrounded. What to do, mother? Did the people from Huon kill you? It should be." Nora tried her best to keep calm, and asked again, "But they always have a direction with the least number of people." Natalie took a few deep breaths and recalled, "I feel that the number of people in the north is the least. Okay, I get it." After finishing speaking, Nora got up and walked out. Natalie was startled, and quickly got up, hugging her mother's arm tightly, refusing to let go. Nara had no choice but to take her out of the tent. At this time, the chaos in the village not only did not subside, but intensified. Fires also rose from more than one place, and the wild people were busy fighting the fire, which made the camp even more chaotic. The Hoya tribe betrayed us. The Hoya tribe betrayed us. The Blueskin tribe betrayed us. They colluded with the people of the River Bend to kill all the savages. The one who betrayed was the Longbeard tribe. All kinds of chaotic voices sounded in the camp, making the savage warriors at a loss, and it was impossible to tell who was the enemy and who was the friend. Trust gradually collapsed, and at the same time, this fragile alliance collapsed. The warriors of various tribes who were still drinking and chatting, and were going to fight together tomorrow, suddenly had infinite doubts about the people around them. If the tribal leaders can stand up in time to stabilize people's hearts at this time, the further spread of chaos can be prevented. But the strange thing is that from the beginning of the chaos to the present, no tribal leader has been seen. The patriarch's wooden house in the center of the camp fell into a strange calm at this critical moment. Many savages also ran to knock on the door, but did not get a response at all. Nara saw all this, her heart sank. But she knew that she couldn't help any hesitation at this moment, so she quickly called a few clansmen and ordered, "Gather all your clansmen immediately and tell everyone to rush to the north. When you meet the enemy, don't fall in love with fighting, just get away from this place quickly. Remember, this is not our war." Yes. As soon as she finished explaining, Nora heard a dull and long horn sound from outside the camp. Kill, kill, kill. The sound of shouting and killing sounded. In the darkness, there seemed to be countless figures rushing out from all directions, surrounding the camp of the Blueskin tribe. And this became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the camp exploded in an instant. The savage warriors were like headless chickens, scurrying around with their heads in their arms. Even if some wanted to raise their swords to meet the enemy, they couldn't organize a decent resistance at all. Seeing this, Nora held her daughter's hand tightly and said loudly, "Everyone in the Yuya tribe, don't disperse, follow me and rush north. Come on." Ellipsis. Why, Chiman, why did you betray us? In the wooden house, Linnea, the patriarch of the Blueskin tribe, roared hoarsely. His hands and feet were bound with thick ropes, and weird blue blood oozes from the constant struggle. "Keeman, what benefits did the people of Huon give you?" The chief of the Longbeard tribe also asked angrily. "Kemen, have you forgotten your identity? You're a savage. You'll always be a savage. There's no way the people of the Reach can trust you. Yes, only we are your brothers. Let us go, and together we will drive the River Bend out of the Crimson Mountains. Yes, let us go, we will never hold you accountable for what you did tonight." Ellipsis. Facing the questioning, threatening, or wooing words of the tribal chiefs, Kemen remained indifferent. He just stood in front of the window and looked out expressionlessly. The jumping flames reflected on his face, making that handsome face look a bit hideous. In a trance, Cheeman recalled the words Samuel said to him before this operation, "I have given those tribal leaders a chance to surrender, but they still choose to resist. I will not give a second chance to such people. I can accept the surrender of all other wildlings, but they cannot. So, when you step into the camp of the Blueskin tribe, you don't want to see any of the tribe leaders alive. You know what to do. Kemen remembered his shock and anger at the time, but in the end, he still lowered his head and said, I know. After an unknown period of time, the commotion outside gradually subsided, the screams and killing sounds decreased, and the voices of surrender and begging for mercy gradually gained the upper hand. The tribal leaders trapped in the house also gradually despaired, collapsed to the ground, and no longer tried to persuade the traitor. Seeing that the dust of this battle was about to settle, Chiman knew that it was time for him to complete his mission. I thought that my heart was as hard as a stone, but at this moment, there was still a trace of hesitation in Chiman's eyes. But this hesitation did not last long. Turning around, Chiman had already put on a cold expression, with a crazy and bloodthirsty light jumping in his eyes. Chapter 35 Inches Kemen, what are you doing? Some tribal leaders seemed to have a premonition, and roared fiercely. Kai, the long sword pierced into the chest of a tribal leader without hindrance, and the gushing blood spattered Kemen all over. Chiman, do you dare to kill us? Kai, Kemen answered the questioning with actions, and killed another tribal leader in the blink of an eye. The wooden house suddenly boiled, and the remaining leaders cursed and struggled. But Chiman was unmoved, and continued to walk to the next tribal leader. Wait, Chiman, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to surrender. Kai, Kemen swung his sword again, as if slaughtering a wild boar. You madman, you traitor, we have already surrendered, why do you want to kill us? Kai, the warriors of the Longbeard tribe will repay me. Kai, the smell of blood filled the closed wooden house, tumbling, mixed with the smell of excrement and urine due to fear, forming an extremely strong, almost suffocating smell. Like a slaughterhouse. The butcher, Chiman's body was already covered with a thick layer of blood stains, like a bright red armor, which was daunting. As the tribal leaders were killed one by one, the wooden house gradually became quiet. There is only the last one left, the patriarch of the Blueskin tribe, Kemen's uncle, Linnea. Linnea stopped speaking at this time, and there was no expression of anger or fear on his face. He looked at his nephew standing in front of him, and said indifferently, tell me why. Chiman, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The voice was hoarse like a rusty sword, for the future of the wildlings. The future of the savages. Linnea, who was already ashamed, suddenly became angry again. You are killing the future of the savages with your own hands. Kemen shook his head slowly. No, you are the obstacle to the progress of the wildlings. Linnea was stunned for a moment when he heard such absurd remarks. Kemen continued unhurriedly. We savages are also descendants of the ancestors and Andals. There is not much essential difference from the people of the River Bay. But thousands of years have passed, and the people of the River Bay have built hundreds of castles, fed tens of millions of people, and organized there are countless powerful armies. But what about us savages? We are companions of wild beasts. And ignorance, split into hundreds of large and small tribes, fighting each other for a ridiculous territory and prey, but after fighting for so long, what have we won? Didn't they only dare to hide in the Crimson Mountains? Occasionally go out to plunder, and seeing the regular army of the Huon people, can't they just run away? Tell me, uncle, even if I drive the people from the river bend out of the Crimson Mountains with you this time, so what? We will still return to the previous state, stuck in the quagmire of barbarism, ignorance, and backwardness. Quote, Linnea sneered and said, could it be that you can change the future of the savages by being a dog for the people of Huon? Kemen didn't care about the insult in his uncle's words, and still responded flatly, at least, this is the best chance to smash the barriers between the tribes and unite all the savages of the Crimson Mountains. Even so, the future savage king will be the nobleman of the River Bend. And you are just a mad dog under him. As long as the savage can break free from the quagmire of savagery and ignorance, so what if I am a mad dog? Linnea was silent. At the moment when his life was about to come to an end, he seemed to finally understand his nephew. Of course, understanding does not mean forgiveness. Linnea couldn't forgive Chiman for what he had done, but now, he knew that it was impossible for him to stop his nephew. He didn't know whether Chiman's actions would bring the wildlings into a glorious future, or into an even more desperate abyss. But Linnea suddenly felt that perhaps it was time to give the wildlings a different leader. Don't be a mad dog. Linnea suppressed the hatred and anger in his heart, and became earnest. The people in Huan asked you to kill us, right? If you kill us, you will reap the hatred of the 13 tribesmen. If you kill more people in the future, the blood stains on your body will accumulate more and more, until the whole world is an enemy. Therefore, Kemen, control your desire to kill. Otherwise, before the wildlings usher in a bright future, you will have already fallen into the abyss. Cheeman twitched the corners of his mouth, with a strange expression on his face. I'm already in the abyss, uncle. It's not too late. Linnea persuaded, the Crimson Mountains are still huge, and it's too late for you to stop now. The future of the wildlings needs you. Keeman shook his head. It's too late, I'm a kinslayer, and I have no future. Linnea froze for a moment, then thought of her brother-in-law's death. Her complexion suddenly changed. You killed your own father. There are brothers. Cheeman stepped forward, piercing Linnea's chest with the blood-red long sword in his hand. Now there is another uncle. Linnea roared wildly, and blood gushed out of his mouth continuously. However, there was not much hatred in his eyes, but a look of great regret. Why do you do this kind of thing, detested by the gods? Kemen looked at his panting uncle expressionlessly, and said lightly, I also prayed devoutly to the gods, but it was never answered. So, I decided to give my soul to the devil. Linnea seemed to be struggling to say something, but his broken heart was no longer able to support the body, and he spit out the last mouthful of blue blood. He finally tilted his head and remained motionless. Kemen stared at his uncle's body in a daze for a while, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until the shouting outside the house completely subsided that he turned around and walked to the door, and opened the locked wooden door. The slightly cool night wind came oncoming, but it failed to blow Keeman's hair that had already been covered with solidified blood. Scabs. Kemen, where is Lord Linnea? And what about the patriarch of our Longbeard tribe? And our patriarch, now that the battle is over and we have surrendered, can you release them? Faced with the questioning of the captured savages, Cheeman remained silent. It wasn't until everyone saw the blood stains on Keeman's body that they all changed their faces and cursed, and some even rushed forward to fight Keeman with their lives. The soldiers hurried forward to stop them, and even killed a few of the most violent ones before they nipped this captive riot in the bud. At this time, Samuel just walked into the camp surrounded by soldiers. The group of savage captives also gradually calmed down, and turned their attention to the River Bend nobleman who was about to decide their fate. Samuel first glanced at Cheeman from a distance, and then with a warm smile on his face, he said loudly under the expectant or fearful gazes of the savage captives, anyone who is willing to surrender, I can pardon your death penalty. The captives were quiet for a while, and then burst into cheers. Thanks to the kind Lord. We are willing to surrender. We will serve. Kemen looked at Samuel, who was being cheered and supported by everyone, with complicated eyes. Under the light of the orange fire, the young River Bend noble seemed to exude a divine radiance. But he could only stand alone in a dark and cold corner, exuding an aura that people despise ghosts. Kemen let out a laugh, shook his head, then clasped his right hand on his chest, and said loudly, loyalty, dedicated to the greatest Caesar. The greatest Caesar. 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 The sound of cheering was louder. Then wave after wave, sweeping across the forest like a strong wind. Chapter 36. Among the mountains and forests, the low-hanging crescent moon swayed the last ray of light, trying to resist the invasion of darkness. However, this is futile after all, and the whole world will soon fall into the darkest hour before dawn. Ma'am, I counted again, more than 30 brothers are missing. So many. Nora frowned tightly, unable to accept the number for a while, but we didn't encounter fierce battles when we rushed out. How could there be so few people? It should be that many tribesmen failed to keep up with the team and got trapped in the camp of the Blueskin tribe. Nara nodded, then stood up resolutely and said, I'm going back now and bringing them out. Madam, you must not go back. Yes, mother, you probably won't be able to get out after you go. Natalie also hugged her mother's arm tightly, as if she was afraid that she would never come back. No, I have to go back. Nora insisted, I brought them into danger, and I should bring them out. Madam, then we will go back. With you. No, you stay here. If I don't come back for a long time, you take Natalie away. I'm not leaving. Natalie was so scared that she almost cried. Nara patted her daughter's little hand lightly, smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, the situation may not be so bad. As far as I know, the Riverbend nobleman is not a bloodthirsty person, not to mention that our Raven tribe did not participate in Linea's conspiracy. He probably wouldn't embarrass us. Then you should also bring more people, just in case. No need. If he really wants to harm me, even if I take everyone from the Yuya tribe, I won't be able to stop him. Everyone fell silent after hearing the words. The Yuya tribe is just a small tribe, with a total number of less than 500 people, and most of them are old and weak, women and children, and they really can't fight against the powerful Huan people. Okay, you don't have to worry, I haven't received a warning from the gods, indicating that this trip will not be dangerous. After reassuring the tribe, Nora looked for the direction and walked into the darkness alone. So, my subjects will increase by more than 9,300 people. Yes, my lord, Gavin said with dark circles under his eyes. This is the preliminary statistics of the population of the 13 tribes. There may be some differences in the final results, but they should not be big. Samuel stroked his chin, but he was a little worried. The increase in the population of the territory is of course a good thing, but if it increases too fast, it will make people worry. These more than 9,000 people, plus the original Hoya tribe of more than 2,000 people, are more than 10,000 people, and this happened in just less than a month. For a territory that has just begun to develop, this is no longer a population explosion, but a population explosion. The territory's food reserves were almost exhausted, and the population surge at this time was simply adding fuel to the fire. Originally, there were more than 2,000 people, but Samuel could still go to Qingting Island to make a wave of investment and survive this period of time. But now that the rations have soared to more than 10,000 people, how can this be fooled? Do you really regard Earl Paxter as the wrong person? The brandy cash cow is still in its infancy, and it can't immediately bring a lot of income to the territory. Thinking of this, Samuel finally sighed, and could only decide to temporarily raise these newly joined citizens. We can't supply so many people now, so all the more than 2,000 captives who surrendered last night were released back, and let them go hunting and gathering in the same way as before. Yes, my lord, Gavin nodded in response, feeling a little pity in his heart. Although he could understand the difficulty of the lord, he also knew that if these captives were released now, it would be difficult to gather them together in the future. It's a pity that the food in the territory is not enough to support so many people. Otherwise, it would be great if so many people were sent to build the castle. There is also a winery, which is also in urgent need of manpower. But these captives really can't move. After all, they are the main hunting force of the 13 tribes. If they are sent to build castles, the rest of the wildlings in the tribe will encounter a food crisis. Therefore, unless Yingzui Island has the ability to support all the more than 9,000 savages, these captives must be released back. Thinking of this, Gavin asked again, my lord, will the orphanage not accept the elderly and young children from these 13 tribes? Samuel thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, take it. Otherwise, the hearts of these tribes will be scattered. Yes. Samuel sighed, knowing that he had to leave for Qingting Island as soon as possible, otherwise his leaders would really drink the northwest wind. In addition, the 13 newly added tribes have all been changed to villages. You should draw up a list of candidates for village chiefs as soon as possible. Remember to use familiar savages. The familiar savage, in Samuel's mouth actually, refers to the savage or his relatives who intermarried with the River Bend people. For example, Gavin's new wife Wunna, and brother-in-law Ucha. Samuel insisted on getting rid of those tribal leaders this time, just to facilitate the placement of people he trusted, so as to better control these savage villages. He didn't want the savages to start rioting again after he left. Okay. Gavin quickly wrote it down, and then asked, what about the tax? It is also based on Hoya village, exempt for 3 months. Samuel hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, right. Although the territory's finances are difficult, he still intends to have a bowl of water. After all, buying people's hearts is the most important thing now. Moreover, those savages are so poor, how much can they collect even if they really collect taxes? Hunting and gathering are extremely inefficient production methods. The savages can barely support themselves. If they are really asked to pay taxes, Samuel feels guilty. Of course, after 3 months, you still have to pay. Even if the tax collected is returned as welfare, it must be collected. This is the duty of the citizens. If you really want to continue the tax exemption, it won't be long before no one will remember that there is a lord on their head. What's more, Samuel has built an orphanage to help the leaders support the orphans, widows, old and young, greatly reducing their burden, and collecting some taxes will not affect their lives. Then, the two discussed some details of the settlement of the savages. After the end, Samuel was about to catch up on his sleep, but his attendant, Kadu, came to report. My lord, there is a patriarch who claims to be the leader of the Crow tribe and wants to see you. Wandering Crow tribe, invite her to come here. Yes. After learning last night that most of the Raven tribe fled in the chaos, Samuel was still very disappointed. Because this tribe has mastered ghost grass, something that can improve his spiritual attributes. When people from the Hoya tribe sent an invitation to the Yaya tribe on his behalf, they were rejected by the other party. He was still worrying about how to contact the other party, but he didn't expect that now, the Yuya tribe would come to him on his own initiative. Of course Samuel knew that the other party should have come for those tribesmen who were captured by him. While thinking about it, I saw a tall woman walking into the wooden house. A dark veil covered most of her face, revealing a pair of eyes with purple pupils, long dark brown hair draped over her shoulders, and a simple and rough buckskin dress, but it still couldn't hide the mysterious and noble atmosphere. She came to Samuel with graceful steps, bowed and said, Dear Lord Caesar, I am Nora, the patriarch of the Crow tribe. On behalf of all the clansmen, I would like to extend my most sincere greetings to you. Chapter 37. Samuel looked at the woman in front of him, feeling more and more weird in his heart. Because the other party really doesn't look like a savage. The kind of elegance and pride that comes from the bones cannot be faked or imitated. It can only be cultivated from a child who has no worries about food and clothing, has someone to serve him, and has an excellent tutor. A woman like this can only appear in noble castles, not in the Crimson Mountains filled with barbarism and ignorance. Madam Nora, may I ask, are you a native savage? Nora smiled slightly, as if she was not surprised by such a question. I'm afraid not. I am afraid, yes, my lord. Many people have asked me similar questions, but I really can't give them a definite answer. Because I don't remember myself. Samuel's expression suddenly became strange. Have you ever lost your memory? Yes, my lord. The previous patriarch of the Crow tribe, that is, my husband, rescued me in the summer sea more than 10 years ago. But I can't remember why I fell into the sea, and I lost everything before memory. Nala stroked the hair beside her ears with her hands, and said in a slightly melancholy tone, maybe I used to be a noble lady in some castle, but it doesn't matter anymore. Now, I'm just the patriarch of the Raven tribe. So Lord, this time I am here for my people. We did not participate in Linnea's conspiracy, let alone be against you, so please let those innocent people go back to the forest. Samuel did not rush to respond to Nora's request, but looked at her purple eyes and fell into deep thought. He already had a guess about Nora's real-life experience. There are not many families with purple eyes in Westeros. The most famous one is of course the former royal family, the Targaryen family, but Targaryen has silver hair and purple eyes, while the woman in front of him has dark brown hair. Moreover, the existing Targaryen are all in exile on the continent of Essos across the narrow sea, and it is impossible to appear in the summer sea. There is a woman who fits Nora's situation very well. That is the sister of Don's sword, Arthur Dane, the dream lover of Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, and the goddess that Barristan Selmy, the fearless, of the Kingsguard, never forgets, Ashara Dane. First of all, Starfall City, the territory of the Dane family, is on the east bank of the mouth of the turbulent river, not far from here. Moreover, almost 10 years ago, after the Usurper War ended, Ed Stark brought the great sword Don inherited from the Dane family to Starfall City, returned it, and told the Don Excalibur the news that Arthur Dane died in battle in the Tower of Bliss. It is said that Ashara Dane couldn't bear the blow of her brother's death, and in grief, she jumped into the sea from the top of the White Stone Sword Tower and committed suicide. However, Her body has never been found. Now it seems that Ashara who jumped into the sea may not have died, but was rescued from the sea by the previous patriarch of the Raven tribe, and lost her memory because of this. Thinking of this, the way Samuel looked at Nora immediately changed. Starfall City, as the most important city in the west of Dorne, is located on the shore of the Summer Sea, facing Samuel's territory across the sea. If he wants to get his hands on Dorne, Starfall City is the best step, and Nora in front of him, that is, Ashara Dane, is a key that can open the gate of Starfall City. Madam Nora, I know that you are not involved in Linnea's conspiracy, so you won't embarrass the warriors of the Wandering Crow tribe. You can take them away at any time. Thank you for your kindness and justice. Nora quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly thanked you. She was just about to say goodbye, but she heard Samuel say, again, I am here on behalf of the Duke of Metz to open up, and I am willing to provide shelter for all the wildlings. I don't know if the Raven tribe is willing to become my territory. Sorry. Nora refused. Our Crow clan only serves the old gods, and we cannot be loyal to a knight who believes in the 7 gods. If this mountain forest has become your territory, then we can leave as well. The Crow never occupy the land. This answer did not surprise Samuel. After all, no one wants to surrender to someone for no reason. If it is another tribe, Samuel will either subdue it directly or expel it directly. But the Crow tribe, whether it is Nora's real-life experience or the ghost grass, Samuel cannot easily use violence. Be gentle. Samuel smiled slightly and said, since that's the case, I won't force you. However, you don't have to leave. As long as you don't attack my people and don't enter their settlements without invitation, I can ask you to stay in this forest. And, you can also trade freely with my subjects. Nara was a little surprised. She really didn't expect this young lord to be so generous. You are truly a merciful lord. On behalf of all the clansmen, I would like to express my gratitude to you. I'm very happy to reap the friendship of the Crow tribe, Samuel said with a smile. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Nora, I heard that there is a ghost grass in the Crimson Mountains. Have you ever seen it? Nara froze for a moment, then nodded and said, of course I know. This is a rather rare weed with mysterious spirituality. Only those who are favored by the old gods can find them in the mountains and forests. Samuel was overjoyed, and then asked, can you help me collect ghost grass? I can pay for it, 1 silver deer per plant. Of course, if you want to exchange it for grain or other things of equivalent value, that's fine too. Nara thought for a moment, then said, as long as you agree to one more condition. We, the Crow tribe, will collect ghost grass for you. What condition? You and your subjects shall not destroy a single weirwood in the Crimson Mountains. Samuel was taken aback when he heard this. Is there a weirwood in the Crimson Mountains? Weirwood is a sacred tree in the eyes of believers in the old gods. But he remembered that except for the northern border, didn't the weirwood in the south have been destroyed by the Andals? However, since the Crimson Mountain range is so big, it is possible that some fish slipped through the net. Yes, I agree to your conditions. In fact, if you understand it, you will know that I did not force all my subjects to convert to the 7 gods. They can still voluntarily retain their original beliefs. I also respect your beliefs and will not go to destroy the weirwood. You have a tolerant heart, and the gods old and new will protect you. Nora smiled. This negotiation was much smoother than she had imagined. The young nobleman of the Reach was far friendlier than she had expected. With this guarantee, she doesn't have to worry about the destruction of the remaining weirwoods. At this moment, she even sincerely hopes that Samuel's territory will continue to expand, so that more weirwoods can be protected. Moreover, the ghost grass can be exchanged for a silver deer. This exchange agreement can greatly improve the lives of the tribe. What a generous lord. Chapter 38. A supply agreement for ghost grass was reached, and Samuel was in a good mood, and warmly invited Nora to stay for lunch, hoping to deepen their relationship. Nara didn't refuse. If she could find a strong backer for the Yakuza tribe, of course she would not refuse. When the waiter Kadu brought the food to the table, Nora took off her veil, revealing her delicate face. Although the youth is no longer there, the charm is still there. No wonder he was able to fascinate the talents of the 7 kingdoms in Harrenhal. Looking at Samuel's gaze, Nora smiled gently and explained, I usually wear a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understandable. Samuel nodded with a smile. In this Crimson Mountain range that obeys the law of the jungle, a woman who is too beautiful will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. However, now that Nora takes the initiative to take off her veil, she is also expressing her trust in Samuel. Pointing to the plate in front of him, Samuel smiled and said, this is the special lunch combination for the chief of the Blueskin tribe. How about the taste? Good. Although it is a patriarch's set meal, it is not really rich. That is, some barbecue, wild vegetables, mushrooms, goat's milk, and a plate of weeds that Samuel doesn't know. Samuel first picked up the weed and stuffed it into his mouth. As a man who is determined to taste all the food in Westeros, he must choose to eat unfamiliar food. The taste is a bit bitter, and the throat is hot. Just when Samuel was about to put this weed on his blacklist, he suddenly stopped. Because there was movement on his attribute panel. Strength increased by 0.01. Samuel was overjoyed, and quickly stuffed the other 2 weeds on the plate into his mouth. Nora, who was provoked by the side, couldn't help wondering, this lord likes to eat grass so much. He bought ghost grass from himself, maybe it was also for eating. Seeing that the strength attribute increased again, Samuel hurriedly asked Kadu beside him, what kind of grass is this? My lord, this is silver leaf grass. Is there any more? Give me some more. Yes. At this time, Nora reminded, Master Caesar, you'd better not eat too much of this silver leaf grass. Oh why? Because I suspect it's poisonous. Toxic. Samuel was slightly surprised, but then questioned, the chief of the blue skin tribe still eats it every day. It shouldn't be very toxic. It should be fine if you eat less, but if you eat too much, you may have problems. If you go to find out, you will know that this silver leaf grass is a sacred object of the blue skin tribe. Only the leader can enjoy it, and occasionally some will be given to the clansmen who have done meritorious deeds. But the leaders who often eat this grass often don't live past the age of 40, and their spirits are also somewhat abnormal, and they may even lose control and go crazy. Then they still like to eat this grass so much, because this grass can cure some diseases and turn their skin blue. They think it is a gift from the gods. Samuel frowned. The skin turns blue, the mind is abnormal, but it can cure some diseases. It reminded him of some kind of substance. The next moment, he stood up abruptly and walked out quickly. Sorry, Mrs. Nora, I suddenly have something important to do, you have lunch first. Walking to the door, I ran into Kadu who was delivering food. Samuel grabbed all the silver leaf grass brought by the other party, stuffed it into his mouth, and asked, where does this silver leaf grass grow? Kadu was stunned for a moment, then said, it's in the innermost part of the camp, and there's a small cave there. Find 10 reach soldiers and meet me in the cave, bring your shovels. Yes, my lord. Came to the cave that Kadu mentioned, and Samuel saw the silver leaf grass here. In the slightly dim cave, there, leaves shone with a silvery white shimmer. After listening to Mrs. Nora's story, Samuel immediately realized that the leaders of these blue skin tribes were probably suffering from chronic silver poisoning. Silver has a bactericidal effect, so it can treat some infections, but if you eat too much, it will cause heavy metal poisoning, and it will also turn people's skin and even blood blue. But the question is, how can these silver leaf grasses contain metallic silver? Samuel guessed that there might be a silver mine buried under the silver leaf grass. That's why silver is enriched in this kind of grass, which has caused the effect of chronic argyria among the blue-skinned tribesmen. But if this is the case, then the substance that increases one's strength attribute is the silver leaf grass itself. Or the silver enriched in it. Thinking of another substance that can increase the strength attribute, gold-tail shrimp, Samuel suddenly had a bold guess. At this time, Kadu had brought the soldiers over. This is the place. First pull out the silver leaf grass, and then dig deep for me. Yes, the soldiers responded, and then went into the hole to dig. Samuel stood outside, eating the silver leaf grass pulled out by the soldiers, while waiting patiently. The movement here has attracted the attention of the savages, especially the savages from the original blue-skin tribe. In this cave grows the silver leaf grass that they regard as a gift from the gods, so they are often regarded as a holy place. But now, the People of the Reach don't know what to do in their holy places. This made them both nervous and at a loss. Of course, no one dared to stand up and protest. After all, the things in this cave have always been exclusive to the leader of the Blue Skin tribe. Now that Samuel has conquered them, the cave is of course his. Time passed little by little, and Samuel stuffed the silver leaf grass into his mouth numbly. From the bitterness at the beginning, until now, he couldn't taste the taste at all. Moreover, like golden tail shrimp, if you eat too much silver leaf grass, the effect will be reduced. However, even so, after eating hundreds of silver leaf grasses, Samuel's strength attribute also rose rapidly, and finally reached 2.13. At this time, his body's tolerance to silver leaf grass has become very high, and in the end he needs to eat 5 plants to increase his strength by 0.01. Samuel burped, his mouth full of bitter grassy taste. I can't eat anymore. Moreover, there is not much silver leaf grass left. Always save some seeds for seeds, otherwise the people of the Blue Skin tribe may cause trouble if they know that their tribal sacred objects are extinct. At this time, Nora had finished her lunch and came to bid farewell with her captured clansmen. Okay, Mrs. Nora, I wish you a smooth journey. In addition, I also hope that you can find the ghost grass as soon as possible. Nora looked at Samuel's silver-green teeth stained by grass juice, and wanted to say something to remonstrate, but hesitated for a while but didn't say it, and finally just said goodbye politely. Not long after the crows left, a soldier ran out and said to Samuel, "My lord, we dug up some ore below." Samuel hurried into the cave, and sure enough, he saw some lead-gray crystal ores with metallic luster in a large pit. Is this a silver mine? Samuel was a little uncertain, the color didn't seem right. However, considering that this may not be sterling silver, this is why the color and appearance appear. Samuel turned his head and told the soldiers, "Go to Yingzui Island and invite Wei Duo and Buso over here. Also, send someone to seal off this cave, and no one will come near it without my order." Yes. Chapter 39 inches. Yes, my lord, this is indeed silver ore, more precisely, it should be argentite. Vito and Buso studied the ore crystals in the pit for half a day, and finally came to a conclusion. Samuel suddenly smiled and asked quickly, "Do you know how to refine this silver ore?" Vito stroked his beard, shook his head in embarrassment and said, "Sorry, my lord. We can't do anything about it. There is no silver mine in Highland City, and we don't know how to refine it. Then where should I go to find someone who can refine silver ore? The bachelors of the Academy City should be able to." Bachelor. Samuel suddenly felt a little emotional. Without his time travel, the original owner would have become a bachelor in the end. It seems that I still have to go to Old Town. Okay, I see, you guys go out first. Yes, my lord. Regarding this newly discovered silver mine, Samuel did not keep the two of them secret. Because too many people are involved in the mining, refining, and casting of silver mines, it is too difficult to keep it secret. Besides, in Westeros, mining silver mines without permission is a felony. If Samuel was willing to take this risk, why didn't he just agree to Mrs. Olenna and become a pirate? Anyway, being caught is a consequence. Of course, the silver mine was discovered on his territory, which no one can take away. It's just that if you want to mine, you must obtain the king's consent. Silver mines are generally mined, except for a small amount of luxury goods such as silver jewelry and silver tableware. Most of them are used to mint silver dear coins. The right to mint coins is of course firmly in the hands of the royal family. He who discovered the silver mine had to be authorized by the king before he could mint silver coins. The king will also send someone to supervise the minting of silver coins, and take a part of it as an authorization fee. Most of the income from this silver mine still belongs to Samuel. Why is the Lannister family the richest family in the Seven Kingdoms? Not because of the gold mines beneath Castle Rock. The silver mine in front of me is certainly not as valuable as the gold mine, and I don't know how many reserves it has, but it has already surprised Samuel. After all, everyone thought that the Crimson Mountains were a barren land with nothing, and Samuel originally planned to make money by brewing brandy. Now that there is this silver mine, the development speed of the territory will surely reach a new level. He who was still frowning just now because of the sudden increase in the number of his subordinates, is not worried at all now. With this silver mine, he will have more confidence to raise investment. Moreover, the significance of this silver mine to Samuel is not only wealth. According to his previous conjecture, the real effective substance to increase. The strength attribute is probably the silver in the silver leaf grass. So, why not just eat silver? Samuel gritted his teeth and hesitated. However, he ate so much silver leaf grass just now, his silver intake should not be low, and he didn't feel any discomfort in his body. Instead, he could clearly feel the increase in strength, as if his whole body had endless energy. In this way, he can indeed digest silver. Thinking of this, Samuel picked up a small piece of ore in front of him, as if he was about to put it into his mouth, but he hesitated, and put it back. This kind of silver ore has too many impurities, and it may cause problems if eaten directly. So, he took out a silver deer coin from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. Gulp! The hard silver coin scratched Samuel's throat. But the next moment, he didn't care about this anymore, because the power attribute increased by 0.01 as expected. Silver is really working. From this point of view, the silver content of 5 silver leaf grasses is about the same as 1 silver deer. What about golden tail shrimp? Samuel has specifically inquired before that golden tail shrimp is a specialty of Brightwater City, and this kind of shrimp can only be caught in a lake connected to the Honey Wine River. So, Samuel suspected that there might be a gold mine under that lake. The shrimps growing in the lake have been devouring the sediment mixed with gold at the bottom of the lake for a long time, which has caused the gold element to enrich in the body and become golden tail shrimps. Of course, even if he guessed that there might be a gold mine at the bottom of the lake, Samuel couldn't mine it. After all, it was the territory of the Florens family. Even if Samuel's mother actually came from the Florens family, the things there have nothing to do with him. However, you can try to see if eating gold directly can also improve the strength attribute. Thinking of this, Samuel took out a golden dragon coin and threw it into his mouth. After a while, the strength attribute really increased, and the increase was 0.02. My good guy, this time I really became a Krypton gold player. Wait a moment, Samuel suddenly realized that since gold and silver can be used, what about other ores? So, he took out another copper plate and threw it into his mouth. Waited for a while, but there was no response. It seems that copper is not good. As for other metals, Samuel decided to wait until later to try slowly. Otherwise he was afraid that his chrysanthemum would not be able to bear it. However, it is estimated that there is little hope. After all, golden fingers, there is no picky eater. After learning that gold and silver are the substances that can really enhance the attribute of strength, Samuel fell into the trouble of happiness. These two substances are actually not rare, they are expensive. But expensive is not the fault of gold and silver, but his own fault. Still have to make money as soon as possible. Thinking of the extent to which directly devouring gold and silver can improve the strength attribute, Samuel's heart is hot. Based on the fact that 1 golden dragon increases the strength by 0.02, if the effect decay is not considered, as long as there are 100 golden dragons, the strength can be increased by a full 2 points. Of course, it must not be calculated like this. According to previous experience, the same substance will cause tolerance. The more you eat, the worse the effect on improving attributes will be. Fortunately, although gold and silver are precious, the total amount is still a lot. As long as he keeps eating, one day he will be able to pile up his strength attributes to a terrifying level. At that time, even if you really meet a dragon, you can break your wrists. Then let's start with the silver mine in front of us. Of course, it cannot be eaten directly, it must be refined first. Samuel originally planned to go to Arbor Island, but now it seems that he has to go to Old Town again to see if he can lure a bachelor back from the Academy City. In the next 2 days, Samuel personally ran through the 13 newly surrendered tribal camps. While appeasing people's hearts, he appointed village chiefs, affairs officers, tax officers, and justices of the peace. Everything is dealt with. After finishing all this work, he took Todd Flower and Cheeman, accompanied by 20 guards, and left the territory. The reason for taking Cheeman away is very simple. Samuel doesn't trust this mad dog, and he must take it with him too. Watch him to be at ease. As for Todd Buddha Flower, Although he is not trustworthy, at least Samuel is not worried that this person will make trouble for him. The reason why he brought him this time is entirely because the other party is the illegitimate child of Qingting Island. A group of people headed west along the northern shore of the Summer Sea, and soon walked out of the Crimson Mountains, and came to the territory of the Ku family Yangwu City. In fact, at first, Samuel planned to go straight to Qingting Island, and did not intend to go into the city to visit the Ku family. But now, after the population of the territory has exploded, the problem of food shortage is extremely serious. It may not be too late for him to buy food on Qingting Island before transporting it back. So, he decided to stay in Yangwu City for a while, buy some food and transport it back for emergency. Since he chose to enter the city, out of courtesy, Samuel sent a soldier ahead of time to send a letter of visit to the Ku family. Chapter 40. Yangwu City is the territory of the Kui family. It is said that they are descendants of the Andals, and they were given this land by the Gardiner family more than 4,000 years ago. The family emblem of the Ku family is 6 yellow roses on a blue background, which looks somewhat similar to the emblem of the Tyrell family, but in fact, they are vassals of the Hightower family in Old Town. The current lord is Viscount Brandon Q. This is a tall, middle-aged man, well-dressed, and his grayish-black hair combed meticulously. He is sitting solemnly at the main seat in the living room. Sir Caesar, you are not what I imagined. Samuel took a sip of the wine and said with a smile, Master Viscount, what do you imagine me to be like? Viscount Brandon also smiled, no longer put on that serious look, and said, I heard you're a fat man. Samuel smiled wryly and shrugged. Difficult pioneering is the best diet pill. It has been more than half a year since time travel, and Samuel's weight loss has indeed been fruitful. The original bloated figure has completely disappeared. Now he is well proportioned, tall and strong, and his whole body exudes a heroic and high-spirited spirit. Under the slender sword eyebrows, there is a pair of deep eyes, as calm as the sea before the storm. Viscount Blanton has seen countless people, but this is the first time he realizes that he can't see through a young knight under the age of 20. Especially this young knight is still a well-known trash in the aristocratic circle of the Reach. At the beginning, many people were guessing how long it would take for this person to escape from the Crimson Mountains in desperation and become a wandering knight. However, Viscount Brandon looked at Samuel, who was close in front of him, but felt that Samuel was like a steel sword hidden in a sheath, deep and restrained, but with a hidden edge. Viscount Blanton has only seen this kind of calm, cold, and confident temperament in a few veterans who are on the battlefield. Among them was Lord Randall Tarley. Viscount Brandon participated in the War of the Reavers. He still cannot forget the invincible and majestic appearance of Earl Randall. Even the mighty Robert Baratheon was eclipsed in front of him. Now, Viscount Brandon sees the shadow of his father in Samuel. With such a son, Lando Tully was willing to drive him out of the house. Viscount Brandon took a sip from his wine glass, took the opportunity to withdraw his thoughts, and said, how is the pioneering progress? Those wildlings in the Crimson Mountains are not easy to deal with. Well, those savages are indeed a headache. Samuel put on a distressed look. There are too many captives, and I am wondering how to arrange them. Cough cough cough. Viscount Blanton choked when he heard Samuel's Versailles-style remarks. When he regained his breath, he asked, how many prisoners did you take? More than 10,000. How much? Viscount Brandon thought he had heard wrong. There should be more than 12,000 people. I fought 2 battles with the savages last month. Thanks to the favor of the 7 gods, I won a complete victory. Therefore, the 14 tribes near Yingzui Island have surrendered to me. All the clansmen have also become my subjects. Viscount Brandon frowned, thinking that the other party was bragging, and his evaluation of him suddenly dropped a lot, but he still asked one more question, how many soldiers did you bring with you this time? The Tyrell family sent 100 elite soldiers, and then I recruited more than 100 recruits myself. Oh, by the way, there is also this Todd Flower Knight, who is also a great contributor to this development. Standing behind Samuel, Todd leaned slightly and saluted Viscount Brandon. Originally, when Viscount Brandon heard that Samuel had brought such a small number of people, and half of them were recruits, he felt even more convinced that the other party was bragging. But when he met Todd Flower, he was not sure again. Because he had heard of Todd Flower, and knew that he was the illegitimate son of Arbor Island and a knight loyal to the Tyrell family. Such a person should not help Samwell lie, but such a record still makes Viscount Brandon a little unbelievable. He thought that he had already overestimated this pioneering knight, but he didn't expect that the opponent was even more powerful than he imagined. Is there another Randall Tarley in the Reach? Samwell seemed to see the suspicion in Viscount Brandon's eyes, so he winked at Cheeman. Behind him, Cheeman understood, immediately picked up the wooden box under his feet, and sent it to the long table in front of Viscount Brandon. This is a small gift from me. Viscount Brandon opened the wooden box, and then his eyes fixed. Because there is a human head in the box, Samwell explained. This is the head of the Hoya tribe chief. Yangwuchung is just south of the Crimson Mountain Range, and Viscount Brandon certainly knows the most powerful tribe in the nearby mountainous area. Looking at the necklace of fangs placed next to the head, Viscount Brandon believed a little more in Samwell's previous remarks. It seems that this pioneering work has taught the savages in this mountain area a lesson. I like this gift very much, Viscount Brandon said with a smile. After all, the other party has cleaned up these savages, and his territory can also avoid being harassed. Seeing that the other party didn't understand what he really meant, Samwell smiled and added, Master Viscount, have you forgotten? The chief of the Hoya tribe killed a Hightower many years ago. Oh, Viscount Blanton was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to recall this old event, and the smile on his face suddenly became more eager. I remembered. That's right, I led 200 family soldiers to follow Earl Layton went to the Crimson Mountains, trying to catch this savage who was stained with Hightower's blood. Unfortunately, these guys are like mice, hiding everywhere, and there is no trace. Unexpectedly, they were killed by you. Samwell smiled slightly and said, because I am rushing to Chingting Island, I would like to ask you to help send this head to Old Town and hand it over to the Hightower family. Although Samwell himself will go to Old Town soon, he still chooses to let Viscount Brandon take care of it. Because Viscount Brandon is a vassal of the Hightower family, the Lord of Old Town. And he also participated in this matter back then, so he handed it over, which is equivalent to a gift, but received 2 favors. The Hightowers and the Kuis all owe him thanks. Of course, no problem. Viscount Brandon looked at Samwell with a more kind gaze. This is really a sensible young man. Brave, capable of fighting, and so sensible. Viscount Brandon really doesn't understand why the nobles of the Riverbend think Samwell is a waste. Are you all blind? Viscount Brandon looked more and more at Samwell, and suddenly remembered that he had an unmarried daughter, and a thought came to his mind. Sir Caesar, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you take a rest first? I have already had someone prepare a dinner, and we will have dinner together later. Samwell looked at Viscount Brandon, who was smiling all over his face, and secretly thought that his gift was indeed delivered correctly, and the next investment pull should be sure, so he stood up happily and said with a smile, my pleasure. Chapter 41. Samwell had just finished taking a bath when he heard footsteps outside the door. Guessing that it should be the servant sent by Viscount Brandon to pick him up for the banquet, he quickly dressed, and then he heard the knock on the door as expected. Sir Caesar, the Viscount ordered me to take you to the dinner. Samwell opened the door, and while buttoning the last few buttons, he smiled at the maid outside the door. Please lead the way. Follow the maid through the dark corridor and come to an oak door with a silver border. Sir, the dinner will start in a while, you can take a rest in the reception room first. Good. Samwell pushed open the wooden door in front of the door and walked into the room. But the next moment, he froze on the spot. Because what caught the eye was pink curtains, snow-white cashmere carpets, a luxurious ivory bed, and an exquisite dressing table. Where is this reception room? It is clearly the bedroom of a certain lady or madam. Samwell's heart tightened, and he immediately turned to leave, only to find that the door had been locked from the outside. Just then, a crisp voice sounded in the room. Ah, Sir Caesar, you are so rude, why did you come to my bedroom? Samwell then realized that a young woman was coming out of the room, looking at him with half a smile. Alice Q, the youngest daughter of the Viscount Blanton, was wearing a rather bold gown at this time, but her figure was too plump, and the clothes were deformed. There was no elegance at all, but it looked ridiculous and round. The round, fat face was covered with heavy makeup, but it couldn't cover all the freckles and acne. Samuel quickly lowered his head and stopped looking. Because it is cruel to the ugly to look closely. Sorry, Miss Alice, just now a maid told me that. This is the living room, maybe she made a mistake. I'll leave now. Don't worry, Sir Caesar, I heard from my father that you are a heroic knight who conquered tens of thousands of wildlings. Tell me your story. Looking at Alice who was rushing towards him, Samuel couldn't guess that this was a well-designed trap. Damn Brenton Q. Your daughter can't buy and sell even if it's not selling well. In a hurry, Samuel exhausted all his strength and slammed the wooden door behind him. Click. Thanks to the substantial increase in his strength attribute during this period of time, which has reached 2.73, he forcefully broke the door bolt. After forcefully opening the door, Samuel rushed out of the room, dodging the tiger attacking the girl behind him, and just after he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Viscount Brandon with a look of astonishment at the corner. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Samuel reacted first, and said before, Viscount Brandon, Master Viscount, I accidentally knocked down the door just now, I'm really sorry. Viscount Brandon, who was planning to come to catch rape, looked helpless at Samuel, who was in good clothes. Finally, he couldn't help but glared at his daughter Alice, as if to say, how did you let him run away so easily? Alice snorted aggrievedly, turned and went back to the room. Ahem, it's all right, don't worry about the wooden door, Sir Caesar, the dinner party is about to begin, let's go. Good. The two walked side by side, tacitly, pretending that nothing happened just now, and soon chatted and laughed again. Sir Caesar, what are you going to Chinting Island this time? Master Viscount, you must be aware that the Crimson Mountains are too barren. If my territory wants to grow and develop, I must purchase food and other living supplies from the outside. This time I went to Chinting Island, hoping to be able to cooperate with the Red One family, reach a material supply contract. Viscount Brandon glanced at Samuel, as if laughing at his naivete. Young man, I have to remind you that if you plan to rely on food supplies from outside to supply your territory, you will probably need a lot of money. Samuel said in a relaxed tone, I know. Fortunately, a silver mine was discovered in the territory recently, so. Silver mine, the sneer on Viscount Brandon's face suddenly turned into envy. You are such a lucky guy. It's all a gift from the 7 gods. Samuel drew a 7-pointed star on his chest devoutly. Then he kept silent. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, I heard Viscount Brandon couldn't help saying, actually, you don't need to go to Chinting Island. Our Yangwu city can also supply food and supplies, and it's closer than Chinting Island. It can save you a lot of shipping costs. Samuel secretly smiled in his heart, but on the surface he put on a hesitant look. However, there are more than 10,000 people in my territory, and I'm afraid it will continue to increase in the future. Can you supply so many people? No problem. Viscount Brandon waved his hand and said confidently, there are countless fertile fields around Yangwu city. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Wheat, vegetables, and fruit trees can be seen everywhere. Don't say 10,000, I can supply even 30,000 people. It turns out that your limit is to supply 30,000 people. Samuel rubbed his chin, deliberated. In this case, the price, absolutely fair. Viscount Brandon looked like a diligent businessman at this time. I can ask someone to make a price list for you. If you are not satisfied, you can talk to me directly. Well, as long as you can guarantee a fair price, I will purchase food and supplies from Yangwu city. Haha, you made a wise decision. However, there is a condition that I need to explain in advance. Samuel stopped the beaming Viscount Brandon. What condition? You should also know that the mining of silver mines requires the authorization of the king. Although I have sent someone to King's Landing to ask for instructions, it will take time. Moreover, it will take time to organize mining, refining, casting, etc. Samuel spreading my hands, I may not be able to pay for these supplies immediately. If you accept the extension, then we can talk about it. Delay. Viscount Brandon frowned. How long? 6 months. Half a year. Viscount Brandon almost jumped up. This is impossible. But the next moment, he rolled his eyes and added, however, if you are willing to marry my daughter, then there is no problem. The corner of Samuel's mouth twitched, and he secretly thought that it's your daughter who gave Me half a year's supplies for nothing. I can understand your concerns. Samuel put on a look of not caring whether the other party agrees or not. That's why I didn't mention this to you before, but I plan to go straight to Qingting Island. Redwin, the family's financial strength is strong, and the half-year payment delay is not a problem for them at all. These words made Viscount Brandon grit his teeth, hesitated for a while, and then spoke again. You can be delayed for up to 3 months. After 3 months, your silver mine should be able to produce output. 3 months. Samuel pretended to ponder for a while before sighing. Okay, 3 months. However, I hope that the first batch of food supplies can be shipped to Yingzui Island within 3 days. No problem. Viscount Brandon immediately agreed. We will draw up a list of supplies after the dinner. Okay. Samuel showed a smile and extended his right hand at the same time. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Viscount Brandon shook Samuel's hand vigorously, and seemed to realize it. You are an excellent negotiator. You, too. Samuel smiled very honestly. Viscount Brandon moved closer, and said unwillingly, if you are willing to marry my daughter, I will give you 3 months' supplies for nothing. Sorry, Lord Viscount, Samuel said with a righteous face, I once made an oath that if I can't open up a territory, I will never start a family. Viscount Brandon sighed, but he could only give up. Chapter 42. After staying in Yangwu City for 3 days, watching the transport ship full of food and daily necessities heading towards Yingzui Island, Samuel finally breathed a sigh of relief and bid farewell to Viscount Brandon. So, under the warm welcome of Viscount Blanton, and under Miss Alice's resentful eyes, Samuel and his party embarked on the seaboat to Arbor Island and set sail. The whole journey was calm, and only 6 days later, the ship successfully crossed the Red Wing Strait and arrived at Qingting Island. This island is famous for its rich wine, especially the golden wine of Qingting Island, which is the most sought-after wine by the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, and the price is also extremely expensive, which can be called liquid gold. However, what really made the Redwin family one of the most influential nobles in the river Bay is obviously not the wine, but the Arbor Island fleet. This fleet, together with the Royal Fleet and the Iron Fleet, are called the 3 major fleets of Westeros, and they are important maritime forces that can influence the situation of the 7 kingdoms. Under the afternoon sun, Samuel walked down the trestle slowly. The wharf was very lively, and laborers carrying goods could be seen everywhere. They yelled loudly and loaded the big bags of goods onto the merchant ships. Looking at the familiar scene in front of them, Samuel's guards all showed nostalgic expressions. Just half a year ago, they were still the same as these people, carrying heavy cargo every day, but could barely fill their stomachs, but now, their fate has completely changed. Thinking of this, the guards all looked at the lord in front of him very eagerly. The arrival of Samuel and his party did not cause any disturbance. Although Todd Flowers had written back in advance expressing Dominic's visit, it was obvious that with Samuel's current reputation, it was impossible to get the Redwin family's big fanfare welcome. In fact, none of their family members came, only a servant was sent to greet them. This is a bit too much. Even after Samuel entered the castle and drank tea in the drawing room for a long time, he still failed to see Earl Paxter. At this time, even Todd Buddha's face became extremely gloomy, but Samuel still had that relaxed look. In fact, he already had some expectations for the cold reception of the Redwin family. After all, according to Mrs. Olena's plan, although the new territory of Yingzui Island belonged to Samuel in name, the actual controller was Redwin Wen family. Now that Samuel refuses to be manipulated, Earl Paxter will naturally not give him a good face. However, he was not in a hurry. After reaching a material supply agreement with Viscount Brandon of Yangwu City, the food crisis in the territory has been temporarily lifted, so he no longer needs the support of the Redwin family so urgently. As for brandy, he didn't have to ask the Redwin family to help sell it. Although the Redwin family is indeed the best partner, after all, they have mature sales channels and can deliver brandy to the wine tables of the nobles in Westeros at the fastest speed, and the Qingting Island winery it is also easier to make brandy famous. If it is sold under the name of the brand, but if they don't know the good and the bad, then it is not impossible to change the partner. After calming down, Samuel didn't care anymore, just to see what kind of tricks that Earl Paxter can play. Just waited until the sun went down. And Samuel and his party were so hungry that their bellies started to growl, and finally someone walked into the living room. "Oh, why is it so dark? Come on, send some candles." Sorry, Sam, for making you wait so long." Entering were Earl Paxter's twin sons, Horace Redwin and Hope Redwin. The appearance of the two is almost carved out of the same mold, with a square face, orange hair, and freckles all over the face. However, the two brothers are still very easy to distinguish. The elder brother Horace is taller, and his eyes are more aggressive, looking at everyone as if they are about to fight, while the younger brother Hopper, his words are slurred, as if his mouth is full of saliva and he has not swallowed it. "It's okay, the journey is tiring, and we just rested for half a day," Samuel said with a smile. Horace stared at Samuel for a while, and said, "Sam, I haven't seen you for a few years, you have changed a lot." Huo-bo also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I have lost a lot of weight." "Have you not had enough to eat recently?" Horace immediately said, "It's really hard to get enough food in places like the Crimson Mountains, ha ha ha." The two brothers burst out laughing as they spoke. Samuel smiled and looked at the two quietly, as if looking at two fools. Memories belonging to the original owner surged out, making him realize that he had a relationship with these two brothers. Before Earl Randall had not completely given up on his eldest son, he brought Samuel to Arbor Island, hoping to make a marriage contract between him and Earl Paxter's daughter Desmara Redwin. But it was a pity that Samuel did not live up to expectations at the time. Not only did he fail to win the favor of Earl Paxter, but he also cried bitterly under the teasing of the two brothers Horace and Hope, and lost all face. It's really easy to get hungry. Samuel didn't care about the ridicule of the two brothers. "That's why I came to Chinting Island, hoping to get help from the Redwin family to support some food and supplies in Yingzui Island." Although a supply contract has been signed with Yangwucheng, Samuel doesn't mind having one more supplier. Otherwise, let the Brandon family control the food lifeline of Yingzui Islet. What if Viscount Brandon turns his face one day? Or bring up the old story again, what if he insists on marrying Miss Alice? Well, Horace smiled reservedly and said, "Let's wait until my father comes back." "The Earl is not on the island." Yes, but my father went to inspect the territory." "Then when will he come back?" "It's hard to say, maybe tomorrow, or next week. After all, Chinting Island is so big, I don't know where my father is now." When Samuel heard this, he still smiled on the surface, but he had already cursed in his heart. "Since this is the case, don't bother me anymore. We still have something to do, so we will leave tomorrow." "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Hearing that Samuel said he was going to leave, Horace was stunned. "Yes." Samuel smiled slightly, "I still have to go to Old Town." "Then you will come to Chinting Island again when you return?" Hopper couldn't help asking. "We'll see the situation at that time." Samuel said instead, "Maybe we will dock again, and I hope to see the Earl at that time." Horace twitched the corners of his mouth, his face cloudy and uncertain. After a while, he forced a smile and said, "In that case, I'll send someone to arrange a room for you to rest early." "Okay, then I will trouble you." Samuel didn't hesitate at all. He got up and walked outside. Horace and his brother looked at each other, unable to hide their surprise. But soon, the two brothers exchanged glances tacitly, then quickened their pace, sending Samuel out from left to right. The door of the living room is not wide enough for the three of them to walk side by side, but the Horace brothers did not evade at all, but instead took the opportunity to squeeze in the middle. Boom. There was a muffled sound, but Samuel stepped out the door calmly, while the two brothers staggered and almost fell over. "Ah, I'm really sorry, are you all right?" Samuel turned back in a fuss. Horace endured the burning pain on his shoulder and the uncontrollable shock in his heart, and said, "It's okay, we accidentally tripped." "So it is." Samuel suddenly realized, "I thought you two didn't have enough to eat." After finishing speaking, he walked away without paying any attention to the flushed faces of the two brothers. Chapter 43. The night was dark. The castle study was brightly lit by candles. Earl Paxter, who was supposed to inspect the territory, was sitting upright at this moment, listening to Todd Flower in front of him tell the whole story of the development of Yingzui Island. When Todd said that Samuel kept 2,000 savages out of the valley with only 100 recruits, Horace on the side couldn't help retorting, "How is it possible? Absolutely impossible. 100 recruits, how could it be possible to block the attack of 2,000 savages? Todd, what are you bragging about?" Without waiting for Todd to argue, Earl Paxter glared at his eldest son and said, "Shut up." Horace fell silent for a moment. Earl Paxter was thin, and he seemed even more insignificant when he was huddled in a large chair. But no one in the room dared to really ignore the Lord of Chinking Island. Not only them, but even the Duke of Mace, who is the governor of the Reach, had to bother to win over this person. For this reason, he deliberately married his own sister Mina Tyrell. "Todd, keep talking." "Yes, my lord," Todd continued hastily. Next, no one dared to interrupt his narration. Subjugate the Hoya tribe, ambush the coalition of 13 tribes, brew brandy, discover silver mines. The expressions of the brothers Horace and Hopper became increasingly ugly, as if they were listening to some ghost story. No ghost story is that far off the mark. The two brothers didn't want to believe that the fat boy, who was teased by him to cry, was now a heroic knight who could open up territory in the Crimson Mountains. "It's all fake. Fake." Horace rubbed his sore shoulder, roaring inwardly. When Todd finally finished his narration, Horace immediately turned his head to look at his father. His mouth seemed to be full of words, but seeing Earl Paxter bowed his head in silence, he forced his mouth shut. Of course the others did not dare to speak. The study fell into a strange silence, only the occasional subtle sound of the candle burning could be heard. After a long time, Earl Paxter finally raised his head. With no expression of joy or anger on his face, he asked Todd, "He came to Chinking Island this time just to buy food and supplies?" "My lord, in fact, Sir Caesar has already reached a supply contract with the Q family in Yangwu City, so he may not be in a hurry to buy food supplies from Chinking Island. But brandy, he probably wants to cooperate with Chinking Island." Quote, "Brandy." Earl Paxter curled his lips and said casually, "Have you brought it? I'll try it and see if it's really as good as you said." "Bring it." Todd took out a small oak jar, came to the table, and poured a glass for Earl Paxter. The strong aroma of the wine permeated the air, and Earl Paxter, who was originally looking lazy, sat up straight in an instant. He squinted his eyes and stared at the amber liquid in the glass for a while, before picking up the glass and sniffing it in front of his nose. "Good wine." Earl Paxter came to a conclusion before drinking the wine. This caused all the Redwins present to look stunned. However, the tangy aroma of the wine was really alluring, and everyone swallowed quietly. Under their expectant or questioning eyes, Earl Paxter finally drank the wine in his glass. Gulp. Everyone held their breath. Earl Paxter closed his eyes and raised his head, as if thinking about it. After a long time, he opened his eyes again, looked at his eldest son Horace, and said, "Early tomorrow morning, you bring Samuel to see me." "Yes, father," Horace quickly agreed. After that, he looked eagerly at the jar in Todd's hand, as if he wanted to taste it too. But before he could speak, Earl Paxter ordered Todd, "Send all the remaining wine in your hand to the winery, let the winemakers taste it, and see if you can figure out how it is brewed." "Yes, my lord." Todd recapped the jar under the eager eyes of everyone. Earl Paxter glanced at him and urged, "Going right now." "Yes." Todd had to turn around and leave the study. Out the door, the illegitimate child smiled bitterly. "I know in my heart that I am always just a Buddha flower." Earl Paxter will not let him truly enter the core of the Redwin family. Under the dim candlelight, the corridors of the castle flickered. Everything in front of me is so familiar, yet so strange. Taking a deep breath, Todd calmed down and walked towards the winery. The next morning, after Samuel got up, washed up and had breakfast, he didn't bother to say hello to the Redwin family, and went straight to the pier with his staff. Just happened to meet a merchant ship going to Old Town. Samuel paid some money and took the boat. As the huge anchor was pulled up from the water, the merchant ship slowly sailed out of the port. Todd Fohua, who was standing at the bow of the boat, looked at all this with a look of astonishment on his face. Why didn't Horace come to Samuel? Or had Lord Paxter changed his mind later on? Why, sure enough, I'm just an outsider, I don't know anything. Looking at Todd, who was depressed, Samuel asked, "What? Can't bear to go home? This is not my home." Todd sighed, looking Down at the sparkling water. The sea breeze is warm, but it can't blow away Todd's melancholy. But the next moment, he heard Chiman beside him say, "My lord, are those two on the pier the Redwin brothers?" Samuel stared intently for a while. It seems really. Are they here to see you off?" Todd looked up quickly, and sure enough, he saw the twin brothers of the Redwin family standing on the pier crazily shaking their arms towards him, and at the same time shouting something loudly, but it was too far away to hear clearly. "Goodbye, goodbye, don't send it away." Samuel also waved his arms at the two brothers. "I still don't forget to turn my head to Todd and say, I didn't expect these two brothers to be quite enthusiastic." Todd opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. At the same time, a thought popped up in his mind. Horace didn't forget to bring Samuel to see Earl Paxter. Right, probably not. Todd shook his head, shaking off the ridiculous idea. How could the heir of the Redwin family be so stupid? Wait, my father wants to see you. My father wants to see you. On the pier, the two brothers waved their arms wildly and roared at the sea. All the workers around looked at them with foolish eyes. Until the voices of the two became hoarse, there was no sign of the merchant ship turning around. "Damn brother, stupid brother, you overslept." In desperation, Hobber tugged on his brother's sleeve and shouted in his ear, "What should we do now? Father is still waiting for Samuel. What should I do? What should I do?" Horace looked at the merchant ship fading away with a dull expression on his face. He was addicted to alcohol last night by the brandy. After returning to the room, he drank to satisfy his hunger. He accidentally drank too much, and then he couldn't get up in the morning. Thinking of his father who was about to go into a rage, the eldest son of the Redwin family shuddered. Chapter 44. The warm sun shines on the smooth, mirror-like sea surface, and at first glance, it looks like a green wool carpet extending to the horizon. The sea surface of Whispering Bay has always been known for its tranquility. It is rare to see waves higher than 10 feet. No matter how unruly the sea breeze comes here, it will become gentle, as soft as a lover's whisper. As the merchant ships sailed into the bay, Samuel could already see the iconic buildings of the old town from a distance. Towering Tower. This huge tower of stone steps is one of the most magnificent buildings in Westeros. It is more than 800 feet high, and the spire of the raging fire burning day and night goes straight into the sky, which can be clearly distinguished even hundreds of nautical miles away. For thousands of years, this bright lighthouse standing at the mouth of the Mead River has pointed out the direction for countless captains. As the merchant ship slowly approached the port, the majestic figure of the towering tower became clearer and clearer to everyone. Everyone's eyes widened, looking up at the miraculous building in front of them, unconsciously holding their breath. Keeman, who had no knowledge, was even more unbearable. His whole body began to tremble, as if seeing a god, and he almost knelt down to worship. Even though he was used to seeing skyscrapers in his previous life, Samuel couldn't hide his surprise at this time. It is really hard for him to imagine how to build such a lighthouse with the productivity of Game of Thrones close to the Middle Ages. Unless it's magic. An idea came to Samuel's mind. Such a building, apart from magic, he couldn't think of any other way to build it. As the busiest port in Westeros, the sea area here is extremely crowded, and the merchant ships that Samuel and his party are on even have to wait in line to enter the port. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, this ancient city looks peaceful and elegant, like an old man who has experienced thousands of years of wind and frost, watching the vicissitudes of the world with calm and indifferent eyes. In addition to the towering tower, there are two famous buildings in the old town, School City and Starry Temple. School City is the place where bachelors are trained, and it is also the place that the original owner most yearns for. Countless well-educated people set out from here to the lords of Westeros, big and small, to give them advice and suggestions. As for the Starry Church, it has been the center of the belief of the seven gods for thousands of years, and the seat of the archbishop until it was replaced by the Baylor Cathedral in King's Landing more than 100 years ago. But in the hearts of many believers of the seven gods, this place is still the closest to the kingdom of heaven. Of course, when talking about Old Town, one cannot fail to mention its lord, that is, the family that lives in the tower. The Hightower family. As one of the oldest families in Westeros, Hightower's bloodline can be traced back to the ancestors. As early as the distant Dawn era, they once ruled the Mead River Valley, the king of the tower. However, such an ancient and influential family did not show the strength in line with its identity at all. In fact, in the eyes of many people, the Hightower family is not only not strong enough, it can even be called weak. As the king of the ancestors, when the Andals invaded, Hightower chose to submit and marry. When the Gardiner family expanded from the Monde River Valley, Hightower chose to submit and divorce his wife and marry. When Targaryen rode a giant dragon to kill him, Hightower still chose to surrender, united. No marriage this time. It's not that Hightower doesn't want to, but the Targaryen family follows the tradition of intermarriage between brothers and sisters, and generally won't let the blood of the real dragon flow out. This series of behaviors is indeed difficult for the Hightower family to establish enough prestige, let alone generate enough for them. However, Samwell never underestimated this family. In fact, anyone who takes the Hightowers lightly pays a heavy price for it, often in ways they don't even realize. Those bachelors who came from the Academy City to serve as advisors to the major lords, even though they claim to have no surname, no position, and no political inclination, who dares to say that the Hightower family has no influence on them at all? What is the purpose of those bachelors who pretend to be pious in order to study the mystery? That Shechung cardinal who rejects outsiders, what is he discussing in the dark room? What secrets are hidden behind those ancient and heavy doors? In Samwell's view, the Hightower family is well versed in the principle of conquering the strong with softness, and defeating the strong with the weak. They never face strong enemies directly, but change the world in a silent way. Countless ancient and powerful families have been wiped out in the long river of time, and it is certainly no coincidence that only the Hightower family has survived to this day. As soon as they got off the merchant ship, Samwell and his party boarded another ferry boat. The towering castle tower of the Hightower family is located on the Battle Island, and they had to change boats. Conquest Island is an alluvial island at the mouth of the Monde River. It is said that in the distant Dawn era, there were giant dragons entrenched on the island until the first Hightower appeared, wiped them out, and built towering towers on the island. When Samwell stood in front of this man-made miracle, he finally felt his own insignificance uncontrollably. This is really not like a masterpiece of mortals. Dear Sir Caesar, welcome to the towering tower. In front of the gate of the castle, a handsome middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing showed a bright smile at Samwell. This person is the Lord of Aldtown, the eldest son of Earl Leyden, Sir Baylor Hightower. However, what really caught Samwell's attention was the beautiful figure beside Sir Baylor. Miss Marjorie Tyrell, the daughter of the Duke, is wearing a green pleated skirt. The waistline outlined by gold silk highlights her perfect figure. Her soft brown curly hair is fixed by a headband and falls from the top of her head. Her gentle eyes see Samwell. He couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Sir Caesar, I almost didn't recognize you. Samwell was also stunned. Apparently he did not expect to see this Highgarden rose under the towering tower. But soon, he came back to his senses, bent down and saluted. Good day, Sir Baylor. Miss Marjorie, the road to pioneering is not so easy, so I lost some weight. It's not just some thinner, it's completely changed. Marjorie looked Samwell up and down, pursed her lips and smiled. And I heard that you have subdued tens of thousands of savages. It's amazing. I also helped the Hightower family get rid of a nasty wanted criminal. My poor cousin can finally rest in peace. Sir Baylor added with a smile, it seems that he has received the wildling sent by Viscount Brandon Head. It is my honor to be able to help the Hightower family. Samwell smiled at Baylor, and then turned his gaze to Marjorie. It is my responsibility to expand the territory of the Tyrell family. Marjorie's eyes turned into crescent moons when she smiled, and cute dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. I'm proud of you, my knight. This month's funding will also be very generous. Hearing this, the smile on Samwell's face grew brighter. Thank you for your generosity. Your efforts will definitely be rewarded. Afterwards, he asked curiously, Miss Marjorie, I would like to ask, why did you appear here? I came back to visit relatives with my mother, and I didn't expect to meet you. What a coincidence. It was only then that Samwell remembered that Marjorie's mother, the Duchess of Highgarden, was the daughter of the Lord of Old Town, Earl Leyden. Okay, stop standing outside, Come in. Baylor invited with a smile. Samuel nodded, took the bread and salt from the servants on the side, put them in his mouth, and then walked into the gate of the castle. Chapter 45. Walking into the towering tower, Samuel couldn't help looking around with curious eyes. The walls made of black boulders give people a heavy feeling, and the traces of countless years are deposited in it. Perhaps every tiny crack may hide a long-forgotten story. Seeing this, Baylor smiled and said, "Everyone who comes here for the first time will feel novelty, but if you live here for decades, you will only feel depressed and bored. Hey, if it weren't for me, I only have a younger brother and no older brother. I'm afraid he left here long ago and ran around the world." Samuel stroked the dark and smooth wall and asked, "Is this really built more than 10,000 years ago?" Baylor laughed loudly and said, "How could it be so early? Although it is true that the Hightower family came to settle here in the Dawn era tens of thousands of years ago, our castle was still a wooden tower at that time, only 50 feet high. Later, several castles were built one after another. There are 3 tall towers, and until the 5th one, it is the current towering tower. The builder is city builder Brandon Stark." Samuel remembered the relevant records he read from the original book. "Yes." Baylor nodded, and suddenly said with some longing, "It is said that he also built the Great Wall of Impossibility. It is a more magnificent building. I really want to see it." In Storm's End. At this moment, a clear voice came from behind everyone. Samuel turned his head and saw a beautiful young man walking down the stairs. Yes, pretty. For the first time, Samuel felt that using this word to describe a man did not feel out of place. The flowing brown curly hair, charming golden eyes, and handsome face are enough to make any woman fall in love with him. Even some men are no exception. Seeing everyone's gazes, the pretty boy on the stairs smiled slightly and continued, "Lord Renly told me that Storm's End is also the masterpiece of Brandon the Builder, and no storm can shake it. Loris, come quickly." Marjorie waved to the boy on the stairs. "This is the pioneer knight I mentioned to you, Samuel Caesar." Loris walked down the steps, nodded to Samuel, and said, "I am the 3rd son of Lord Highgarden, Loris Tyrell. Nice to meet you, Sir Caesar." "It's an honor to meet you, Sir Loris." Samuel nodded in return, suddenly realizing that this is the Knight of Flowers, and he really lived up to his reputation. Just wondering how he was in Oldtown too. Samuel remembered that Loris was supposed to be a servant to Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End. "I don't know if I saw Samuel's doubts, but Loris explained, Lord Renly is also here, talking to the Earl and his mother up there." "Renly is here too." Samuel was slightly taken aback, and then greater doubts arose in his heart. What is Renly doing here? The Hightowers are not related to the Baratheons. He immediately realized that Margaret and her mother came to the Tower of Sky Tower probably not just to visit relatives. There are too many coincidences to be believed to be coincidences. While Samuel was thinking wildly, Loris said, "Again, you are completely different from what I imagined, Sir Caesar. I heard that you have already opened up a territory in the Crimson Mountains. You have also surrendered tens of thousands of wildlings." "Yes, thanks to the blessing of the 7 gods. The 7 gods will only bless brave and pious knights." Loris laughed, "I have heard some bad rumors about you before, but now it seems that those are vicious and untrue slanders. No wonder Blue Lord Lee always said, 'Don't trust your ears, trust your eyes.' Thank you for your praise." Samuel also flattered, "I have also heard that you are a knight with superb martial arts, especially good at using spears." "My spear skills are all learned from Lord Renly. He is a better knight than me, and he is a wise lord. By the way, I haven't seen a wildling yet, Sir Caesar, can you tell me? Shall I tell you about them? How did they fight? What weapons did they use?" "Of course, their weapons are very simple." Samuel sneered in his heart as he told the story. This Loris is really a straightforward boy, but a little too straightforward, and he doesn't hide his thoughts at all. Everything is inseparable from Lord Renly. Several people walked and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. "I don't know how many floors I went up." Sir Baylor stopped, pointed to the room in front of him and said to Samuel, "Sir Caesar, this is the room arranged for you. The room of your entourage is also next to it. Please rest for a while. The dinner will be held at 6 o'clock, and a servant will come to inform you at that time." "Okay, Sir Baylor, thank you for your hospitality. Sir Loris, Miss Marjorie, see you later. See you later. Entering the room, Samuel took a shower first, and then went to bed to rest, until the maid knocked on the door. He got up and changed clothes unhurriedly. After going out, Samuel did not rush to the banquet hall, but waited for Todd Flower and Cheeman to pack up before going to the banquet together. There is no way. The lesson in Yangwu City last time gave Samuel a psychological shadow. Although he knew that Earl Layton was unlikely to be as eager to marry his daughter as Viscount Brandon, but he never dared to talk to other people alone. The maid left. What if it is some other trap? Boys should protect themselves when they go out. The three followed the maid to the banquet hall. The floor of the hall is paved with purple paulownia wood flooring that can reflect people's shadows. This kind of wood is tight and shiny, and it is an excellent material for making furniture. However, such valuable purple paulownia wood is just a floor here. 7 white jade carved pillars support the dome of the hall. More than a dozen mighty and majestic armored warriors stand motionless around the hall with spears in their hands. The slim and beautiful maids are taking plates of delicacies to the long dining table with light steps. The dinner was in the form of a buffet. Unfortunately, very few guests stayed at the long tables filled with delicious food and wine. The guests were divided into 2 groups. The charming ladies dressed up sat on the left-hand side of the hall, laughing like silver bells from time to time, while on the right-hand side of the hall, well-dressed gentlemen gathered, chatting in 2s and 3s. The brightly lit hall, the luxurious and elegant decoration, the courteous waiters, the soft and charming maids, and countless delicacies all outline a scene of a night banquet for aristocrats. Although Todd was an illegitimate child, he was also from a noble family like Redwin. And he had served in high court for many years. He wasn't too nervous seeing such a scene, but he unconsciously straightened his collar again. And the bumpkin Keeman had never seen such a big scene before. His body movements became extremely stiff. Samuel didn't notice the state of the 2 attendants. With an impeccable smile on his face, he walked into the banquet hall under the bowing guidance of the young maid. Chapter 46. Entering the banquet hall, Samuel saw Miss Marjorie Tyrrell at a glance. This gayotting rose wore a pink satin dress with a halter neck tonight. The backless and waist design perfectly outlined her graceful figure, and her clear and deep brown eyes seemed to be beautiful. The gemstone, the elegant and charming smile on the crystal-clear red lips, the noble temperament and the stunning beauty make this daughter of the Duke a well-deserved focus no matter where she goes. Of course, Samuel would not go to her so rashly. Here is the towering tower. He must first express his greetings and thanks to the master. Earl Layton is also easy to find. The gentlemen on the right half of the hall faintly surround a core, and there are 4 people in that core. One was Esser Baylor Hightower, who greeted Samuel into the castle in the afternoon. The other was Loris Tyrrell, the Knight of Flowers, who was dressed up beautifully, and the other was tall and handsome. With an embroidered young man of the crowned stag, this should be the king's younger brother, Duke of Storm's End, Renly Baratheon. The white-haired old man who was talking cordially with Duke Renly should be the owner of the towering tower, Earl Layton. Sir Baylor noticed Samuel's approach, and whispered something in his father's ear. After that, Earl Layton turned his gaze. Before Samuel could speak, the old earl said with a smile, "Sir Caesar, I have received your gift and I like it very much." "It is my honor, Lord Earl." Samuel stepped forward and bowed. At this time, Duke Renly asked curiously, "Excuse me, is Caesar a family from the Reach?" "Why, haven't I heard of it?" Loris explained. "Lord Renly, this is the pioneer knight of the Tyrrell family, Samuel, the eldest son of Earl Randall Tarley. He has just established a new territory in the Crimson Mountains, and Caesar is his new family name." When Duke Renly heard the words, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He was very surprised why the eldest son of the Tarley family gave up Hornhill and went to develop a barren land like the Crimson Mountains instead. Of course, out of politeness, he would definitely not ask such a question, but smiled. It turned out to be a knight from the Hunter family. No wonder he was able to open up a territory in the Scarlet Mountains. What a hero. "My Lord Duke, you are absurd. My castle has not been built yet, so I dare not say that I have opened up a territory. I believe you will be able to build a castle," Duke Renly encouraged, and then saw that Samuel had something to discuss with Earl Layton, so he said thoughtfully, "I'm going to get some food. You guys talk. I'm going too. Loris naturally followed in a desperate manner. Facing Earl Layton and his son alone, Samwell did not beat around the bush, and said directly, "My lord, I came to Old Town this time, mainly because I want to ask for your help on 3 things. You said." Earl Layton kept smiling. "The first thing is that a silver mine has been discovered in my territory. I have sent someone to King's Landing to apply for authorization from His Majesty. However, I still need a bachelor who is proficient in mining, refining, and casting. I wonder if you can introduce me to someone. The rules of the school city will provide each lord with a bachelor as an advisor. However, before your castle is completed and recognized as an official lord by the governor of the River Bend, the school city probably won't send you a bachelor. That's why I want to ask you to do me a favor. I would like to ask if the city can be flexible and send a bachelor in advance. If not, then at least give me the technology of silver mining. The rules of the school city cannot be accommodated, and I can't interfere with this." Hearing this, Samwell secretly rolled his eyes. The Hightower family, as the founders and patrons of the Academy City, said that they couldn't even do such trivial things. What a lie. Before Samwell could speak again, Earl Layton said again, "However, I can ask Moroya to teach you the technology of mining and refining silver mines." Moroya Hightower, that crazy girl. Samwell withdrew his previous complaints about Earl Layton, and quickly thank you for your help. Who is Miss Moroya? I want to thank her personally later. She's not here. Baylor smiled wryly and shook his head. My younger sister never likes to participate in social activities among nobles. I'll take you to see her tomorrow morning. Scientific madman really lives up to his reputation. Okay, I'm sorry to trouble you. Samwell thanked, and then continued the previous topic. The second thing is about the supply of food and materials. You must also know that barren land like the Crimson Mountains can't grow crops at all. The crops are produced, so I need to purchase food from the outside world, as well as other living supplies. I don't know if the Hightower family is willing to be my supplier. Although there is already the supplier of the Kui family, Samwell will definitely not be willing to hand over the lifeline of the territory to a family. Finding multiple suppliers and diversifying risks is the kingly way. Furthermore, the Kui family can supply up to 30,000 people. Samwell certainly doesn't think this is the upper limit of the population of his territory, and it will be a matter of time to seek more supply channels. That's no problem. Earl Layton's answer should be very straightforward. The Hightower family likes to make money. You can directly discuss the details with Baylor. Beside, Baylor bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Yes, Sir Caesar, I am now taking care of the business affairs of the family." Okay. Samwell nodded to Baylor, and then said, "As for the third thing, a new wine has been brewed in my territory, and I want to talk to you about cooperative sales." New wine. Earl Layton sniffled subconsciously. Can I have a taste? This is an old drunkard. Samwell looked at the other party's red wine-grooved nose and secretly smiled, took an oak jar from Todd's hand beside him, and said, "This is a new wine I brew from grapes in the Scarlet Mountains. It tastes pretty good. You should try it." As he spoke, Samwell waved for a waiter, took out a cup from the tray, filled it with brandy, and handed it to Earl Layton. Samwell just wanted to remind the other party that the wine was very strong, but before he could speak, Earl Layton raised his head and drank it down. Good wine. The old Earl breathed out the smell of alcohol. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his rosy nose instantly became redder. Baylor saw this, his eyes lit up, and said, "Can I have a drink too?" Of course. Samwell nodded happily. At this time, the good friends Renly and Loris just came back from picking up the meal. Seeing this, they also asked Samwell for a drink. The nobles of Westeros can be said to be alcoholics per capita due to their health and communication needs. So Brandy's first official appearance in public was more perfect than Samwell imagined. The sweetness of the grapes and the aroma of the oak are perfectly combined to form such a mellow and sweet taste. Sir Caesar, you are really a wine-making genius. Earl Layton shook his head and praised in a drunken tone, "This wine, do you have a name?" Brandy. Samwell laughed, and then showed a little regret. It's a pity that the storage time is too short, and the aroma of oak has not fully penetrated into the wine, otherwise the taste will be even better. Earl, look, this sea of wine. Can the Tall family help with the sale? Sure. Chapter 47. No one expected that the protagonist of this banquet was neither the beautiful Miss Marjorie nor the Honorable Duke Renly, but a new wine, brandy. Almost every guest who tasted the brandy was full of praise for it. Unfortunately, because it has not yet been mass-produced, Samuel did not bring much wine this time, and everyone disappeared before finishing a round of drinking. This kind of seeking but not meeting coincides with the true meaning of hunger marketing, and instead makes everyone's desire for brandy stronger. So, Samuel surrounded a circle of nobles and directly discussed with him about the purchase of brandy. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Samuel remained calm, and said that he had reached a sales agreement with the Hightower family, and that if he wanted to buy brandy, he should go directly to Sir Baylor. Although direct sales can make more profits, Samuel is very clear that he does not have the ability and time to organize caravans to expand sales channels. More importantly, the profits of brandy are too attractive and will definitely attract coveted eyes. So he had to share part of the benefits and win over a strong enough partner. The Hightower family is such a character now. Looking at Earl Layton and Sir Baylor, surrounded by everyone, Samuel stood aside with a glass of wine and smiled brightly. But then, he felt a pang of hunger. Well, he actually forgot something. Samuel handed the empty wine glass to the waiter, asked for another silver plate, and walked to the long table in the front row of the hall. Looking at the delicacies on the table, Samuel's eyes did not stop, but quickly glanced over. There are really golden tail shrimps. Samuel was overjoyed. Although the effectiveness of the golden tail shrimp has declined to an extremely low level with the improvement of the strength attribute, the accumulation of a small amount makes a lot of money, and this is a self-service. How much he eats is paid by the Hightower family, how could he miss it? Thus, Samuel simply stood next to the plate where the golden tail shrimp was placed, and ate it as soon as he took it, and then took it after eating, completely ignoring all the strange eyes cast around him. Wind reviews are extremely changeable. He used to be the useless eldest son of the Tully family, but when he gained a foothold in the Crimson Mountains, he became a young and promising Sir Caesar. If one day he can sit on the Iron Throne, then he is Caesar. At that time, all his unbearable, embarrassing, and difficult times will disappear under the more dazzling legendary light. Todd Flowers looked at his lord's behavior, and couldn't help but hide in the corner of the hall quietly. However, the bumpkin Kemen followed suit, and stood by the long table with a plate, taking it as he ate. This young savage has never eaten so much delicious food in his life, how could he let it go so easily? Just as the pair of wonderful master and servant were feasting like no one else, the melodious sound of the harp sounded slowly, kicking off the prelude to the dance. Samuel still stood still. He didn't know how to dance in his previous life. Although the original owner had received dance education when he was a child, because he was too fat and cowardly, he hadn't practiced it for too long, and he was already unfamiliar with it. As for Cheeman, it is even more impossible to jump. This guy saw that his lord had been staring at the golden tail shrimp. So he came over out of curiosity, wanting to try one, but was frightened away by Samuel's protective eyes. At this time, many men and women in the hall have already found their dance partners, and they are walking to the dance floor hand in hand, and began to dance lightly. The most distinguished Duke Renly walked towards Miss Marjorie, who was the most eye-catching. It seemed that he was going to invite the Rose of Highgarden to dance with him, but he didn't expect that just halfway there, the girl in the purple evening dress stopped directly in front of Duke Renly. Duke Renly had no choice but to hold the girl's hand and walk onto the dance floor. Samuel was wondering which family's eldest lady dared to compete with Highgarden Rose for the limelight, and then saw Sir Baylor with a slightly embarrassed face. It appears to be his daughter, so no wonder. The eldest granddaughter of Earl Layton does have the confidence to compete with Margaret for a man, not to mention that this is still in the towering tower. However, Duke Renly was intercepted, so it was very difficult to find a suitable person to invite Marjorie to the first dance. Originally, Loris could come to help his sister out, but he already had partner. So, the most dazzling girl in the audience, at this time, was actually empty in front of her, and she was about to miss the first dance song. Samuel looked at the young male aristocrats who were eager to try, but still dared not step forward for fear of being rejected, curled their lips in disdain, and said in a low voice, a group of cowards. After finishing speaking, he put down the dinner plate and strode towards Marjorie. As a knight of the Tyrell family, Samwell felt it was his duty to help the beautiful Miss Marjorie eliminate the embarrassment. Even if he, himself is not good at dancing. Yes, that's how dedicated it is. Dear Miss Marjorie, may I have the honor of inviting you to your first dance? Marjorie looked at Samwell, who was saluting to her, and secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but someone finally came, otherwise she would really end up in a field where no one cares about her. How embarrassing it would be. Of course, my knight. Marjorie smiled sweetly, placed her white slender hand in Samwell's big hand, and let the other party lead her into the center of the dance floor. After standing still and posing, Samwell suddenly whispered in the girl's ear, "I'll tell you a secret, I'm not very good at dancing." Huh. Marjorie was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, "It's okay, I will teach you." After finishing speaking, he began to teach Samwell how to walk, how to listen to the rhythm of the music, how to maintain his posture, and most importantly, how not to step on his own feet. The two did stumble at first, but as Samwell gradually picked up the childhood memories of the original owner, the dance steps became much smoother. Although it still can't be called graceful, at least it won't step on Miss Marjorie's feet anymore. There were already several black footprints left on those delicate red high heels. How is it? Am I a fast learner? Samwell spun on the dance floor with the beautiful girl in his arms, feeling really proud. It's not bad. Marjorie puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "If you can use the enthusiasm for dealing with golden-tail shrimp to learn the dance, it will definitely be faster." Samwell laughed, and didn't make any excuses. He just led the girl in a rather difficult lockstep rotation, which caused Marjorie to let out a soft cry. After recovering, Marjorie glared at Samwell. Unfortunately, there is no lethality. The cooperation between the two became more tacit, and Marjorie was finally able to show her charm to the fullest. Spiritual and elegant dance steps, graceful figure, and bright and beautiful appearance. Even if she is dragged down by a clumsy dance partner, she still makes her the focus of the hall again. It caused those noble youths who were hesitant to come up to invite the dance to beat their feet and chests even more, annoyed. After another sway, Marjorie suddenly said, "Sam, in fact, the Tyrell family can also help you sell brandy." The corners of Samwell's mouth slightly raised, but he said in his mouth, "What? Sorry, Miss Marjorie, I didn't catch you just now." Margaret had no choice but to repeat it. "I'm really sorry, Miss Marjorie, but I have already signed a contract with the Hightower family, and it is an exclusive sales contract, so." Samwell looked embarrassed. Although there is no such thing at all, and whether it is to prevent monopoly or to spread risks, it is impossible for him to sign such an exclusive sales contract, but negotiations must have some chips. If not, then there is something out of nothing. Margaret frowned slightly when she heard this. Samwell said again, "Of course, for the sake of the Tyrell family, I can negotiate with Earl Layton to re-sign the contract, but what?" Chapter 48 inches. However, I am worried that Earl Layton will not agree to revise the contract. Well, there is indeed a possibility. Margaret also felt that the Hightower family would not easily agree to share profits with others, so she said, "How about I ask my mother to talk to Earl Layton?" This is not good. Samwell quickly persuaded, "If this is spread, others will say that the Tyrell family is robbing their vassals for profit." "Okay then." Marjorie had to give up the idea just now. "How sure are you that you can persuade Earl Layton to re-sign the contract?" "Well," Samwell put on a heartbroken expression, "it depends on how much I am willing to give up to the Hightower family." "Hey, Earl Layton will probably ask for a higher share." Margaret also felt a little embarrassed when she heard the words, and said, "Thank you, Sam, I will explain this to my father and ask him to give you a higher share to make up for the loss." "You are such a kind lady." Samwell tried not to laugh out loud. "Actually, I would rather be compensated in other ways than share, other aspects. Yes, as you know, most of my current citizens are savages, and there are too few human people among them. There is a great hidden danger hidden in the racial imbalance, and it may explode one day. And as a nobleman of Huon, I still trust the people of Huon more. Therefore, I hope that His Excellency the Duke will allow me to send people to collect the refugees in High Court and let them go to Yingzui Island to become my subjects." Margaret hesitated. Of course she is aware of the importance of the population of the territory. Any smart lord will not allow his subjects to leave, even those without land. The last time Samuel secretly recruited dock laborers to develop, it was actually a violation of the rules, but because the number of people recruited was not too many, the Tyrell family didn't bother with him. Now he has the idea of being a refugee again. Marjorie didn't know how many refugees there were in Highgarden, but it was definitely not a small number. How could Samuel abduct them casually? Seeing that Marjorie hesitated, Samuel persuaded again, Miss Marjorie, those refugees who lost their land can't pay taxes for the Tyrell family, and keeping them will only affect the urban environment. The more they are, the more polluted the beautiful Highgarden will be. So please let me erase this scar for House Tyrell. I'll go back and discuss it with my father. Marjorie still didn't agree directly, and then seemed to be worried that it would chill Samuel's heart, so she quickly added, don't worry. Even if father doesn't agree to let you gather the refugees, will compensate you in other ways. But I just want population. Samuel now has only a few hundred human people under his command. Compared with the tens of thousands of savages, this number is too small. And as he gradually expands to the depths of the Red Mountains, he will definitely conquer more savages in the future, but it is difficult to replenish the number of Taiwanese. Although Samuel does not actually discriminate against savages, this proportional imbalance exists objectively, and racial problems will easily erupt in the future. The best way is to increase the number of human people in the territory. It may not necessarily exceed the savages, but at least they must occupy a sufficient proportion so that the savages will not dare to mess around. Moreover, with enough people from the River Bend, Samuel can promote the intermarriage of the two races and promote racial integration. Instead of being like now, there are not enough people from the River Bend under his hands to be divided into savage girls. Thinking of this, Samuel said again, Miss Margaret, I know that you are different from ordinary noble ladies. You have a kind heart. When I was in high court, I heard beggars say that you received alms from you, and the baker said that you bought their hot pie. I heard from the farmer that you had a cordial conversation with them. Although you were born noble, you were never high. So I believe that you also understand the difficult life of those refugees who lost their land. I am here to assure you that after those refugees become my subjects, as long as they are willing to work hard, they will have no worries about food and clothing. May the seven gods bear witness to my words. Hearing this, Marjorie finally couldn't help looking into Samuel's eyes. Samuel immediately looked at him with the most honest and confident eyes. After a long time, the beautiful girl finally nodded seriously and said, Okay, I will try my best to persuade father to agree to your conditions. This is the promise I want. Samuel was ecstatic in his heart. If he wasn't worried about being beaten to death, he really wanted to hug the girl in front of him and kiss her. Since Margaret said so, then this matter is basically a sure thing. The Duke of Metz has never been very assertive, and he will not break his precious daughter's heart for some lowly refugees. Thank you for your help, Miss Marjorie. Your kindness will definitely be rewarded. Sir Caesar. Marjorie's tone suddenly became solemn. I hope you can remember today's promise. Perhaps one day I will go to your territory in person, and if I find that their living conditions have not improved, then you can announce to everyone that Samuel Caesar is a man who broke his oath. Samuel said solemnly. Okay. Marjorie smiled sweetly. Again, I believe you won't let me down, my knight. Samuel looked at the girl's clear eyes, but suddenly felt guilty. Is it really okay for me to try my best to calculate a little girl, and even take advantage of her kindness? But immediately, Samuel comforted himself. He really has the ability to make those refugees live a good life. Brandy and silver mines, with these two cash cows, Yingzui Island will definitely become a wealthy territory. So, he is really not cheating. However, using and calculating are really useless. But if you want to achieve a career, how can you not use some small tricks? As for Miss Marjorie, just find a way to compensate her in the future. Samuel suddenly thought that this Highgarden Rose had a bad ending. The Tyrell family wanted her to become queen, so as to return to the core of power. She also married 3 times under the family arrangement. A king, but they are all short-lived ghosts. So, Samuel felt it was his responsibility to save Miss Marjorie from the fire, and the best way to stop it is to marry her. It's really not because she is greedy for her beauty and background, let alone to get a powerful and prosperous reach, but because she really can't bear to see the kind and beautiful Miss Marjorie repeatedly being mistreated by others. Of course, Samuel also clearly realized that with his current strength and status, it was absolutely impossible to marry Marjorie. Fortunately, he still has time. Margaret married for the first time during the Five Kings Rebellion, almost 2.5 years from now. In 2.5 years, from a pioneering lord who didn't even build a castle to being qualified to marry the daughter of a duke, this is undoubtedly a fantasy. But Samuel felt that he could challenge it. If you can't even do this, then you're still delusional about the Iron Throne. Thinking of this, he continued to spin on the dance floor with his arms around Marjorie with peace of mind. With the bagpipe blowing a long bass, the dance music came to an end. Samuel also stopped, took Marjorie's hand, and escorted her to the periphery. Thank you, Sir Caesar. It's my pleasure, Miss Marjorie. Just as Samuel let go of Marjorie's little hand, he saw Duke Renly walking over. He nodded to Samuel first, and then politely invited Marjorie to dance to the next dance. Of course Margaret would not refuse. Watching Marjorie being taken away by Duke Renly, Samuel was about to go back to eat his golden tail shrimp, but when he turned around, he heard Duke Renly say to Marjorie, Miss Marjorie, your beauty has overshadowed the stars tonight. I just brought a painter along, and I wonder if I can ask him to do a portrait for you. Hearing this, Samuel suddenly stopped. If other men said such things to Marjorie, it could be considered a veiled courtship. But Duke Renly, this guy, probably wants to paint Marjorie's brother Loris more. Samuel watched the backs of the two walking into the dance floor together, and suddenly remembered an inconspicuous detail in the original book. In the near future, Duke Renly will show a portrait to Eddard Stark, Duke of the North, and the person in the painting is Marjorie Tyrell. At this moment, Samuel suddenly guessed why Duke Renly came to the towering tower suddenly, and why Marjorie just came back with her mother to visit her grandfather. He smelled conspiracy. Chapter 49. The melodious harp sounded again. Pairs of men and women in the center of the hall are dancing to the music, showing off their most elegant dance postures. Samuel picked up the dinner plate again, and while eating golden tail shrimp, he watched Duke Renly and Marjorie, a pair of golden boy and girl-like figures, spinning on the dance floor, with a mysterious smile on his face. He remembered that in the original book, Duke Renly took a portrait of Marjorie and asked Duke Eddard Stark if the girl in the painting looked like his sister, Lyanna Stark, and this Miss Lyanna is the former fiancée of King Robert I. At the same time, it was also the fuse of the famous Snatcher War. Miss Lyanna had already made a marriage contract with Robert, but she was taken away by the former Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. When Robert, who was still the Duke of Storm's End at that time, learned of this, he rebelled in a rage. This is the direct cause of the Snatcher War. Although Robert had personally killed Rhaegar, overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, and avenged his wife, Miss Lyanna had already died in the war. This has also become a wound in Robert's heart that will never heal. The reason why Duke Renly asked Duke Eddard whether Marjorie looked like Lyanna was obviously intended to dedicate Marjorie to King Robert to replace Cersei Lannister as queen, but judging from the later development of the plot, this plan was not successful. Think about it too. Although Robert has been unreliable after sitting on the Iron Throne, ignoring political affairs all day long, only focusing on drinking, prostitution, hunting, and his relationship with Queen Cersei is really bad, but he is not really brainless. It is impossible to go all out for a girl who looks a bit like his old lover. You must know that Queen Cersei does not have no background. Her natal Lannister family is the richest family in Westeros, and her father, Duke Tywin, is also one of the most powerful figures in the Seven Kingdoms. Unless you can grasp Cersei's real deadly handle, the 3 children she gave birth to the king are actually the product of her own brother Jaime Lannister's mess. Otherwise, Cersei's queen status cannot be shaken by anyone. Unfortunately, although this secret King's Landing should already be known, or at least suspected, no one has been able to produce evidence. This kind of thing is difficult to prove unless it can be caught in bed. All 3 children have Lannister blonde hair instead of Baratheon black hair, which is not really proof. After all, it is normal for the offspring to inherit the hair color of the mother. In fact, in the eyes of most people, it is reasonable for the king's 3 children to be all blonde. After all, the Lannister family's blonde hair has been passed down for more than 6,000 years since the legendary, smart, Lan stole the sun's rays and died. His hair blonde. This is simply a genetic miracle, and the Baratheon family has a total history of more than 300 years. Therefore, the golden color of the lion suppresses the carbon black of the stag, seems to be a matter of course. So over the years, King Robert has never doubted that his 3 children are all blonde. Duke Renly obviously has no evidence, so he wants to use this roundabout way to abolish the Queen. The real ironclad proof of Queen Cersei's deadly handle will have to wait until Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, will find out from the tome book, the genealogy and history of the major nobles of the 7 kingdoms, in the future. A certain conspirator upset the fulcrum of the situation and used it to officially kick off the prelude to this power game. Of course, this is all for later. At this moment, Samwell looked at the handsome Duke Renly on the dance floor, guessing in his heart the motive of the other party's plan. Judging from his later performance in the 5 Kings Rebellion, the Duke of Renly may have long coveted the Iron Throne. But as the youngest brother of the king, his line of succession is behind Cersei's 3 children and the second brother Stannis Baratheon. This time, he deliberately wanted to abolish the eldest brother, and he probably wanted to abolish the inheritance rights of the 3 children. In this way, the only heir to the throne ahead of him is his second brother Stannis. From Duke Renly's point of view, the elder brother's dislike for the second brother is almost obvious. During the War of the Reavers, Storm's End, the old lair of the Baratheon family, was defended by Stannis at the risk of his life. However, after the war, Robert led Renly, who was still a crying kid. He became the Duke of Storm's End, but lost Stannis, who had made great achievements, to Dragonstone Island. Although it is said that the Duke of Dragonstone has always had the implied meaning of being the Prince of the Iron Throne, that is the practice of the Targaryen dynasty. What does it have to do with the current Baratheon dynasty? Dragonstone Island is not the place where the Baratheon family thrived. The Stormlands are. Renly, who stayed in Storm's End and enjoyed the service of the entire Stormland, looked at Stannis, who could only enjoy the sea breeze on the barren Dragonstone Island, and he probably had no doubts about his eldest brother's preference for a long time in his heart. Therefore, in Duke Renly's view, as long as Queen Cersei is abolished and her 3 children are deprived of the right to inherit, the first heir to the Iron Throne must be himself. Samwell put down the knife and fork, and suddenly thought of another question: what role did the Tyrell family play in it? Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. Watching TV dramas in his previous life, he noticed that many of the characters considered to be the protagonists in the drama would often die suddenly soon. It seemed that the author deliberately showed the cruelty of power struggle and the impermanence of fate in this way. However, if you think about it carefully, you can find that the death of these protagonists seems impermanent, but there are traces to follow, and they are even predestined. This Game of Thrones is actually just a game played by a few conspirators. They hide behind the scenes, and their deeds and thoughts are almost invisible to the audience. And those so-called protagonists are actually just puppets in the hands of these real players. They are pulled by the threads of honor, hatred, love, power, etc., fighting, and dying in the center of the stage. It was a wonderful and soul-stirring drama, but even if they died, they might not be able to figure out why they died. The young, noble and charming Duke Renly in front of him is just such a protagonist. The person holding the thread behind his back at this time is probably one of the top players in this game, Queen of Thorns, Mrs. Olenna. Think about it carefully. How did Duke Renly know that Miss Marjorie looks like King Robert's old lover? Samwell guessed that the biggest possibility is that Knight of Flowers, Loras, inadvertently mentioned this matter to Duke Renly when he was playing around. Then, Duke Renly, who had coveted the Iron Throne for a long time, rushed to Highgarden. No, it's not Gaotting, but Towering Tower. The wily Lady Olenna would not let Duke Renly go to Highgarden, because that would show that the Tyrell family was also involved. Using the name of visiting relatives, Marjorie and Duke Renly encountered in the Towering Tower, which is not so conspicuous. If this plot to abolish the Empress succeeds in the future, the Tyrell family can pretend to be innocent and let Duke Renly bear the wrath of the Lannister family in the West. And if it doesn't work, Anyway, the Tyrell family didn't pay anything. It was just an accidental mention by Loris in a portrait of Marjorie, which made Duke Renly, a tough guy, run around and take all the risks for the queen of the Tyrell family. Samuel felt more and more that this kind of subtle and scheming method without fireworks should be the handiwork of Mrs. Olenna, the Queen of Thorns. Moreover, he is sure that if Marjorie succeeds in becoming queen, Lady Olenna will definitely abandon Duke Renly immediately, whether it is used as a scapegoat to calm the anger of the West, or to give the Tyrell family a future. The bloodline princes and princesses have cleared the barriers to succession, and Duke Renly's tragic end is doomed. Poor young Lord of Storm's End who can't see this clearly, and is still working there foolishly for nothing. It seems that the blacksmith in King's Landing was quite accurate in his evaluation of the three Baratheon brothers. Boss, Robert, is real steel, which can stand fire. Second, Stannis, is pig iron, which is too hard to break easily. Third, Renly, is bright copper, which looks beautiful but is not worth much. As soon as the song ended, the men and women on the dance floor stopped and walked outside. Duke Renly took Miss Marjorie to the small room next to him. Seeing his predetermined daughter-in-law being taken away, Samwell didn't panic at all. Because he knew that Renly's plan would never succeed. If it was someone else, he might have to worry about the other person doing something other than painting, but Lord Renly, not only is this guy a bright brass, he's gay. When I say to draw, I really mean to draw. Samwell chuckled, and lowered his head to get the golden-tail shrimp, but he was surprised to find that the plate was empty. Damn it, I ate it up. Do you want Earl Layton to take some more? But wouldn't that be too much? Sir Caesar, who knew everything, became distressed. Chapter 50. No matter how grand the banquet is, it always comes to an end. It was dark at night. Sir Baelor sent the last guest off, and then dragged his exhausted body to Earl Layton's room. Father. Earl Layton stood by the window, staring at the sea reflecting starlight and flames in a daze. At this time, the old town old man completely lost the gentleness and friendliness he had when he met outsiders, and looked preoccupied. However, Baelor was not surprised by this. He knew from a young age that his father had a laughing mask, which he would only wear when meeting outsiders. Gradually, he also learned this skill. It's a pity that he didn't learn the essence. Compared with his father's naturalness, he seemed a little deliberate. The nickname of Laughing Baelor seems to be a mockery of him. What's the matter? Earl Layton returned to the table and sat down, asking casually. Baelor stepped forward and poured a glass of wine for his father, and then poured himself a glass, saying, "Jenny just found me." Before he finished speaking, the old Earl snorted softly and said, "She wants to marry Renly." Baelor nodded, not surprised that his father could guess this matter. After all, her daughter actually snatched the first dance that was supposed to belong to Miss Marjorie at the banquet. Her affection for Duke Renly has long been seen by everyone. No, Earl Layton refused without hesitation. Father, are you worried that Duke Renly is unwilling to marry Jenny? But the Hightower family is also the #1 noble in Westeros. You can test the Duke's attitude. Earl Layton shook his head and said, "No matter what Renly's attitude is, I will not agree." Baelor froze for a moment, hesitated and said, "Father, are you worried about the rumors about Duke Renly and his attendants?" "No, regardless of whether Renly likes men or women, I would not agree with Jenny marrying him." Now Baelor didn't understand why. Earl Layton took a sip of his wine and asked, "What do you think Renly is doing in Old Town? Is it really to see the towering tower?" Baelor rubbed his wine glass and fell into deep thought. Earl Layton reminded again after seeing this, "And your sister, why did she suddenly think of coming back to see me at this moment?" Baelor frowned. "You mean, it's not a coincidence that my sister and Duke Renly appeared in Towering Tower at the same time?" Earl Layton added another glass of wine to himself, and said, "I never believe in coincidences." Baelor pondered for a moment, suddenly remembered something, said, "In the middle of the previous banquet, Duke Renly suddenly wanted to paint a portrait of Miss Marjorie. Could it be for this? Is he planning to propose marriage to the Tyrell family? Why did they come here to propose marriage? Go directly to High Court." Baelor choked when he heard this. Looking at his dull son, Earl Layton couldn't hide his disappointment, but he still said patiently, "No matter what they are Planning, we don't want to participate, let alone get too involved with Renly. You tell Jenny, I will help her find a good husband, but Renly can't. Baylor was a little reconciled, took a sip of wine, and persuaded him again, Father, are you being too suspicious? Maybe it's really just a coincidence. I think Duke Renly is the most outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Seven Kingdoms. If Jenny can marry him, it will be great for our family. What is our language? Earl Layton interrupted suddenly. Baylor didn't expect his father to ask such a question at all. Earl Layton asked again patiently, what is the native language of the Hightower family? Baylor came back to his senses and blurted out, we light the way. We light the way, yes, we light the way forward. Earl Layton changed his tone, I didn't ask you to lead the way ahead. Baylor couldn't keep up with the old Earl's train of thought. Earl Layton sighed again, and explained, we light the way ahead so that others can lead the way, and we just follow behind. The road ahead is difficult, and although the scenery is boundless in front, you may die a miserable death. But being a lamp bearer in the back, very safe. Renly, Baratheon, the first time I saw him, I saw endless ambition in his eyes. This is a guy who wants to rush to the front row. We must stay away from him, so as not to be splashed with blood in the future. Baylor didn't speak for a while after hearing this. It seems that this is the first time he knows that his family's ethnic language can be understood in this way. However, when he recalled the brilliant deeds in the history of the Hightower family, he had to sadly admit that perhaps this was the true meaning of the clan language. Earl Layton didn't try to comfort him when he saw this, but just drank wine on his own, waiting patiently for his son to digest the political wisdom of the Hightower family. This is the real mystery of how this ancient family can last forever. It took a long time for Baylor to come back to his senses. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. He took a big sip of his wine and asked, you didn't let me marry Princess Elia of Dorne, was it because of this consideration? That's right. Earl Layton nodded, looking back at what happened to Yela. Aren't you also very grateful for your decision to be a father? Baylor argued unconvinced. But if Elia married me, she wouldn't die tragically in King's Landing. Layton shook his head, his tone full of vicissitudes. You still don't understand. Some things have long been engraved on the slate of fate by the gods, and they are destined and cannot be escaped. The only thing we mortals can do is to try our best to avoid guess who those poor people on the fate slate are from the faint whispers in their ears, and then stay away from them. Of course, the wisdom of mortals is limited after all. We can't guarantee that we can guess correctly every time, so we can only stay away from all the guys who may become the guides. We can light the way for them, but we must remember to hide ourselves in the dark. Baylor sighed, and seemed to have figured out many things before. Duke Tywin proposed marriage to you for his second son, and that's why you bluntly refused. Exactly. What about my sister Ellie? Didn't you marry her to the Duke of Mace? Earl Layton heard the words, with an undisguised sarcasm on his face. Do you think the inflatable fish also looks like a guide? Baylor coughed a few times in embarrassment, but still refused to accept the heir. But Tywin's second son, Tyrion, is just a dwarf. How can Duke Mace be better than him? Earl Layton chuckled and said, so what about the dwarf? The founder of the academy, Perrymore Hightower, is also a twisted and crippled body. Changing the world does not necessarily depend on a strong body, and the same goes for a smart mind. And the dwarf in Castle Rock City, he is the only one among Tywin's 3 children who has truly inherited the spirit of the lion. Son, you have to remember that some people are much taller than they look. Baylor didn't want to argue with his father anymore, put down his glass, said good night, and was about to leave. As soon as I got up, I heard my father say again, there's also Samuel Caesar. We can conduct normal trade with him, but don't get too close to him. Baylor was stunned for a moment, and then asked in disbelief, you don't think that Samuel Caesar may also become the leader? Earl Layton asked, give you 200 soldiers, within half a year, can you gain a firm foothold in the Crimson Mountains and make tens of thousands of savages surrender? Baylor was speechless for a moment, sighed after a while, turned and walked out. Just walked to the door, but he turned his head again, showing unwillingness. But father, if you keep hiding in the dark, don't you worry that we will be forgotten. Earl Layden snorted softly and said, "Remember your Uncle Jero. He was a Hightower who didn't want to be forgotten, so he went to King's Landing. You must know what happened later. Captain of the Kingsguard, the most solid shield in front of the king, one of the best knights in the history of the 7 kingdoms, White Bull, Jero. Hee, what a great reputation. I never thought that such a famous knight of the 7 kingdoms could appear in the blood of Hightower. But what about the result? Didn't he die in the Tower of Bliss?" Earl Layden leaned back in his chair, hiding his face in the darkness. His tone became tired and deep. Being forgotten is better than being destroyed.